very important county executives here. We got to get them back to run their respective counties. Okay, we're going to start with Senate Bill 1026, and Senator Brooks, you're going to, if you don't mind, if you could go up to the podium, and then we've got 6 designated sponsor panelists as part of your panel, and we have 6 seats. So this is going to work perfectly. We've got County Executive Mark Elrich, my own county executive. Why don't you come up, take a seat? Tara Jackson, Jessica Fitzwater. Jessica Fitzwater from Frederick County. Tara Jackson's the Chief Administrative Officer from Prince George's. Jack Wilson from Maryland Association of Counties. Joni Oshevsky, Baltimore County. And finally, Howard County Executive Calvin Ball. So that is 6.
We need another.
Yeah, I called 6. I guess see 7. Who?
Brianna January from Mako. Can I lay out and then glitter?
Yeah, it's all fine. We'll, sir, you're
Jack Wilson.
You're Jack. Okay, look, we got a good panel here. We're all we improvised. County Executive Ball picked up a chair. Okay, Senator Brooks, why don't you lead off on Senate Bill 1026, and we'll just go down the table. Okay.
Okay, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of my great committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of SB 1026. That's the Transparency Spending in Education Act. For the record, I'm Senator Ben Brooks, representing the 10th Legislative District of Baltimore County. The purpose of this bill is to enhance
I don't mean to interrupt. One thing, because of our experience yesterday on the outset, okay, we're going to go back just for today to the 1 question per member rule. So everybody, gets 1 shot at it's going to be all the bills today. So I want to start that. I had to announce the landscape and the ground rules. Back to you, Senator Brooks.
You're fine, Chair. You can do anything you want.
Like pass this bill.
Yeah. The purpose of this bill is to enhance the transparency and accountability of our County Board of Education in Maryland regarding their budgeting process. The implementation of the blueprint for Maryland future, coupled with the influx of federal relief and rescue funding, has compounded the concern of black box spending in public education. The blueprint calls for additional reporting, a series of inputs to the Blueprint Oversight Committee, and a pending new budget tracking software for school systems. These present opportunities to instill clarity and accountability in school spending. Counties, as fiduciary partners in public education, should have access to the pending new data. SB 1026 requires the State Board of Education to establish a uniform procedure for county boards to report budget information promptly to their respective county governing bodies. Further, it requires the county board to post specific budget information on their websites, ensure budget transfer have flexibility to seize opportunities for our students, and require audit reports are sent to these entities. The bill will not mandate new or more reporting than already required by law, and it does not give counties authority or decision-making control over school budgets. Instead, SB 1026 gives counties access to more complete and timely education spending information using existing reporting requirements and systems. 2, it provides counties with tools to anticipate education costs and budget responsibility. 3, makes uniform financial reporting standards and expectations for all school systems and county governments, and it empowers Maryland taxpayers and families to know how the public dollars are spent in schools and on their children's education. How public dollars are spent should be accessible to the public. This bill does not create new vigorous reporting requirements, but instead makes what is already being done more available. For that reason, Chair, I'm requesting a favorable report on SB 1026.
Okay, thank you. And normally, you know, we have this tight 2-minute clock, but we're not going to hold you guys to that. But keep that in mind, though. Yeah, don't abuse that. Okay, Miss January, and then we'll go down the table. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, esteemed committee. Brianna January with the Maryland Association of Counties in strong support of SB 1026. Committee, you will hear from our county leaders momentarily. They are best to tell this story. I'll just provide some context to how we got here. This bill is one of MACO's 4 legislative initiatives for the 2024 session. That is how important this is to county governments. And this bill that is before you is a product of over a year's worth of work and engagement and feedback with various stakeholders, including our local boards of education, our local superintendents, the teachers union, the AIB, MSDE, even local leadership, all of the above. The bill is dramatically pared back and focuses strictly on transparency and good governance. And I will reiterate that in no way, shape, or form does it authorize county oversight of school budgets or alter funding requirements. What SB 1026 does do is provide counties, Maryland taxpayers, and families that benefit from our public schools access to timely and comprehensive information about how we invest in education. That is essentially what this bill does. We are aware that there are some amendments from Montgomery County seeking to dig a little bit deeper into the data requested in the bill. Those amendments are certainly in the spirit of the bill, but we leave it up to the wisdom of this good committee to decide exactly how far you all want to dig into the data. Committee, bottom line here is that with this bill, you can help your partners in government responsibly and informatively invest in education. And you can help your constituents better understand the impact of their tax dollars on Maryland's schools and kids. Doing so is imperative for the successful implementation of the blueprint. With that, we urge a favorable report and we look forward to working with the committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go down the table. Tell us who you are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, Baltimore County Executive and MACO President Johnny Olszewski. It's my honor to be with you today in strong support of Senate Bill 1026. Thank you, Senator Brooks, for your leadership on this critical issue. Just for context, I come at this as someone who spent time in the classroom as a teacher in our public schools. I'm a parent of a public school teacher and also county executive. And along with my peers in local government here, we are in strong support. As Brianna said, this is one of the top 4 priorities that we have for MACO this year. Education spending is one of the largest expenses. I think it is the largest expense that we have in local government. And so we're just asking for a more streamlined look into some of the information that's already available. We've really been intentional about bringing in stakeholders and partners to put forward a bill that was thoughtful and that we think is fair in the context of the support that we provide. We're happy to answer any questions you have, and we appreciate your favorable consideration. Thank you very much.
Why don't you, Johnny, just hand that mic down?
So thank you very much. And I want to thank Chair Feldman and Vice Chair Kagan and all the members of the committee. My name is Mark Govich. I'm the County Executive of Montgomery County. For background, I'm a product of Montgomery County Public Schools. My kids went to public schools there in Montgomery County. My grandkids are going to schools or finished schools in Montgomery County. And I spent 17 years as a teacher in Montgomery County. And last year I put in a proposal for a 10-cent tax increase to make sure the schools were funded, because I'm a firm believer the schools have to be adequately funded. So I'm approaching this as somebody with deep relations and contacts within the school system. I think this is absolutely essential. Over time, trust in budgeting has declined, and trust in the public and how money is spent at the schools has declined. And I think it's absolutely essential for us to be able to account for how the money is spent and to be able to get answers for questions. I spent 12 years on the council working on the Ed Committee. Anybody worked on the Ed Committee, the school budget was the least reviewed budget because you couldn't get answers to anything. And so if you can't get answers, not a lot of point in asking a lot of questions. And that was one of the things that we experienced. It has not gotten much better. And so we think the granularity is really important. We need to know where the money is going. And some of the things, the triggers in this bill at 1% are way too high for some of the departments. They would never be triggered by some of the moves that a department where the school board might make. And so 1% as a trigger for any kind of action is too large a trigger. So we'd like that frankly to be lower, but the big things to us that we'd like different is year after year, we would get this line item for closing the achievement gap. There would be the basic school budget, and then there would be X numbers of millions of dollars, sometimes tens of millions of dollars to close the achievement gap. And not much discussion about the programs, mostly like we have to have this money. And if we don't have this money, we're not going to be able to serve the kids who need it most. After a while, you begin to realize you have no idea where those programs went. And as programs disappeared, there was no moving of the money that we were aware of. We never saw if we funded a $5 million program and the school system decided they weren't doing it, it wasn't like $5 million appeared back in their budget ready for reappropriation. It vanished. And without kind of reporting and accounting above the base budget, what are the extra programs you're adding? What are your metrics, whether these programs are successful? And then what do you do if you decide mid-year that this program is really something you don't want to continue? Where does that money go and how's it going to show up in the next budget? These are things we need to know, and we think the school system has to be accountable for. We're not suggesting we control things more than we do today. We think that more public eye on things will bring its own set of controls. When you're not accountable, if you can come over and say, we need this money for the blueprint without laying out where every dollar in what you need for the blueprint, where that's going to land in blueprint programs, that's a problem. And we're going to have a problem down the road if they don't continue those problems. We don't have the ability to say, I thought you needed the money for this. Where is that money going? So I think it'll help us be better understanders of the budget. It'll help the council, which is the body that really questions, and the school board comes in front of the council to defend its budget. It'll help them figure out where the money's gone and how they can be more responsible. We're not stewards, but obviously we have a role of trying to guide spending. We're making an effort to guide spending this year. For example, we realize the blueprint requires that staff development teachers spend 60% of their time in the classroom teaching. So one of the things we told the board is we are going to adjust what we're giving you for new teacher salaries for the number of teachers, your positions that'll be created by the staff development teachers now having to teach in the classroom. And our response for the school board was, yeah, we knew we were going to have to do that. And I just said, I guess this is the year you're going to do it. But there needs to be a greater level of transparency. That's what we're asking for. I hope you can look at the amendments and consider them. I'd support the bill with and without amendments, but I think the amendments will make it better for everybody.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to County Executive Fitzwater.
Thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the Environment, Energy, and Education Committee for the opportunity to speak in support of the Transparency in Education Spending Act. And for the record, I am Jessica Fitzwater, the Frederick County Executive. I want to commend MACO for tackling this issue head on and making it one of the top priorities this year, and Senator Brooks for championing this effort. And I greatly appreciate the ongoing commitment and dialogue with our local boards of education throughout this process. As you may know, Frederick County is the fastest growing jurisdiction in Maryland, and the impact, meaning the opportunities and the challenges that come with that, are evident in our school system. I'm proud that Frederick County government has a strong and reliable relationship with Frederick County Public Schools. In fact, we're recognized often by the IAC for our collaboration on CIP decisions and school construction funding. County government and our local Board of Education work closely together to ensure that the county provides a quality education for all students. Local school boards often receive a significant and large portion of the county budgets. Last year, Frederick County allocated $49 million over maintenance of effort for our school system. This was a record-setting investment that reflected the ongoing call from our constituents to meet the growing needs of our schools. While I'm proud of the role my office and the county council has had in passing budgets that invest in our students and schools, our ability to be accountable and transparent with education spending stops there. The rest is in the hands of our local education agency. This makes budgeting in a sustainable manner nearly impossible for local governments, especially if they do not have strong established relationships with their LEAs. As education spending becomes more complex due to Frederick County's growing population, the impact of the blueprint, the recent influx of one-time federal funds, the timely and consistent reporting and sharing of information becomes more crucial than ever. I feel that it's imperative that we have a statutory requirement implemented to ensure that all local governments in Maryland have access to the same transparency and collaboration regardless of politics or personalities. So I thank you for your consideration of SB 1026, and I urge you to advance this bill with a favorable report. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, and committee members for allowing us to be here. I'm Jack Wilson. I am the Queen Anne's County Commissioner and also MACO's first Vice President, and I'm here to testify in favor of Senate Bill 1026. And I echo everything that my colleagues in front of me have said. But as the lone representative of our smaller jurisdictions here in the state, I think I need to bring it from maybe a different dynamic where as a smaller jurisdiction, we have less ability to take discretionary spending and move it into different places without adjusting in all of our county departments. So in the spirit of this bill, the way I see it, how it will help us especially in the smaller jurisdictions, is that it'll bring the education funding and the transparency of it to the same level as we deal with other departments, which for us working in most cases, most of our governmental people are part-time and things like that. So it's important to focus on and make the most of the time we have to sit down and do the budgeting. What we've noticed and what I've heard from other colleagues from some of the smaller counties is that what is given to us as a, say, long-term or short-term, if you want to call 3 to 5 year short-term, long-term 10-year budget for the blueprint, in most cases is sustainable. And you won't hear a lot of the smaller counties complain about that. What happens though, and what's happened at least for the last 2 years, is that number has been dramatically higher at the end of the day, which for us becomes quite the shock when we go to budget down through our other departments, and we bring our other departments in and sometimes have to look at things from a different light. If education was in that same vein and we were able to look at it the same way we do in, say, our DPW or our health department or anything else associated with other county functions, I just think it would help us as the county governance to work closer with education to bring their budget in line with everything else we're doing within the county and be something that's absolutely more functional for one, and in terms of the constituents and the public at large, they would see a much more transparent process, which is exactly what this bill aims to do. No county official, at least in my shoes, is going to tell you we want to do Board of Education funding or budgeting. That's why we have elected Board of Eds to do that work. But we certainly want to work with them as much as possible to both push the blueprint forward, but also make it sustainable for the future and for those that are going to sit in our chairs 10, 15 years down the road to continue to grow the education system here in Maryland to make it one of the best in the country. So again, I ask for your support for Senate Bill 1026. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Ms. Jackson, you're next.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and the committee. For the record, my name is Tara Jackson, and I serve as the Chief Administrative Officer for Prince George's County. And I am here in support of Bill 1026. I want to thank MACO for its support and prioritizing this effort. As a county, funding our education system is one of our most essential obligations, so much so that education funding consistently makes up the largest portion of our county's annual budget. And for us in Prince George's, it's approximately 62%. In recent years, funding public education has become even more challenging for counties of all sizes, especially counties like ours who educate a significant number of children with unique and special needs. Historically, education spending, as you've already heard, at the local level has operated in a black box fashion. Local education boards receive funding from federal, state, county government sources, and then manage and spend funds through opaque and complicated procedures. But we in the county serve as fiduciary partners in public education, and we have long wanted more timely, detailed information on local spending in order to inform our residents, better set other priorities, and address other critical needs of our localities. In developing our annual yearly budget, one of my key responsibilities as a chief administrative officer, it is important for us to have a full picture, timely full picture that will support our ability to make responsible, informed budget decisions for our residents. And with increasing money moving towards schools, residents are concerned, and rightfully so, as to how we spend those dollars. This bill presents us with an opportunity to achieve what we have long seen as necessary. Adopting this legislation will bring clarity and accountability to school spending. As you've already heard, Bill 1026 will not give counties authority or decision-making control over school budgets. But what it will do is bring transparency to education spending by giving counties access to more complete and timely education spending information using the reporting requirements and systems that currently exist. And this is why County Executive Alsobrook supports this legislation. This bill will empower Maryland taxpayers and families to know just how their public dollars are being spent in our school and on their kids' education. Funding education is an incredible responsibility, and all stakeholders benefit from a clear understanding of the sources and the uses of public school funding. It is for these reasons that I ask members of this committee to lend your support to Senate Bill 1026. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony, County Executive Paul.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chairman, and esteemed members of the Education, Energy, and Environment Committee. Again, I'm Calvin Ball, Howard County Executive, and my kids graduated from Howard County Public Schools, and I'm honored to be here today and joined by my colleagues from across our great state to express our support for Senate Bill 1026. And I commend Senator Brooks and the Maryland Association of Counties for their continued advocacy on this critical issue. As Howard County Executive and a former educator, I am fully committed to implementing the blueprint for Maryland's future to enhance the excellence of our public school system. The implementation of the blueprint is a once in a generation moment that our state is meeting head on. This landmark legislation is enhancing and improving every local school system in our state through unprecedented investment in our students, educators, and schools. During the past 5 years in Howard County, we have provided nearly $130 million above the state required maintenance of effort, even with decreased enrollment from 2020. While doing so, we know we must establish responsible and transparent fiscal policies so that we can responsibly balance the current needs of our entire community and plan for the future. Over 5 years of historic investment come in addition to aid provided by our partners at the federal government level. Since FY 2021, the federal government has provided more than $120 million to our system through the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Aid Relief, or the one-time ESSER funding. Like many local governments across Maryland, Howard County has very little awareness of exactly how those funds were allocated or whether they were even used to absorb recurring costs. This year alone, the enrollment decrease of Howard County Public Schools has led to a $6 million reduction in the state MOE calculation. And while I will certainly not be proposing a cut of $6 million from last year, this is not accounted for in preliminary operating budget requests. Statewide, more than $3.2 billion in ESSER funding was received and dispersed to local school systems. Significant supplemental funding makes it even more necessary to understand the full financial needs of our school districts, especially as we work toward implementing the intended pillars of the blueprint. Now, local governments have no authority or decision-making over school budgets. However, local government leaders have a fiduciary responsibility to our residents to make fiscally sound decisions based on accurate and timely data. Senate Bill 1026 would simply provide access to more complete and timely education spending reporting within already existing requirements. I continue to stand in partnership with my colleagues across our great state for education and fiscal responsibility and transparency. I welcome your support and respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 1026. Thank you for your time and attention.
Okay, thank you. And members who weren't here at the outset, we're invoking the one question per bill rule, and we're going to start with Vice Chair Kagan, then Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm gonna push the limit a little by doing one bite at the apple, not just one question. So first off, County Executive Ball, congratulations to River Hill. We spent like untold time congratulating all the winning athletes from River Hill, my niece and nephew's alma mater. So congratulations on that.
Hawks.
Friends, I just want to read back to you, and I know I didn't catch all of them. IAC, IAB, MSDE, LEA, DPW, ESSER, and MOE. I just want to make sure that everyone at home and everyone in this room who doesn't know the gobbledygook that we all use every time, I'm just going to encourage you to please try to make it as accessible. This is a really important issue. So, Mr. Chair, two things. First off, MABE, the Maryland Association of Boards of Education, has a really long and dense testimony that they've submitted. And one of the things they say, they assure the legislature that Maryland's 24 local school systems take fiscal transparency and accountability very seriously. So based on that, I would like to think that they would think this was generally a good idea, but unlike the 1% that's proposed in this bill of transfers among categories, they're proposing 15%. So assuming that they're trying to be reasonable and transparent, and this will lead to only one of you, and I don't know which one of you feels most empowered to, whether that's Senator Brooks or Ms. January or one of our elected or representatives. So that, and then I am curious, first cousin to that, result in the loss of opportunity. What does that mean? And who decides what a lost opportunity transfer without executive or with council authority, council or commission authority? So that's my one bite at the apple. So make the best of it.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I'll try my best here. I do want to lay out a little bit of context here. We are aware of MABE's amendments, and we've started to have conversations. In fact, we have had conversations about this exact issue since the interim, and a lot of the language in the bill around the category transfers is actually coming directly from negotiations and feedback with both the local boards of education, MABE, and PZAM, our school superintendents. That said, for those that aren't aware or folks watching at home, this is not new law. It has been in Maryland law for quite some time that if a school system seeks to transfer money from one category of funding, we have 14 in Maryland. I will not list them all, but we're talking about things like salary and personnel and hiring, and then other things like in-school instruction time. If a county board of education seeks to transfer money that has already been settled and dedicated via the budgetary processes that we have established from one category to another category, Maryland law says that they have to do so with the approval of the local governing body as the funders of our school systems. Over the years in practice, unfortunately, that has led to some school systems interpreting that more so as we will get approval from the county government after we've done so, and we have transferred, say, $5 million from category A to category D, and now there's a gap in category A because we had to transfer money, and we haven't had a conversation before doing so about how we're going to fill that gap or even why we need to transfer that money. That is not how you all as the legislature intended that law to work. That is not the intent of current Maryland statute. Our bill simply asks for clarity, saying that you cannot transfer that money until after you've had a conversation, instead of doing so before you've had the conversation and basically just looking for the county government's signature to check a box before you send it off to the State Board of Education. Now, that said, in the bill, I said that we have some guardrails and some language that we've developed with the school systems and the superintendents around that. They expressed some concerns around potential issues if, for example, federal funding becomes available and there's a quick turnaround deadline, and they can't get before a county governing body in time to get that approval. Our bill says, that's a-okay. You go ahead, you make whatever transfers you have to in order to get that federal funding match, and we'll deal with that later. Our bill also says we're not interested in knowing if the school board of Howard County transfers $10,000. We're interested in when they want to transfer significant amounts of money. And so we have the 1% of the total category spending as the limit in the bill. MABE is looking to increase that to 15%. That is significant. I will say that even for our very small counties like Queen Anne's, 1% of a transfer can sometimes be millions of dollars that we're talking about. So increasing that up to 15 is a bit unreasonable, but we are having conversations, and I think that we can get to a place where we agree on what would be an appropriate percentage. But this bill language, again, thank you for that question, is simply clarifying what's already in law and its intended practice.
Thank you, Ms. January.
Okay, we're gonna go to Senator Carrozza.
Chair, first of all, I want to thank MACO, Maryland Association of Counties, and Senator Brooks. Just to be at this point, this is a really important issue. And my question is to Commissioner Wilson, coming from smaller rural counties that I represent, 3 of those. I believe our constituents have an expectation that our county government and our Board of Education and superintendent are going to work this through, that transparency should not be a divisive issue. And I think my question to you, Commissioner Wilson, is this: I think what we're talking about is striking a balance of transparency on, what's transparent, and also not kind of crossing a line with the operational responsibilities of the school budget. So my question to you is, and knowing there have been some tensions, it's just natural, just the way institutions work. How do you think this can work in reality so it's a benefit to the public and not the public looking at it and say, oh, there they go again, they can't figure this out?
Okay.
Well, I think, so in Queen Anne's County, I'm going to use Queen Anne's because that's obviously the one I'm more familiar with. We do have open dialogue. We meet with our Board of Ed, and 2 members and our superintendent, 2 commissioners meet every month to go over budgetary items, both in the short term and the long term. So we have a good relationship, and I've talked to several of my counterparts on the Eastern Shore, and they have similar relationships, but the ones you're speaking of do exist where there's constant tension between both sides. I think when you get to a place where everybody's putting their cards on the table and they're saying, okay, here's what I need, and then I say as a commissioner, well, here's where I need to try to be. I think if you start the dialogue there, we're at least in a place where we're together. We're not starting with our feet dug in, ready to fight. So I think this will, if you're coming to me and you're saying, okay, here's what we have coming forward in new expenditures. This is what is blueprint. This is what is outside of blueprint. Okay. That speaks to the black box funding that was mentioned earlier. I'm much more open to look at it and say, first and foremost, as a commissioner, so that we don't get in trouble with the AIB or anybody else involved.
Blueprint Accountability and Implementation Board.
Sorry, my fault. Accountability and Implementation Board. That I don't want to get in trouble with them to the point where they're going to withhold state funding, right? Because that puts us all in jeopardy in terms of for the school system. So I want to make sure all that blueprint stuff, all the boxes are checked on the blueprint. If you have something else outside of that is another program, or it's a program that's been running, that's great. I'm not saying I'm not going to fund it. And I certainly am not going to delve into your budget. As we've already mentioned, we don't want a budget for the Board of Ed. We want to work with them to make sure that we can fund everything in the blueprint as well as some extras that they may want to bring on board. And again, if we're all
So if I
starting.
can cut to
Sure,
the
go
chase.
ahead.
So I think what I'm hearing you say is, let's face it, the blueprint has put enormous pressure on the county. We know that. But I think what I'm hearing you say is the transparency may actually, on the early end, the transparency may just bring all of this into the open where there's an honest conversation and dialogue on the hard decisions that may have to be made, whether it's, how are we going to do blueprint and how are we going to do our other
Absolutely.
education priorities?
Absolutely. Yes, that's exactly what it is. Get the blueprint done first, and then let's look at everything else from an open, from an open perspective. And then that way that somebody said something about the constituency. You're not keeping the constituency in the dark. All these meetings are public meetings. They're out there, they're taped, they're video, people can see it. And if that's what's on the table, they're not going to ask those questions of, oh, here we go again. It's like, nope, I just watched them do it and they did it just like we would if we were sitting across the kitchen table. So.
I want to, again, thank you all for all the hard work on this.
Okay. Seeing no additional questions, thank you folks for your testimony. I'm gonna.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I just want to give, I'm really fond of all of the celebrities we've got up here, but I am particularly fond of my county exec, Mr. Johnny O. And we had his wife here on yesterday and got him here today. So, all right.
I can't disagree.
Okay, we're gonna next call up some additional witnesses. I'm gonna just call up some names. Ria Gupta. It's Ria Gupta. Here, we've got Jennifer Malo. John Willams for MABE is favorable with amendments. And then Mary Pat Fannon, also favorable with amendments. So and then we've got after this 3 additional virtual witnesses. So why don't you all take a seat? And you are going to be under the 2-minute clock. Moria, clock. Yep. Okay. Who wants to start? It's 2 minutes.
I can start.
Why don't you start?
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Ria Gupta, and I'm the policy researcher with Strong Schools Maryland. While we continue to champion for high-quality implementation and full funding of the blueprint, we believe empowered stakeholder engagement will make the blueprint more effective and impactful. I'm here today to testify in favor of Senate Bill 1026 because we know with record-breaking investments in the education system, accountability and transparency of blueprint funds and their alignment with their intended goals is a necessity. Senate Bill 1026 in the end does what the title says. It increases much needed transparency in education spending. Provisions like posting the county's budget on the county board's website in an easily identifiable location and the creation of a uniform reporting system is a step towards that goal of transparency. Transparency, as we all know, allows for more meaningful and accessible public engagement that will allow local governments to be more responsive to their community's needs. Now, Senate Bill 1026 also provides clarity and flexibility in how local Board of Educations can transfer funds, allowing the board to make decisions and act in the best interests of students in the county. Currently codified in blueprint law, the AIB and MSDE are to collaborate to implement a financial management system and student data system capable of tracking and analyzing progress towards blueprint goals. While we hope that we get a update from the AIB soon, we hope that once this system is up and running, it can work simultaneously and in conjunction with the provisions of this bill. The proposed legislation reinforces blueprint law and ensures that Maryland school systems and the public are equipped with the most up-to-date financial information and systems to make world-class schools in Maryland a reality. For these reasons, we urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 1026. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, thank you. Everybody tell us who you are before you start.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Mary Pat Fannon. I'm the Executive Director of the Public School Superintendents Association Maryland, here to support this bill with an amendment to remove the approval process for the specific fund transfers, but retain all other aspects of the bill related to transparency. This bill is about transparency and accountability. On the first issue, you will soon hear from 3 of our school system CFOs on the extensive and cooperative local policies and procedures in place for the financial management and fidelity of the school system. I think you'll be impressed by what you'll hear and convinced that the bill's new one-size solution is not appropriate for all districts. With regard to accountability, local school systems undergo a rigorous local annual budget process with their local boards, their local governments. We're also held to a tremendous amount of state and federal reporting requirements and numerous financial and performance audits. Which brings me to the blueprint. I urge the committee to view this bill through the lens that you have so far for all other blueprint proposals and let the various pieces of the blueprint become implemented before making major changes. Specifically, the blueprint mandates not only an entirely new accountability and implementation board, it creates a new financial management system to account for education spending down to the student and school level. We ask you to allow this new funding and accountability model to become operational and meet the public and local government needs for transparency without layering on another approval process. So I thank you and look forward to working with the committee and with Mako and MABE on any continued amendments.
Okay, let's go down the other side of the table.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. On behalf of the Maryland's Association of Boards of Education, also known as MABE and my only acronym, I am Jennifer Swicker Mow, Chair of MABE's Legislative Committee, and concurrently, I serve as Howard County's Board of Education Chair. I am testifying in support of Senate Bill 1026 with an amendment. MABE and the 24 local school boards we represent support this Mako initiative to clarify that certain types of funds and accounts in the school system budgets should be made available to our local partners and the public in a very transparent manner. However, the bill would also seek to establish a uniform standard for our local government decisions on whether the school system may transfer funds between budget categories after the budget is adopted. MABE is very concerned about how disruptive this new one-size-fits-all process will be. Therefore, we are requesting an amendment to increase the amount of local school system flexibility to transfer funds between categories without local government's prior approval. The amendment would adopt a threshold of 15% of each category, below which school systems could transfer funds without the prior approval of the local governments. The bill as introduced would set this threshold only at 1%, which MABE believes is far too low to allow school systems the much needed discretion to nimbly maneuver funds during the school year. Again, MABE generally supports the funding transparency provisions of this bill. Local boards value and work to build collaborative relationships with our local governments, not only because they are our major funders, but also as partners in the work of providing excellence in public education. And for this reason, we thank you for your consideration of MABE's position of support with amendment.
Hey, Mr. Willams.
Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, members of the committee, John Willams, representing the Maryland Association of Boards of Education. I'm here to testify in support of Senate Bill 1026, one of MAKO's initiatives this session, with one key amendment. I will say that thank you, Vice Chair Kagan, for pointing out my dense testimony. I'll take the dense characterization in the most positive light. But it is extensive for a reason, and I could say more about the extent to which local school systems are required to be not only transparent, but also quite fiscally accountable to the taxpayers and to their local governments and to you as our state funding authority. And we take those responsibilities very significantly. There has been reference made to the transformations required by the blueprint, the ongoing development of a new state financial reporting system, and the required implementation at the local level. That was unfortunately delayed during the past couple of years and is now rather rapidly getting off the ground. I do want to address Brianna January's characterization of the current statute, which I think is accurate if you focus only on the kind of black letter law. But we all know there are sections of the law that have never been interpreted the way the plain meaning would indicate. This is in fact a section of the law that has never been interpreted in any uniform manner whatsoever. So many of our largest school systems do not seek prior approval before transferring funds between the 14 major categories in their budgets. And in fact, on a quarterly or biannual or annual basis, will present reports of funds they have transferred. So this adoption of a uniform one-size-fits-all standard will be extraordinarily disruptive. And we want to draw the committee's attention to that. And that's why we have an amendment to raise that percentage. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for this panel? And again, since this is slightly different than the original, we'll have a little latitude on that one question per bill statement I made at the outset. It's an important bill. So we're going to go to Senator Washington, then Senator Carrozza.
Okay, thank you. So it seems like no one likes the percentage. So there's like 1%, 15%. Is there a dollar amount? I mean, because, percent varies on the size of the budget, right? So you have a very big budget, 1% is not so much. A very small budget, it's a lot, right? So, and I see some people nodding their heads. So I'm wondering, is there a dollar amount? So that might be something that you think should be, as I'm asking whoever feels like it. Could be PZAM, it could be.
So Senator Washington, it's a good question. And I think if you look at the 14 categories ranging from administrative personnel to capital outlay, the challenge would be, it's really how disruptive the delay in securing the county government's approval would be to the operation of the school system. Right. So if it's a mid-year transfer that is intended to result in more staffing resources for a high school or cluster of middle schools and elementary schools, and that school system under the new interpretation of longstanding language. Now there is a one-word change, right? There is the introduction of the word following in the bill. But with that one change, if a county were to choose to kind of weaponize that new language and say, no, you must request it in writing. We must put it on our decision calendar as a county governing authority. We will put it, on first and second reader. It may take a couple months for us to get back to you. The spring semester has ended. And so that transfer, regardless of whether it's a couple $100,000 or a couple $1 million, is more important in our view. And the denial or delay of that request would be more disruptive in our view than the example given. I think that there's extra money in this account, so we're going to transfer it to this account where we think we might need it more.
Okay, if I need a follow-up. So does anyone have a different answer or similar or something more nuanced?
Sure, I'm not going to give a different answer, but I will muddy the water a little bit too. Sure. I mean, we're also talking about 24 school systems that are funded at different percentages by their local governments and their state governments, right? So a 1% of a Baltimore City school budget is a large amount of money, but you also have the state funding over 80% of that budget, right? So you hold up a budget transfer at the local council level for something like that. It's another process to work through. And what I think you'll hear when some of the CFOs testify is that locally, everyone does this a little bit different, and a lot do go every month to their council, or they meet with their county budget officers and they talk through these. And frankly, some of the county budget officers are like, okay, good, we understand it. We don't want this to become a legislative item on our council agenda. We'll never get through the rest of our business. So I think that there are nuances and there are more checks and balances than you just see in the legislation like this.
But I guess just as a follow-up and just say, think about it. We're going to do something. So and to support probably this. So I can see that there's a difference between capital and operating. So those are different types and size, but it's not uncommon at all in statute or anywhere to set over a certain amount. In fact, with the AIB, there's certain amounts where the executive director, for example, which is an interesting amount, but it's like $50,000, is able to do it, because it's needed. But so just wondering if we could just think about,
Mhm.
would there be a dollar amount? And certainly there may be, depending on the size of the budget, but yes, some operations, people are all in one building. Some places people are spread all over a city or a big county. So, that's it. I just,
I think that was just more
that's it.
commentary and a direct question or, okay. If anybody want to, you don't feel compelled to answer. We got 108 witnesses behind you. So I just trying to move things along.
I mean,
Is that
I guess
okay?
I'm trying to discern
Okay.
if you said you don't like any of it, we just don't want it at all. Or are you willing to work with us to help to come to
Yes.
some
Okay,
solution?
why don't you answer that?
Willing to work,
Willing to work?
Yep.
Willing to work?
And-
willing to work.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Washington, yes, and to give credit where credit's due, and again, maybe is supporting this bill with an amendment to raise a percentage that's established in the MACO bill. There is the additional provision that above 1%, so above 8%, a school system would be able to transfer money without securing prior approval in circumstances necessitating the expedited reallocation. That's the language in the bill. And we appreciate that. That is the type of flexibility in key situations as potentially disruptive situations that we appreciate and want to secure in this bill.
Okay, Senator Carrozza for your one question and then Senator Brooks for your one question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my question would be to Ms. Fannon. When you made the comment of let's let the blueprint shake out, and you also presented that you appeared to take the position that you didn't want any transfer approval. It stunned me in that the blueprint changed everything. We are, committing $3 billion a year for the next 10 years. And our constituents know that. And so I just, I'm also very sensitive to smaller counties and larger counties. And I think the flexibility you talk about, I'm sensitive to, but I mean, was that your position that you would not support any type of transfer? I just want to make sure I understood your position. Any type of
No, I mean,
transfer approval?
right. Under the existing law, we do go and we talk about, we advise the local governments on what the transfers are needed within the categories and across the major categories. So we don't want to change that. I'm just saying by creating this new arbitrary percentage, this 1%, that's not what we're not in support of that. We're in support of what's working right now. And what I'm saying is
But there's no transparency right now.
well, there is absolute transparency. I think what we're not getting is the whole picture by the last panel. When you start to hear what the individual counties do, even the gentleman from Queen Anne's County talked about, they meet on a monthly basis. They talk about what has changed and we're talking about things, these aren't even changes. They're just giving updates on funding that has been expended that's within what was already approved in the budget. So they're not hiding anything. They're saying, here's where we are.
So
Here's where we are
PZAM,
year to
I just
date.
want to understand, PZAM's taken a position that they want to hold the line, but MABE has taken a position that you're willing to work with us on this percentage. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
We're willing to
Okay.
work too. We're just saying we don't feel like with what we are working on right now with MSDE and the AIB and our current accounting and our current audits and our current state and federal, that this is an additional process that we don't feel is necessary at the time.
Okay, we're going to go to Senator Brooks next.
Thanks, Chair. This is for Ms. Mello. Yeah, and you did an FWA paper with amendment for 15%.
Yes, sir.
But let me ask this, don't you think right now, the way the bill is structured, if it's over more than 1%, I mean, right now it's unlimited, unlimited in the sense, all you've got to do, if you were to make a transfer greater than that, all you've got to do is an explanation of the circumstances. That will not hinder you in any way of making that transfer, right?
Well, we certainly would be able to make an explanation of the circumstances requiring prior approval changes the timeline. So it says that there's available the expedited reallocation. However, when you take a look at what the county level process is, if we submit to the county and then they want to go through the 3 hearings, the 3 readings, and they maybe table it once, we could be looking at 60, 90 days. And how do we know what qualifies as an explanation of the circumstances? Like when we're looking at expediency, we want to be transparent and share the information, and we want to be able to still continue to serve our kids in an expedient manner. And in order to do so, we're asking that that number just be raised. Not that we don't provide the information and don't discuss and have approval, but that the amount being approved be higher.
Yeah, all I'm saying that, but right now, the way the bill is written, it does not preclude you from making that transfer. If you were to do it over, you just gotta do an explanation. That's page 6, line 22, and then line 26. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, we could take some of this offline, guys. We don't have to resolve it right here today. Okay, seeing no other questions, we have 3 virtual witnesses we're going to take up next, are all for information purposes only. You guys, you're released. You can go on the rest of your day, and then to these 3 virtual witnesses, we'll get to Senator McCray. We've got Denise Sopa from Cecil County Public Schools, Karen Acton from Charles County Public Schools, and Heather Claybow from Frederick County Public Schools. Are they all in the queue? Okay, let's see who pops up. And these are the final 3 witnesses on this bill, and then you got to start your video. Okay, I see Miss Acton. Unmute yourself. Okay, and you're going to start, and each of you is going to get 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Karen Acton, the Chief Financial Officer for Charles County Public Schools. We have a yearly financial and single audit performed by outside auditors that is posted on our website and shared with our Board of Education and our county. In addition, we are routinely audited by the Office of Legislative Audits and MSDE. The results of these audits are posted on our website and shared with our board and the county. We produce monthly financial statements that are shared with our Board of Education and our county. The monthly statements include an executive summary that explains the actual monthly results compared to last year and to the budget. The monthly financial statements also include a year-to-date comparison. We explain all variances in this summary. These statements also report by category showing the budget, expenditures, remaining budget balance, and a comparison to the same month in the previous year. We provide monthly a report by state category that shows the beginning budget balance and any changes to that budget by month. Our financial software will not allow a purchase to be made that is over budget unless it is approved by the CFO. Throughout the year, if we have savings in a state category, we transfer that money to fund other unfunded initiatives that are imperative to continue the operation of the school system without interruption in services. I present any intercategory budget changes to the county budget office and to the commissioners at their regular meetings. We usually have 3 or 4 transfers a year. My county appreciates that we reallocate our resources as needed throughout the year to keep our yearly budget requests at a minimum. One of the major intercategory budget transfers that we do each year is for a capital outlay, which is part of our operating budget. I'm not speaking about the capital budget. If we have savings and we need to replace a roof at one of our buildings, our county prefers that we use those savings to complete the project and not add it to our budget request. This legislation would severely delay our capital outlay projects as the dollars needed for any project is significantly higher than 1%.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Ms. Sopa. Why don't you go next from Cecil County?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Denise Sopa, and I'm the Chief Financial Officer for Cecil County Public Schools. Thank you for the opportunity to share information about our monthly reporting to county government. Each month, we prepare and present a financial report that reflects increases or decreases in revenue, as well as transfers between state categories. We report on our entire operating budget, which includes the general fund or unrestricted budget and our grant fund or restricted budget. The report includes local, state, and federal dollars. This report includes a letter to the county executive, which includes a summary of changes to revenue and expenditures. It also includes descriptions of each addition or reduction in revenue and the amount for each. It includes a transaction detail report by state category for each budget amendment or transfer between categories. We also include a budget update for the unrestricted budget, the restricted budget, and the total operating budget, and we report these updates by revenue source, by category, and by object. We include an unrestricted expenditures by state category report, and this includes data for the current year and the past 2 fiscal years to compare trends over 3 years for unrestricted expenditures. And we also include an unrestricted budget report by department to show percent of budget used year to date so that council and our board can see where our spending is at each point in the year. This information is presented to our Board of Education, and then it is then sent to our county executive and county council after board approval. In the past, we've made ourselves available for questions and sent the link to our Board of Ed presentation. In December, our county council asked for us to present in person, which we have been doing since that time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Sopa? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to Ms. Claybaugh, and you've got 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Heather Clayball, and I am the Associate Superintendent of Fiscal Services for Frederick County Public Schools. All local education agencies have significant reporting requirements by local, state, and federal authorities. The reports range from a per pupil allocation required by the Every Student Succeeds Act and the Maryland Report Card to the submission of our annual comprehensive financial report. LEAs participate in a robust audit schedule, including annual audits such as the year-end financial audit and the single audit for federal grants, to periodic audits like the one completed for the Office of Legislative Audits. FCPS provides copies of major reports, audits, and budget documents to our county, as well as posting them on our website, fcps.org. In Frederick County, our local government established an interagency internal audit authority. The IIAA has representatives from the County Council, FCPS, and Frederick Community College, along with citizen members. These audits are rigorous and seek to determine areas for process improvements. Recently, the IIAA completed audits of the FCPS Capital Improvement Program from project inception to closeout, as well as a review of our assets and inventories for accountability and surplus. The staff of FCPS and Frederick County government have a collaborative approach to problem solving. FCPS provides monthly budget reports of minor transfers and completes major transfers between categories and capital program amendments as necessary. When questions arise from these transfers or amendments, the 2 organizations work together to ensure we meet our primary objective of being good stewards of taxpayer funding. I appreciate the opportunity to provide you with a brief glance of the financial reporting completed by FCPS. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for the witness? Seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 1026. We're going to next move to Senator McCray. Senator, why don't you come up here on Senate Bill 1081? And I'm just going to call up, we've got some several favorable amendment folks, and then 3 virtual witnesses. Let's take just all the folks who signed up, but they're all, I think, I'm going to call just some witnesses up at the table.
Yes, sir. You got Dr. Martin right here.
Yeah, okay. So we're gonna Dr. Joanne Martin. We've got, can I call up Chris McDonald, who's signed up straight favorable? Just get him up here. And actually, you've got the May folks. Can they just come up here favorable with amendments, or you want to keep them separate?
Oh, no, they want me to.
Okay, yeah, Sandy Dotson, Dennis Carroll, and Ryan Fredrickson. Ryan, come up here. And then we just have 3 virtual witnesses that are part of your sponsor panel. So why don't we lead off with you, Senator? And by the way, this is also jointly signed to Budget and Tax, so you're here in that capacity too, okay?
Oh, I didn't know.
Yep.
First, just want to thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, committee members. My name is Corey McCray for the record, and I'm here in reference to Senate Bill 1081. Senate Bill 1081, usually I only have about 4 people on the panel, so you'll see it's a little bit more, but it's very important to me, Mr. Chair. One of the things that we do as legislators, we go and we hit the ground, we get to see things at a granular level to understand what the issues are in our respective communities. And some of the challenges that I found in my respective communities was we have state aided institutions that we subsidize to make sure that our young scholars can be able to visit these respective institutions, but sometimes transportation is an issue. I go to my high schools, and one of the things that they talk about is that driver's education and being able to fund driver's education is an issue. When we know that when we're thinking about entering in the workforce, a number of the workforce opportunities, you do need a driver's license as a mandatory piece of it. When I used to chair PSTE, I had a number of conversations with our state police. And one of the things is that we have this vehicle theft prevention fund that has been in existence for decades. And they have been doing some great work in all of our jurisdictions, respectfully. And one of the challenges is, as auto thefts are up, they find themselves in a challenging situation. So we find ourselves remediating that issue. And then with MAIF, I had, as stated, being able to be the subcommittee chair for PSTE, I got to learn some of the issues with MAIF and its funding challenges that they have over there. Mr. Chair, I think that I got 3 of the 4 issues right. So you see that MAIF is signed up favorable with amendments because I wasn't able to get their respective issue right. And Mr. Chair, because you sat on finance, you know a number of these different issues, whether it's MAIF, and some of the other transportation issues. The key is that we're funding these mechanisms by increasing the fee to folks that are driving without vehicle insurance. This hasn't been taken a look at for decades, Mr. Chair. There have been tries to try to increase the respective fees from that standpoint. I think that as we see and as we drive on the road, myself as an example, there are a number of folks increased without insurance on our streets from that standpoint. So identifying an issue or funding mechanism, but also some of the issues that we have in our respective communities. There was a caveat to the 2 new funds that was being started with the driver's education program and with the state aided institutions. One of them was that respectfully that the schools had to be within 40% of the poverty level in order to be able to receive the respective grants. So I just wanted to be upfront about that. I'll stop doing the talking, Mr. Chair. We have a number of folks, and the people that's joining virtually are the students, so they can speak to the driver's education component. And thank you, and hopefully we get a favorable report for Senate Bill 1081.
Okay, we'll do all the in-person folks, and then we'll go to the 3 virtuals. But why don't you, everybody, we'll go down the table, tell us who you are, and each of you is going to have 2 minutes. Okay, there'll be a 2-minute clock. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Up to the chair, vice chair, and members of the committee. I'm Dr. Joanne Martin, co-founder of the National Great Blacks in Wax Museum in Baltimore. And I am, the museum is one of the state-aided institutions, or SAIs. We've been so for at least a decade, probably 2, because we're a 40-year-old museum. And as an SAI, I work very closely with other SAIs. We led by Ms. Obregon and others. We meet regularly, and what we hear is that the schools are very appreciative of having free admissions and other kinds of programs. But that doesn't help when they don't have the buses to get to our institutions. And therefore, they miss out on the kind of enrichment and learning that we provide as cultural institutions. On the other side, as a museum, we provide guided tours to all of the SAIs. If they don't show up because they have a bus problem, or if they book 40 people and bring 19, then we have brought in tour guides who have to be paid out of our funds, out of our small operating budget. And so giving the Title I schools that we serve, and that carries with it a definition of low income and a number of other variables. By serving Title I schools, by not providing them with the opportunities to come to our institutions, even when we offer free admissions, then it means that we take away from them the opportunity to be enriched and learned and culturally enhanced.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Sir, why don't you go next?
So good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name's Chris McDonald. I'm the Executive Director for the Vehicle Theft Prevention Council under the Department of State Police. I just want to also thank Senator McCray for submitting this legislation for increasing, our Vehicle Theft Prevention Fund from $2 million to $3 million. The Vehicle Theft Prevention Council administers a fund through grant awards. The council will support programs intended to reduce motor vehicle theft, improve administration of motor vehicle theft laws, improve or create programs to eliminate vehicle theft by juveniles, enhance vehicle theft prosecutorial efforts, inform motor vehicle owners of the financial and social costs of vehicle theft, and teach methods of motor vehicle theft prevention. The VTPC has been receiving the same allocation since 1994. As costs of the grantees have increased substantially over the last 29 years. The VTPC has expanded to fund carjacking programs in Baltimore County, City, and Prince George's County. And should this legislation pass, the council would like to provide additional fundings for carjacking programs in Anne Arundel, Howard, and Montgomery County. In 2021, there were 11,143 vehicle thefts, an increase from 10,683 reported in 2020. The unofficial vehicle thefts for 2022 are 13,662, and for 2023 are 33,628, with the biggest increases being in Anne Arundel County, Baltimore City, Baltimore County, Frederick County, Montgomery County, and Prince George's County. With the increase in funding, the VTPC will continue to fund programs to help fight the increase of vehicle thefts, carjacking, and its related crimes. So for these reasons, the Department of State Police urges the committee to give Senate Bill 1081 a favorable report for increasing our funding to $3 million.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Carroll.
Thank you.
With the chair's permission, I'd prefer to follow Sandy Dotson.
Sure, Ms. Dotson, 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman and Vice Chair Kagan and committee members. For the record, Sandra Dotson with Maryland Automobile Insurance Fund, or MAIF, here in support with amendments to Senate Bill 1081. We've provided detailed written testimony. Senate Bill 1081 provides much needed funding for the uninsured division of MAIF. The uninsured division is part of MAIF, but is separate from our insured division operations, which many of you think of as the insurer of last resort. The uninsured division was created in 1957. MAIF began administering that program in 1973. It's funded through a portion of these uninsured motorist penalty fines with a consumer price index increase annually. The uninsured division, for those of you who don't know, provides claim payments to Maryland residents involved in accidents that have been injured or have had property damage where there's no other collectible insurance. A pedestrian struck by an uninsured driver, a passenger in an uninsured motorist vehicle that does not own a car, they come to this fund. This funding is exclusively for the uninsured division. The revenue, the expenses are outpacing the current revenue. In 2023, we received $4.5 million with a 4% CPI and a $900,000 in collection and investments for a total of $5.4 million. Claims, however, have increased from 1.3 million in 2022 to over 3.5 million last year. Expenses have increased to 8.6 million. And again, the expenses are outpacing the current revenue. We urge a favorable report with amendments.
Okay, Mr. Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I was really here to answer questions to the extent there are. The one thing I would just point out is that the reason we're here is because our funding source is in the transportation article, and that is the funding source for the vehicle theft prevention fund and the other funds that Senator McCray was funding. So we're a little bit different than the educational piece, but the reason we need the funding is because expenses, claims have greatly outstripped the cost of living. And so this bill would provide 1.5 million additional funding going forward. Thank you, and urge a favorable report.
Okay, why don't we hand it to the gentleman on the end, tell us who you are.
Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Ryan Frederickson, Vice President of Government Affairs for the National Aquarium. We are here to ask for your favorable report for Senate Bill 1081. The National Aquarium is proud to be one of the leading destinations for school field trips in the state of Maryland. Over the last 5 years, our Maryland School Field Trip Program has welcomed 250,000 participants from all 24 jurisdictions in the state. These field trips are partially supported by the state-aided Educational Institutions Grant, or SAI grant, and nearly all were free of charge. Unfortunately, we know that figure would have been much higher if transportation costs were not a major barrier for some schools to visit the aquarium. We consistently hear from schools that transportation costs are among the leading challenges to taking a field trip or participating in off-site educational programming. Whether schools are visiting from Garrett County, Somerset County, or right in our own backyard in Baltimore City, transportation costs are a barrier. Current funding streams, such as the SAI grant, are unable to address this need. State policy prohibits the aquarium from using SAI funds to cover transportation costs for school field trips. Even if that policy were changed, SAI funds cover less than 40% of the total costs of the National Aquarium's field trip program, and the aquarium underwrites the remaining costs associated with admitting Maryland school children for free. The state of Maryland is fortunate to have so many amazing educational and cultural institutions that provide high quality instruction and memorable experiences to Maryland students. We strongly support any effort to ensure that these experiences are accessible to more students in our state. So we thank Senator McCray for introducing this bill, and we encourage the committee to issue a favorable report, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, before we go to the three virtual witnesses, we'll start with Senator Augustine, then Vice Chair Kagan.
Thank you, Chair Feldman, and I will stay with our one question per bill. And the question is that this is a very actually complicated subject, having come at it from Senate Finance. Senator McCray, would you be willing to work with me to work through this offline?
Definitely.
Thank you.
Okay, that's a really good question.
That's a hard question, Senator.
Vice Chair King, the bar is very high.
Yeah, no, my question's much harder than that, I'm afraid. Senator McCray, fascinating and important. My questions, and I've already asked to start to get information about how many schools we have that have at least a 40% farms rate, because I think it's a lot, would be my guess. And I think it may be broader and deeper than one might assume. So I have two questions that are related to the 40%, which is, how do you make sure there's nothing in the bill that requires geographic diversity or destination diversity? And so I wonder, so no offense to all of you guys, but Mr. Frederickson, you could send a letter to every school with a 40%, farms rate and say, come to the aquarium or Walter's Art Gallery or Visionary Arts Museum or Great Blacks and Wax and all these folks. And there could be marketing like, we can solve your problem, come to us. And I'm not sure that we would have the diversity of destinations for our nonprofits, for our state supported institutions. So I'm curious about that. And I want to make sure that no one county, no one area, no one demographic is the one that's going to scarf up whatever funds are available. I also have questions about the MAIF funding, but Sandy, you and I can talk about that, or Senator. But I'm curious if you can just speak to that concept, whether that's something you've explored or whether that's a conversation that you'd like to have either now or offline.
Yep. Just leaning in, Mr. Chair and Madam Vice Chair, that first the state aided institutions collectively work together so that respective umbrella group. The 40% was very intentional to make sure that the need was fulfilled with the respective schools. I believe that it's $1 million in reference to from a transportation standpoint. So I do think that they're 2 million. So I did even better.
In the bill, it says 2 million.
Yep, no, $2 million.
Plus 600,000 plus there, it's unclear how it works.
First, you see that Young Scholars is important to me because it said $2 million. But I do think that a $2 million for buses that may cost $500, $600 and things of that nature helps to fulfill that need on a yearly basis from that standpoint. But let me be clear, I'm open to anything the EEE put forward, whether it's geographic, whether it's just making sure that the intentionality from that scope. The most important thing to me is just making sure that we address the need that's there for our respective young scholars.
Right. Just so you've got it and your staff gets it on page 8, lines 5 through 10, talks about the May funding of $6 million. It says 2 million for driver's ed and 600,000 to field trips. And if it's $500, you know, like do the math, how is that going to serve it? Anyway, but it could be a beginning. So
I'm open to any funding formula that they have. I just say, let's just make sure that we're intentional about the young scholars.
100%.
Yep.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, we're gonna go to Senator Washington for her one question.
I think I'm in the same camp as Senator Augustine. This is very creative, the linking of all these things. So I commend you on that. The driver maybe I'll ask in the space of the driver education fund. And then you're in the budget committee. So the total amount of increase, it seems, is about doubling what people pay when they are in violation of not having insurance. Is that what it is? So I just want to.
So there is some day changes, and the day changes then focused on the increase. So like it's the first 15 days instead of the first 30 days and things of that nature.
Right. So then that results by moving it from 150 for up to 30 days to 100 the first 15 days, and then 16 to 30 days, it's 200. So it's kind of doubling the fee from 150 to 300. I just want to make sure I'm understanding that. And then in addition, there's the increase of the $2 for each day.
Yes, so it's important to note that the days, so if they paid it within the first 14 days, then that would be the respective amount. Yeah.
No, I definitely see that. So that's resulting in sort of a doubling of that. The penalty part, where it says penalty may not exceed, that's on same page, the subsection for 3,000 in a 12-month period. Does that mean that one driver can never be assessed more than 3,000 during that one period?
So you'll see that the language that was there was 2,500. That raises it to 3,000. Yes.
Right. And so these are different penalties. So one is the sort of I guess, and in order to even just understand, because it's not my field. So there's and I think others probably would like, there's the penalties for being in violation, I'm assuming, of not having insurance for either 15 days or up to 60 days. Then it looks like after 30 days, then there's an assessment, which was $7 a day. And then that is now being increased to $9 a day.
Yes.
Right. Okay. And then there's the other increase, which is to take the overall saying that, hey, nobody can be violated and pay more than 3,000 over the course of a year. Is that correct? Right. So because you're using the number of 6 million, do these increases result in a total of 6 million increase, or is it going from 3 million to 6 million? It's doubling it, right?
First, it's almost confusing what you're asking. I'm gonna try to put it in layman's terms. So this simply is putting what is already there, except for the 15-day mark. So like they already had a 30-day mark. They already had a $7 fee. They already had a cap of $2,500.
Hey, can I just interject? Okay, this is jointly assigned to B&T, so a lot of what you're talking about is, I mean, B&T is going to have to work on some of the money parts of this, you know, I'm just trying to, and okay, I'll yield back to you, but okay. It's a policy. Okay, I understand. I'm just,
it's in our committee because it's saying that what's driving it is driver education, and so the driver education is getting.
well, I guess what I'm saying is that Senator Augustine pointed out, this is a complicated issue. There's going to be a lot of conversation after the hearing on trying to work through the understanding of that. So I'll yield back to you, but as I said earlier.
So then the 600,000 for the day trips are 10% of the overall allocation of the 6 million.
So what I would say is, Senator Washington, you don't have the ability to figure out the calculation until you get the fiscal note. The fiscal note has then come out, and we could always rework the numbers where the committees feel some level of comfortability, but I wasn't able to understand what would the total revenue be raised from it. And we may say, hey, instead of $7, do $8. You may stay instead of $2,500, do $2,700 as a cap. So without having the fiscal note, you really ain't able to lay in solid numbers. So the numbers are placeholders. If there is some consensus of where we should be at to get to where we can to achieve these objectives, while still trying to also address the issue that you have, I'm open to that.
Because I just heard, and again, why I'm confused is that there's the educational goal that is, the bill is presented as an educational goal, and it's the creation of a driver's education fund. But then it's also presented as a way to get revenue for MAIF. And so that's where, you know, I just wanted to sort of have on record about the goal, you know, where the primary goal is about driver's education and subsidizing and supporting young people in our public schools being able to go to our institutions. That's
Mr.
what
Chair,
I
think
was
this is
trying to
important to say,
understand.
like, this bill typically will go to finance. So something like this will go to finance. I think because the educational components was in there. So it has 4 primary goals versus 1 primary goal. It has 4 things that we're trying to achieve here from that standpoint, which is very important to lean in.
Okay, well, again, it's complicated on multiple policy budget levels, and I'm not trying to stifle anybody. I'm just trying to get to the 100 witnesses that are right behind here. But we do have 3 virtual witnesses that you've designated. So any additional questions for this panel before we go to Senator Craig's 3 virtual witnesses? Okay, seeing none. Lemuria, can we just go to the 3 virtual witnesses before we move on?
I know that they were still in school too, Mr. Chair, that they were trying to get out.
Yeah, can you start your video? I've got Devon Womack, Linda Boy, Joseph. Oh, they're all together. Okay, this is great. But you're not going to get 6 minutes, but okay, Sherry Riddle. Okay, who is there? Somebody playing lead here?
Miss Riddle is the counselor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Well, somebody's going to have to unmute yourself, and then whoever wants to talk, this is a little unusual, just testify.
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good afternoon.
Okay,
Okay, great.
go on.
I'm Sherry Riddle. I'm workforce coordinator. I'm the workforce coordinator here at the Achievement Academy High School, and we definitely support Bill 1081. We have a need for driving school here in our school because our students, a lot of our students are working, and so in order for them to get to and from school, they need to have that ability to drive. And then in addition to that, the field trip piece of the bill, we don't have necessarily all the funding needed in order for our students to go field trips and have that experience, being able to learn outside of the school building, funding for field trips as well as driver's education here at Achievement Academy. So I want to introduce the 2 students, Lindy Moy Joseph, and we have Davon Womack. So Lindy's going to start.
Good afternoon. I'm Lindy Moy Joseph, and the reasons that we think it is important for schools to have funding for drivers, education, and field trip is because my job when I graduate high school is to be a police officer. And in order for me to continue with that career, I need my driver's license. We be at school till all day until like 4 o'clock doing night school and other school activities. But I need my driver's license because every time I go through the test, it's hard because I don't have nobody to train me or tutor me. And other kids says the same things. Some kids be driving on the streets without any driver's license, getting locked up, probation. So this would really help us due to all that with the education. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, you're up. You gonna weigh in? Anybody else?
Davon.
Devon?
Oh,
Yep, you're up.
hi, I'm Davon Womack. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator McCray. I felt as though the opportunity for our, I think it is important for our schools to have the funding. I think a lot of things that we don't see in Baltimore is a lot of Black wealth, a lot of Black leadership. I feel as though that we can go outside of Baltimore and learn more things about our history and our culture. One of the main things with me is that I don't see that enough in Baltimore. I see more violence. I see more of crime. I see more of drug use. I'm trying to learn about new opportunities. I'm trying to be an opportunist and snatch an opportunity as quickly as possible. The funding will help us amazingly. It gives us that abundance, that boost that we need to be able to learn about just ourselves. You know, being not just a student, but a young adult of Baltimore City is a lot to be on our plates and on our platters to be able to sit right here and tell you guys that we don't need the funding, but honestly, we need it just as much as y'all need the water y'all need to wash yourself or the food to feed yourself. Y'all have to give us that opportunity and be optimistic with us for us to be able to show y'all and give y'all that gratification that we are just as wonderful and can be just as big and take y'all from the future. We are trying to be the future and we need that funding to be able to become that future, that Black leadership that kids like our ages now can look up to us. You know, it's a lot of things that have not been spoken about or have not been seen about in Baltimore that I have lived and I have seen for years. I've grown up here. So I just want to be able to have that opportunity to be able to get out of my comfort zone and live life and be able to learn new things and learn new leaderships and learn new opportunities. Just be me without having the hindrances of Baltimore.
Thank you to you all there virtually. Did a great job. Any questions for any of our students or the counselor online? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no additional questions, that concludes bill hearing on 1081. We're going to go to Senator Augustine next on Senate Bill 937. And Senator, you've got two in-person designated sponsor panels and two virtual. So we could just Sheila Jones Wagner is okay, and Lauren Lamb, and then we've got two virtual. Sally, we're going to call you. We're going to get through his sponsor panel, and then we're going to call up some favorables after that. Okay, we good?
Good.
Okay, so Senator Augustine, we're on Senate Bill 937. And again, you got two virtual witnesses in the queue that you've designated.
All right, thank you, Chair Feldman and members of the committee. Senator Malcolm Augustine here on behalf of Senate Bill 937, Grow Your Own Educators Grant Program established. Colleagues, Senate Bill 937 seeks to support eligible non-certified education support professionals interested in teaching who pledge to fulfill a service obligation. I think that you all know that we remain in the midst of a real teacher crisis. And this Grow Your Own program, which has been shown to be successful in other places, really is a pathway forward for us that we know will help to address our teacher shortage. the legislation endeavors to establish this program, but that because of who it's targeting, it will help to diversify the teaching who will get out of this program, that the people who are from these support services that will in essence be leveling up into the teaching profession look a whole lot more like the communities from which they come from. They also are far more likely to stay within the profession, having already been associated with the schools and the school system in a way that makes them far more connected to their districts and to the schools from the start. Now, the research that is out there does support that, and I would just ask you guys to take a look at my written testimony, which goes into more detail about how programs such as this really are far more sticky for the people who have said, hey, listen, I like being in this environment. I, at the same time, feel like I want to grow within this role and become a part of the teaching staff. So I think that it's a very important, and the pipeline, you should know that this piece of legislation was a part of the larger education package that the governor put forward last year. We're trying to finish the work of that with this by bringing it back. We think it's an important piece of legislation, and I ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 937. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator. We'll just go to your panel. Who wants to start?
I'll start. Good afternoon. My name is Shayla Jones Wagner, and I'm a first-year sixth grade geography teacher at Thomas Viaduct Middle School in Hanover, Maryland. I'm here today to offer strong support for SB 0937, the Grow Your Own Educators Grant Program. This bill will provide grants for employees who want to become teachers in local school districts if they fulfill a service obligation in the state of Maryland. I have worked for the Howard County Public School System since 2003 as a paraeducator. Over the years, I dreamed of becoming a teacher, but as an adult who was still paying student loans, eventually having a family of my own, I could not afford to go back to school. The school system did offer tuition assistance. However, I would still need to be able to pay the majority of my tuition. Howard County Public School System joined forces with Bowie State, creating a grant that would not only pay my tuition in full, but also pay for my books and most expenses. The program lasted for 3 years. Classes were virtual, allowing students to take classes from their homes after working long hours, while still being able to take care of their families. It was a realistic program geared towards school system employees with education experience. Paraeducators are the backbones of our schools. They often form the closest relationships with students, support many different teachers and staff around the school building, and have the greatest flexibility to be able to pivot at the drop of a hat. So many paraeducators want the opportunity to go back to school to teach, but simply cannot afford it. Who better to teach in our schools than the staff who are already placed there, who demonstrate love for our students, who know the ins and outs of classrooms, and who dedicate themselves to the education profession every day? Paraeducators, that's who. The field of education is in crisis mode. Maryland should invest in their own by providing necessary grants to educators who want to become teachers during a time of teacher shortages, a decline in education morale, and a lack of support and funding. Bowie's Para-to-Teacher cohort opened doors for me that were unimaginable, including being here today. Howard County Public School System invested in me and offered a salary equivalent to a 10-year teacher as an incentive of my many years of service. This bill can help open pathways for employees who are already doing the work in our schools. I urge you to support the bill SB 0937 so that students can receive the best education from the best educators, teachers grown from within our schools. Thank you.
Slam.
Members of the committee, my name is Lauren Lamb, and I'm here on behalf of the Maryland State Education Association, which represents 75,000 educators across the state. Maryland continues to face educator shortages, high rates of teacher attrition, and a teaching workforce that is less diverse than its student body. This bill would create a $5 million Grow Your Own Educators Grant Program, bringing back and expanding on a proposal that was originally included in the 2023 Educator Shortage Reduction Act. This proposal is designed to create high-quality, accountable, sustainably funded Grow Your Own programs that support education support professionals who wish to become classroom teachers. This bill is especially important as temporary federal relief funds that LEAs were using for similar efforts will run out this year. The Grow Your Own Educators program in this bill does not rely on state funds alone. It also incentivizes LEAs to tap into creative federal and state funding sources, such as apprenticeship workforce funds that are already available. Maryland's education support professional workforce is a racially and linguistically diverse group of committed educators who already work with students every day. Those who attain teacher certification are likely to stay in the classroom and thrive as teachers. To be clear, all education support professionals are essential and deserve a living wage, whether or not they intend to become a teacher. But those who do wish to become a teacher should have the opportunity to do so without taking on debt or losing their job and benefits while they study. With this bill, education support professionals could study and complete their teaching internships while remaining in their roles. Let's take action to ensure that every school employee who wants to become a teacher can earn their certification while they work. I urge you to support Senate Bill 937. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Why don't we get the two virtual witnesses that were part of your panel in, and then we'll take questions. So we've got David Donaldson, and why don't you unmute yourself and your 2 minutes, and then we'll take Ronnie Beard after that. Mr. Donaldson.
Thank you, members of the committee. My name is David Allenson. In 2008, I was actually a Baltimore City public school teacher. I ended up becoming the chief of human capital for the Tennessee Department of Education, where we launched the statewide Grow Your Own program and the first ever registered apprenticeship for aspiring educators. I am now the founder of a 501c3 nonprofit, the National Center for Grow Your Own, where our goal is to create a world where you truly can become a teacher for free and get paid to do so. This proposal would allow for that to take place. It's a win-win scenario in my mind, because at the end of the day, districts will be able to get future teachers, ed prep providers will be able to increase their enrollment, and most importantly of all, kids will get not only the teachers they need, but deserve. This works super personal for me. My mom was literally my school cafeteria worker, but she also taught Sunday school and vacation Bible school for over 2 decades. I'm also happen to be the son of a West Point alum. If we believe both military and teaching are both forms of public service, then my push is, where is the GI Bill for those who want to be teachers? This proposal has the opportunity to remove those financial barriers for those aspiring educators like my mom. Our advisory board happens to have former Baltimore CEO, Dr. Andres Alonso, and my mentor, recently deceased, was former state superintendent, Dr. Lillian Lowry. I really, really urge this committee to consider this proposal. The only thing that I would add is just to be able to implement this with fidelity is for some type of support for the State Department of Education to be able to have somebody to implement this or to get outside help to implement this program. Thank you for the time today. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Let's hear from Mr. Beard, and then we'll open up to Sarah Augustine and the 4 witnesses. Mr. Beard, you're on the 2-minute clock.
I can hear you.
Mr. Beard, we're having a little trouble hearing you. You're not muted. Here, why don't you, maybe your volume. Okay, why don't you do a test 1, 2, 3, see if we can hear you.
3, 1, 2, 3.
Yep, we hear you now. You're good to go. Okay. Don't touch anything else yet.
Good afternoon,
Okay,
Chair
start.
Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the EEEC. My name is Ronnie Beard, and I'm a social studies teacher at Oakdale High School in Frederick County. I'm here today to testify my support for Senate Bill 0937, establishing the Grant to Grow Your Own Educators program that provides local grants for school system employees. My experience of being a former paraeducator and now teacher made it possible because my system did their own version of the Grow Your Own program. They were able to cover a majority of my classes when paying for the credits, and which actually lowered my financial impact of what most undergrad and what most paraeducators have to do, because we have to support our family and try to go to school at the same time. So when it came to my student teaching, my internship was fully covered when I was on sabbatical, so I didn't lose out on a paycheck. It used to be 50% of when a paraeducator would go on sabbatical, but then they bumped it up to 100% during that time, so I wouldn't lose pay, and then I would just go back into my job after my internship. So FCPS was forward thinking in growing their own, and the grant of if it was passed by the General Assembly, it would actually help undergrads and grads with the financial burden that actually becomes the crux of if they're going to continue in the undergrad program or if they're going to drop out and go to and just graduate without it because finances become an issue, not being able to pay for the books, tuition, and the praxis fee that usually is another barrier that they may have. And this will actually bring educators into the pipeline, help the blueprint for the Maryland schools, and actually the Educator Shortage Act by bringing more people into the pipeline. So once again, I want to urge the committee to support Senate Bill 0937. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, questions for Senator Augustine or any of the witnesses? We'll start with Senator Watson, then Senator Washington, then Senator Carrozza. Senator Watson, you lead off.
Thank you. Thank you for this bill, Senator Augustine. But I have a question for Mr. Ronnie Beard. Mr. Beard, my question for you is only 2% of teachers are men of color, 2%. And there's a belief that, one of the challenges with our young Blacks in schools is because we don't see us. It's kind of like bobsledding. It's an opportunity open to everybody, but not everybody wants to do it. My question to you is, do you think that this program will allow us to get more Black male teachers in the school system? And I'm specific to Black male teachers.
Mr. Beard, there you are.
Yes, that is a great question. I think we need to first glorify the teaching profession instead of other professions like, hey, I want to be an athlete, I want to do this, I want to do that. We are not glorifying the profession from multiple levels. Most parents don't want to see their children as teachers. Society doesn't want to see people as teachers. So that is a barrier that we have to come over as a society. The 2% that you are referencing, yes, I'm part of that 2% going into it. And you already know that studies show that if children have a person of color in front of them, it makes them a lot better over all backgrounds to do that. Will this program help? Yes, because a majority of our para educators and our support staff are people of color and actually are Black men of color also, because there are staff members that are in Frederick County that were actually paras and are now teachers that have gone through the Grow Your Own Version program here. So in order to do that, yes, putting money in as a seed money is awesome and nice. Doing what Bowie State has done, where they actually have the program, which is Black male teachers, to do that, to pay the tuition and fees, etc., is another way to get them in. But also as a society, as members of the General Assembly, and the governor has said himself, we need to glorify teaching as a profession, along with doctors and lawyers, etc. We should be on that echelon of promoting that program, if I answered your question.
Okay, Senator Washington and then Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, Senator, for this bill. It's really, really important. And I do have two questions. It looks like it's building off. There was according to the fiscal note, there was a 2002 MSDE award of $47 million for for Grow Your Own Staff programs. Is that the idea? It's sort of modeling the Grow Your Own.
Yes.
So based on that, and they saw a real positive increase, on that program. And the good news is that our last bill will generate an additional $15 million to the general fund. So I have your money for this program. So that's what's great. So I wanted to ask the students, the issue about paying stipends or helping to support teachers in their teacher training programs. Do you think that's a barrier when in order to get certified, you basically have to teach for free, right? You have to be able to be unpaid for a year, and that not a lot of people can afford that. Could you speak to that specific fiscal impact and perhaps how it disproportionately impacts certain communities.
Yes, so within Howard County, before this program existed for me, paraeducators would have to take a leave. It usually consisted of about 6 months where they would be unpaid, they would lose their health benefits, and most paraeducators did not want to participate for that reason. When my program was created, it allowed for us to, like Mr. Beard, have a time period of our internship for a full entire year while we were also paraeducators, and they built it within our year. So that way I was still paid as a paraeducator. I did not lose my benefits, and I was able to also complete my internship. So it worked out where it provided the pay, and we didn't have to worry about also the leave and being possibly booted out of our schools and having to restart that way as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And again, this is a great bill, and maybe we can make some amendments.
Okay, thank you. Senator Carozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Augustine, for this bill. I'm all about keeping our talent locally. I saw that Mako supports the bill. My question is, in the fiscal note, it says additionally, local school systems involved in collaboratives must seek long-term funding, leading to potential increases in both revenues and expenditures if external funding sources are secured. So I'm trying to better understand the obligation of the local school systems.
Certainly. So the intention there is that LEAs and all the participants of the collaborative will seek out some of the grant funding that's available or other federal or state workforce funds. So one example that we've seen, as David referenced in Tennessee, was accessing apprenticeship funds, right? That the program could be registered as an apprenticeship with the Federal Department of Labor and access some funding that way. So we'd like to see a plan to tap into multiple funding sources long-term.
So Senator Augustine, you don't see this as an undue burden on the local school systems?
So I think that there are funds that are identified and opportunities actually. So this creates the framework and allows them to then have that framework to then go and access those opportunities. And some already have done so. I mean, there's already been that where we already have some of the existing programs. So we're just trying to suggest that we get more participation by others, but with some support though, Senator. And we can make sure that they're supported in that. If that's, I think
Just when I saw local and Mako, I just wanted to follow up on that.
Of course.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, any additional questions for Senator Augustine or any of the witnesses? Okay, thank you for your testimony. I'm going to call up a group of additional favorables, maybe one FWA favorable amendments. Nathan Farrell, is Mr. Farrell here? Okay, why don't you come to the witness table? You're favorable. Sally Murick from District 15, Montgomery County, straight favorable. Brianna January from Mako, favorable. And then let's just fill up, and then Kelly Meadows. Is Kelly Meadows here? Kelly, come on up. And then finally on the in-person, John Pica. And then after this, we just have a couple of virtuals. So Brianna, do you want to lead off and then we'll just go down the table? Why don't you pass it over to the and
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, esteemed committee. Brianna January with the Maryland Association of Counties. I will keep this short and sweet. Counties support any state aid to help with our educator workforce shortage. This bill does exactly that. We urge a favorable report. Thank you.
okay, thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, committee. Nathan Farrell, Baltimore Teachers Union, 9 years in Howard County Public Schools, 9 years in Baltimore City Public Schools as a Spanish teacher. Baltimore Teachers Union supports this bill. I encourage the committee to read our written comments, but I just want to be really clear that this is a pathway forward to get us hopefully out of the crisis that we're in when it comes to staffing. I don't like to quote management often, but in a recent meeting with Labor Relations, they acknowledged our paraeducators are our only pathway forward to solving this crisis in our city schools in terms of staffing. In Baltimore City, how it plays out is we rely heavily on J-1 visas, H-1B visas, international recruitment. Ms. Meadows can speak to it. We import about 50% of our educators from outside of the state. To the senator who mentioned, how do we get Black men in classrooms? This is how you get Black men in classrooms. How do we get the students we teach to be taught by folks who look like them? This is how we do this. From recruitment, this really is a pathway to solving recruitment issues from a human capital perspective. From retention, when folks are from the community working in schools, they are not going to leave their community. They are committed. It is the best solution for retaining employees, the Grow Your Own program. And this is a start. To be clear, other models, they've mentioned it, Tennessee is an incredible model. This needs to be expanded. If we're going to invest in anything, a Grow Your Own program is the way to make sure not only quality jobs for state residents, but that our students are staffed with folks from the community that look like them, that understand them, and that are committed to their success. In terms of English language learners, this is how you get multilingual people in schools. This is how Baltimore City is going to get Spanish-speaking educators in schools. Please, please, please issue a favorable report.
Sally, what would you go next?
Good afternoon, Chair and Vice Chair and committee members. I'm Sally Murick, the Paraeducator Program Manager for Montgomery County Public Schools and a Vice President representing paras on the Executive Board of SEIU Local 500, which represents over 20,000 members serving Marylanders from cradle to career. I'm here to speak favorably in support of the passage of SB 937, Grow Your Own Educators. Our schools are full of committed, skilled educational support professionals, as you've been hearing all day, who desire to grow their careers and become certificated teachers, but obstacles remain. As has often been shared, a paraeducator working 7 hours a day, 10 months a year, is fortunate to earn about $30,000. Financially pursuing teacher certification is beyond the reach of many. Yet along with financial support, they also need social emotional support and mentorship. The educational support professional workforce is more racially, culturally, and linguistically diverse than the current teacher cadre, and many need people support along the way, which is what this program will do. It also helps support them during that internship time, which, like you have been hearing in the prior times, you had to basically resign from your para position to do your student internship for which you were not paid. And it would meant giving up an income, and it meant giving up your seniority in a place if you haven't finished your program yet, you have to start back at the beginning as being a paraeducator at your school again or at a different school. This is greatly needed. This is the way to get the diversity, the cultural diversity, every kind of diversity you can imagine. That is our paraeducator workforce. They are of the students, with the students, for the students. And this Grow Your Own program helps to support them to become teachers, which is what many want to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go down the table. Mr. Pica, you want to go next? Okay.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee, John Pica on behalf of the Woodburn Center and the Children's Guild. I'm asking for a favorable report with an amendment that the committee would add publicly funded non-public special education schools. These special education students are included in the LEA counts. They're licensed, monitored, and regulated by MSDE. Special needs schools and these students would greatly benefit by a program like this. It's a very good bill. I've spoke to the sponsor. He's taking it under advisement, and I'm hoping to work with him and the committee to see if we can have that amendment on the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, just give the mic. I pick you up. Tell us who you are.
Good afternoon. I'm Kelly Meadows. I'm the Assistant State Superintendent for the Division of Educator Certification and Program Approval at the Maryland State Department of Education. I'm here today on behalf of the department to lend support for Senate Bill 937 with amendments. Over the last 2 years, MSDE has invested a significant amount of federal funding in Grow Your Own programs through the Maryland Leads initiative. 23 of 24 local education agencies focused on this strategy, which underscored a vision to create a diverse and sustainable cadre of educational professionals from the communities in which they live and serve. MSDE and the State Board of Education believe that in addition to supporting non-certified education support professionals through teacher preparation, it is critical to also support conditionally licensed teachers. On October 15th, 2023, there were 5,304 conditionally licensed teachers working in Maryland. Every single LEA in Maryland has at least 4 conditionally licensed teachers, and right now they make up approximately 8% of our workforce. In some districts, they're hiring as many as 19% of their workforce is made up of conditionally licensed teachers. By including conditionally licensed teachers in the Grow Your Own Educators Grant Program, Maryland will be supporting those individuals who have already committed to teaching in Maryland and many times have been promoted from their paraprofessional position. With this in mind, the MSDE and the State Board of Education respectfully request amendments to Senate Bill 937 that allows conditionally licensed teachers to participate in the Grow Your Own Educators Grant Program. Thank you.
Okay, questions? Okay, Sarah Washington.
Just the more and more I hear about it, just the more I'm convinced this is a worthy of large investment. But could you specifically talk a little more about how with the conditional, now I understand, going from our paraprofessionals, could you explain how it helps with our teachers, I guess, that are within their first few years?
Absolutely. So in Maryland, like most other states, we do allow our local education agencies to issue what's called a conditional license to an individual who has not yet finished their preparation. Right. Many times we refer to these as career changers. Okay. So an individual, let's say, has I'll take myself, a psychology degree, realizes probably not going to do much with that. I'm interested in special education. I can become hired because there's a special education shortage, as there still is today, and I can start that work as the teacher of record. So what we're asking is that this bill be extended to allow those individuals who've already made that commitment to be in the classroom to be able to access these funds through a Grow Your Own program as well. So again, you're still getting prepared the same way a paraprofessional would be, but you're actually teaching at the same time.
Because they're taking coursework to allow, because they have work experience or professional experience that's relatable to teaching, but then they need the specific courses because they may not have majored in elementary education or education as an undergraduate.
That's exactly right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, question, Senator Watson.
One quick question. Many years ago, I was on the school board and we had a teacher shortage and we did anything we could do to find teachers. We were able to develop a pipeline through the Philippines and we got a tremendous amount of support, but there was the language barrier, which kind of impacted our kids. What distinguishes this program from others like Teach for America, which I know we had in Prince George's County for a while?
I can answer if that's okay. Sure. So the Teach for America program it's a program. It's an approved program. It's approved by the department to lead to licensure. So that's a pathway to licensure, whereas this program is a means of funding that pathway.
Okay, additional questions? Okay, seeing none, we do have 2 virtual witnesses to close things out, Dory Flynn and Shalimar Douglas. Let's go with Shalimar Douglas because Morgan State University supported. I know we've got Senator Watson here, so I think you'll be first, and out of respect for Senator Watson, you get the edge on this one. Okay, so you get 2 minutes.
Thank you. I am Shalimar Douglas. I am an educator and I am the chair of the Maryland Alliance for Racial Equity in Education, a coalition of education advocacy, civil rights, and community-based organizations committed to eliminating racial disparities in Maryland's education system. I'm pleased to submit a favorable testimony in support of SB 0937 with an amendment as introduced by Senator Augustine. The amendment, I submitted a written testimony, so I will skip some of what's already been said. What I'd like to add, have amended is to include conditionally certified teachers in this bill. Currently, the state of Maryland, as Kelly has stated, employs 5,304 conditional teachers, and 4 of the biggest school districts are dependent upon the high number of candidates hired on conditional certificates to fill teaching positions. We don't have a statewide structure that supports conditional teachers to reach certification. And I believe this Grow Your Own pathway will allow that and provide the funding that many conditional teachers need as well to make sure that they reach the final, the finish line. So including conditional teachers would be just phenomenal, and it would relieve the financial burden that many of them have in reaching their certification. And so for these reasons, I urge a support of SB 0397 to include conditionally certified teachers.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for our virtual witness right there? Okay, seeing none, which brings us, oh, I'm sorry,
Mr.
Senator.
Shalom.
Okay, Senator Washington.
How are you? Good to see you.
Well, good to see you, Senator.
Yes, good to see you again. Dean Hershey, I think, would probably say hello.
Yes.
I'd like to ask specifically, because we know we're adding and adding. Conditionally certified, these are students, these are educators who've completed their training, their
Undergraduate
schooling,
degree.
right? And they are teaching in schools pending the passage of their final, what piece, because this is a little different, and it's because it also just might be a different program. So I just want to better understand the fiscal need for those students.
So conditional teachers who are hired on a conditional certificate have finished an undergraduate degree, which is a requirement to be hired. Oftentimes, these people, they did not major in education or did not go through a traditional education program, and they decide they want to teach. And they can be young people too, just finished college or finished 5 years ago, and they want to teach. Well, they have an undergraduate degree. We look the way it's changing, but we look there. Basically, this person is qualified to teach.
Right.
Like myself, I was a conditional teacher. I was qualified to teach history because that's what I majored in. And I was issued a conditional certificate, but I did not have, I needed a couple more credits in economics, and so needed to take
So you
7
need
classes
courses
that we call
Yeah,
the professional courses. And so
Got it.
that's 21 more credits. And then I had to take the test. There were a couple of tests, but I have to pay for that. And then you can be reimbursed through your district up to a percentage. But even with that reimbursement or direct billing like Baltimore City has, it's still a hardship for people to pay that. And so
I understand.
I
understand. We have a lot. I don't want to interrupt, but I just needed to hear that there were credits that had to be paid for. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, which brings us to our final witness, Dory Flynn. Ms. Flynn, you've got 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman and Vice Chair Kagan and members of the committee. I'm Dory Flynn, the Executive Director of MANSEP, the Maryland Association of Non-Public Special Education Facilities. MANSEP represents 70 non-public special education schools all across Maryland, serving approximately 3,500 publicly funded students. I'm here in support of Senate Bill 937, establishing the Grow Your Own Educators Grant Program with an amendment to include the publicly funded special needs schools. MANSEP schools are approved by MSDE and we follow COMAR regulations. Our teachers are licensed by MSDE, just like our public school counterparts. Our partnership with our local education agencies is extremely important to us, and this partnership is grounded in the tenets of IDEA and maintaining a full continuum. We too want to increase opportunities for educational support staff employed in the special needs schools to become fully licensed teachers. Our paraprofessionals are at the heart of our schools, working alongside our teachers to support students. They are in an ideal position to have our mentorship and to become licensed teachers. Including the special needs schools sends a strong message that you value those entering the profession who want to work with the most challenged students. I urge a favorable report with an amendment on behalf of MANSEP schools for Senate Bill 937. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Question for Ms. Flynn. Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on 937. We're going to go next to Senator Rosapep. Senate Bill 1035, and Senator, you are the lone witness. And why don't you explain 1035? Okay.
Doesn't seem to be on.
Yep. No, it's on.
It's on?
Here,
Okay, good.
go back
Oh, yeah,
up.
there it is.
Yep. It's all
You
good.
See the red light and I couldn't. So thank you very, very much. So this is really almost a technical corrections bill to an error that I participated in when we passed the blueprint. Big picture is, as you know, a big part of the blueprint is to have kids when they're college and career ready in high school who want to pursue career paths pretty immediately, be able to go into apprenticeship programs starting in high school. And that requires integrating our CTE system with the apprenticeship system. And the blueprint set up the CTE committee, the Governor's Workforce Investment Board, to basically oversee that process. And that requires cooperation, obviously with the Maryland Department of Education in particular. Well, when we drafted it, there was a drafting error basically that said we should go to the federal government to get a waiver to allow that kind of cooperation to happen. Well, passed the bill, went to the federal government. Hey, we don't grant waivers to that kind of stuff. You got to figure it out for yourself. So I've been working with the Department of Labor, the Governor's Workforce Investment Board, and MSD to work out language, which is in the amendment that has been submitted by MSD to this bill that essentially sets up a system of cooperation going forward. It is important because the Perkins money, which is federal CTE money, grant money, requires a 4-year plan from each state. And the idea is to make sure that plan is integrated with the blueprint plan. And so what this bill does simply is to say that and to sort of lay out how Labor and the Workforce Board and the CTE committee and MSD will cooperate, and it gives the governor the final say, as the governor already has on the 4-year workforce program, which is separate in the Labor Department, the WIOA, the Workforce Opportunity Investment Act. We have to submit a 4-year plan for the federal money for that as well. In that situation, the plan after, in that situation, being approved by the Governor's Workforce Investment Board, has to be approved by the governor. And that's essentially what this bill does with the amendments that MSD and I have worked together on.
Okay, thank you, Senator Rosapep. Any questions for Senator Rosapep? Again, on Senate Bill 1035. Seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on 1035.
Thanks a lot.
And we're going to next go to, is Senator Hershey en route? Or?
Yes.
Oh, there he is. The minority leader is in the House on Senate Bill 1062, and we've got you and a couple unfavorables after that. So, okay, tell us what's in 1062.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, Senator Steve Hershey to present Senate Bill 1062, which delays the deadlines for pre-K implementation. Did I say a bad word? Let's start all over again.
And by the way, Senator Rosapep, this is jointly assigned to B&T, and Senator Rosapep did not hear that, but he is here on behalf of B&T.
It's been a long day already. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, Senator Steve Hershey to present Senate Bill 1062, which delays the deadlines for pre-K implementation by 3 years expansion, requires the AIB board to establish a plan to hold local school systems accountable for inappropriate spending found in fiscal audits, and requires the AIB establish and create a plan to withhold funding based on achievement assessments. Maryland is investing billions of dollars in K through 12 education in the coming years, with significant budget deficits looming and concerns about how to pay for this investment. We must ensure that these dollars are spent appropriately. This bill grants the Accountability and Implementation Board additional powers that guarantee accountability when it comes to inappropriate spending. Under Senate Bill 1062, the AIB must establish a plan to withhold funding from a county board for inappropriate spending discovered in fiscal audits, an annual school-based expenditure report, or an investigation by the Inspector General for Education. This legislation also gives the AIB the ability to withhold funding should MCAP scores be unsatisfactory. This legislation does not require the AIB to hold back funding, but it requires them to set up the standards and establish a process to withhold funding while given the option to withhold funds using their discretion. Senate Bill 1062 also provides flexibility, not only for local school boards of education, but also for the state of Maryland as we battle budget constraints for fully funding the multi-billion-dollar blueprint. It also gives local boards the additional time they need to address various challenges they are experiencing when it comes to pre-K expansion. I also have an amendment in the file that speaks to the expansion of pre-K in Maryland. Under the blueprint, there is a goal that by the 2026-27 school year, 50% of the required pre-K slots will be provided by eligible private providers. This amendment requires a study to be done by the Department of Education on the status of private preschools in Maryland and their ability to partner with the LEAs to provide pre-K services as envisioned under the blueprint, and report to the General Assembly by December 31st, 2024. I ask for your favorable consideration of Senate Bill 1062. Thank you.
Okay, questions for Senator Hershey? Senator Roosevelt.
Thank you. Thank you for your hospitality. I sort of get what the bill does. I'd appreciate it if you could articulate briefly, as we all like, what are each of the problems you're trying to address here? They seem to go in a lot of different directions.
Obviously, the problems center around the funding for the blueprint and the inability to be able to meet the fiscal constraints of the funding in the next outlying years. So one of the concern has been pre-K and the implementation of that. Many local school boards have not been able to find the physical locations to house pre-K. So they're having to look at private sector, hence the reason for the amendment at the end to take a study and evaluate that. But if that cannot be brought into place because of physical locations to do that, this bill just simply delays the implementation of that by 3 years. The second part of the bill deals with, in a sense, getting a return on investment for our education funds. And it simply says because the AIB currently has the ability to withhold funding from local school boards if they don't implement the blueprint. This just says, okay, if they are implementing, but they're not getting the desired results through MCAT, that they could also, at their discretion, withhold funding.
On that last question, I might, Mr. Chairman, you know the blueprint, I guess, better than I do, because I can't remember this piece of it. So the blueprint as written does not allow the AIB to withhold funds for lack of performance, only for lack of implementation.
That's how I understand it as well, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we're gonna go to Senator Hester.
On the lines of what Senator Roosevelt asked, I mean, I was curious, one of the things that I've heard from my my Board of Ed is that there's a delay in the funding. Like, so if you're growing rapidly, you know, at the at the pre-K and K level, the school system gets reimbursed for the previous year's enrollment. And so if you're growing rapidly, you start off the year kind of in arrears. Have you guys been experiencing that at all?
Senator, in the counties I represent that brought this to my attention are not growing rapidly. So the real concern is, again, as they now have to fit in the pre-K students, they simply don't have the locations to do so. And again, that's why the blueprint allowed it to go to private providers. But what they're seeing right now is since they don't have that capability of doing it, they're not being able to meet some of the requirements of the blueprint.
Okay, Senator Brooks.
Thanks, Chair. Senator, the Coalition for the Blueprint of Maryland's Future, they wrote an opposition letter, and on that very last paragraph in there, they any comments on that?
I did look at the letters of opposition. Senator, I don't think it's surprising that the local school boards and some of these groups don't want to be held accountable for spending or results.
Right.
So I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, yeah, the language is pretty strong. So I thought.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, that's, you know, again, what we're trying to do is make sure that the spending for education is getting us the type of results that a $4 billion a year program deserves.
Thank you.
Additional questions for Senator Hershey? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
We do have two witnesses signed up unfavorable. I'm going to bring up Ria Gupta and Shamoya Gardner. Both signed up unfavorable.
Shamoya Gardner, our ED had to actually run to host a workshop, a budget workshop.
Okay, well then you are the lone witness unfavorable.
And you do have her blueprint, coalition for the blueprints.
Gotcha, we have that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Written testimony.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Ria Gupta. I'm the policy researcher with Strong Schools Maryland. I'm here today to strongly oppose Senate Bill 1062. To put it simply, the legislation is incompatible with the goals and vision of the Blueprint for Maryland's future. So first, the bill alters the implementation timeline of pre-K expansion and hiring, negatively and dramatically impacting pre-K availability, and in the end, pushes off the state's commitment to serve pre-K age students and their families, specifically those of low socioeconomic backgrounds. Secondly, this bill would also create an irresponsible punitive mechanism to withhold funds from school systems. Withholding of funds is an ineffective and backwards method to create positive student outcomes. We all know through research by organizations like the National Bureau of Economic Research that it is actually the opposite. We know that investments into our public school lead to better test scores, better graduation rates and better student outcomes. These changes are also not recommended by the Accountability and Implementation Board, the leading implementing agency. I want to acknowledge that the Blueprint is living education code. So yes, there may be a need to make shifts in the law as we look at how to best serve Maryland students. And yes, there is a high level of need to be accountable and transparent on all levels of Blueprint implementation. However, this bill is not that. Senate Bill 1062 is a misguided attempt to diminish the effectiveness of the Blueprint and in the end will negatively impact Maryland students. For these reasons, we strongly urge an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 1062. Thank you so much.
Okay, questions for the witness, Senator Carrozza?
I'll be brief, Mr. Chair. And since you mentioned that if this isn't the solution, that you had other options for accountability, what do you have some examples of those?
So one thing that I'm looking forward to is that funding, let me pull it up, the financial management system that's being created by the AIB and MSDE. So that should be coming up within the next few months, and that will give us a full understanding and will let us basically track and analyze progress towards those blueprint goals that we have. So I really look forward to those updates and like making that happen so we understand where the money is being spent and how goals are being achieved. So that's one level of accountability and transparency that is built into the Blueprint and is currently being built and tested by MSDE and AIB, I assume, and going to be really soon.
So there is recognition by Strong Schools Maryland because, you know, we are putting significant dollars. I mean, when I bring this up on the whole accountability, $3 billion, you know, a year for the next 10 years. And this is significant investment. And so that's why you know, we believe we're hearing from our constituents about the increased accountability and transparency. So it's just helpful to know if you're not supporting this, that you're on record supporting other accountability.
Yeah, and we were just on record supporting Senate Bill 1026, which was that transparency in education's bill, and education spending bill, which we're more in favor of that. And you could see that that was involved MSDE, that involved MABE, PASAM, MACO. That when you see a whole panel of people coming together saying that, yes, this is what we need. But if you look at the coalition,
that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got Senator Watson.
Yeah, let me make sure I understand. As my colleague said, this is significant funding we're providing. And there's no reason to continue providing this significant funding if it's not producing the results we expect to see, right? And so my question is, and maybe you know this and I don't, who is responsible for determining the metrics to know that we are achieving our goals incrementally over time?
Yes, so that would be under the Accountability and Implementation Board. They actually have this outcome measures work group that is creating measures as we speak and targets as we speak based on data. And once they finalize that, I assume that you will receive a report of some kind outlining the goals and the targets, because goals are nothing without a target that we're trying to reach, you know?
And so if we're not meeting those target goals? Do you think the funding should just continuously be applied?
Well, that's where MSDE and the AIB come as like leading agencies and education experts to come and see where and recognize with you, hey, this is something that we need to shift. This is what we're thinking now, and this is a better use of our time and our money. But that comes with a lot of data and understanding of how the system's working. So I would wait till the leading agencies recommend changes, because currently it's the third year of implementation. Yes, change will happen. It will happen. It may be slow, but it will happen, and it will be positive. And I assure you that will happen.
You gave me your word, you know.
I gave you my word.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna go to Senator Washington.
The research that you were referencing, would that be like the Cato Institute's analysis of No Child Left Behind, which is essentially was a similar proposal to punish school districts that were low performing? So even if a low performing school went from 65% to 75% because it was still under goals, that they would lose money. And so they just have basically really clarified that was a failure, that approach, that punitive approach doesn't work. And in fact, disproportionately harms low income children of African-American and rural students. Is that what the study found?
There's overwhelming evidence that punitive mechanisms don't work.
Right, and for all kinds of people, rural, African-American, low income. Thank you.
Plenty.
Okay, last question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry. I came into the hearing late because I was in another committee, but there's also a significant portion of this bill, because this is what I've been hearing from the local level about some flexibility in extending timelines, just given what the locals are facing in public schools and the county governments. And obviously your testimony seemed more focused on the withholding of funds, but would you agree that would be realistic to allow the schools to have more flexibility so you can actually achieve those goals?
Strong Schools Maryland is concerned about pushing implementation back by 3 years. It inherently basically pushes back our promise to Maryland students and pre-K age students and families that need pre-K access. We're not in favor of a 3-year pushback at all.
You have the ideal, but then you also have the reality at the local level. So I would just encourage you to hear some of that feedback as well.
We do. And we do tour around Maryland and listen to feedback all across Maryland. And we're going to be in Wacomico and Worcester next week, actually all week. So we're excited to hear from locals there.
Okay, any additional questions? Seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on 1062. Thank you, Senator Hershey. And we're going to go next to Senator Quarterman. Senator, why don't you come up? Why don't we go 749? And we've got signed up Eric Dalabat. Okay.
Got Eric here with me. That's okay.
Okay. We actually have a couple other straight favorites. Can I just call them up to your panel as well? Don White, is Don White here? Jonathan Alexandra, and then Madison Marino. And then there's one virtual witness, and that'll be it. So, Senator, why don't you explain Senate Bill 749?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. For the record, Senator Paul Quarterman, District 2, representing Washington and Frederick counties. Thank you for the opportunity to present Senate Bill 749, dually enrolled students. Basically, it's pretty simple. It just expands the definition of a dually enrolled student to include non-public secondary school student or homeschool students. So these students also are eligible for the part-time grant program and an early college access grant. The dual enrollment program has improved college and career readiness outcomes for our students and also reduces potential financial barriers to college access. Non-public and homeschool students deserve the equitable access to college, just like their public school peers do. And Senate Bill 749 would ensure this opportunity for more Maryland high school students. Basically, at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is provide equity amongst all our students, whether you're a public school student, a non-public school student, a dually, or excuse me, a homeschool student, that everyone would have access to the dually enrolled student program. So we thank you for your consideration and respectfully ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 749.
Okay, who do you want to go first?
You go first, Eric.
Yeah. Well,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair and committee for your time today. This year, our oldest child attended Frederick Community College as a senior at a private high school. Because of contribution from grandparents, we were able to send our children to private school. When we went to enroll our oldest, I found out that public school students were able to attend FCC for free. I have found this to be true for other community colleges in the states for public school students. As a state and county taxpayer, I do not feel as though this is appropriate for my tax dollars to be spent paying for public school students' college education if it is not offered on the same basis to private and homeschool students. My wife and I are already discussing the possibility of sending our next two students to public school for 11th and 12th grade so they can receive the college education for free if nothing else changes. I do not believe that is the intent of the current law and would see it happen with private and homeschool students. As a solution, I've thought, if the state feels as though the cost will be greater than budgeted, why not provide the community colleges money and let them provide scholarships for those students in needs? They are more adept to handling this than the public schools. Thank you for your time.
okay, thank you. Okay, who are we gonna pick up next? Senator Corderman, you pick. Who do you want on your panel? It's all favorables. Tell us who you are.
My name is Dawn White. Our family began homeschooling 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, put it, bring
All
it
the
up
way up.
closer. Yep, there you go.
Is that okay? All right, my name is Dawn White, and our family began homeschooling 4 years ago. It was one of the best decisions my family has ever made. But this decision did not come without sacrifice. Because we homeschool, our family has become a single income household. This puts a greater strain on our finances to provide for quality education now and to plan for a college education for our children in the near future. Every family deserves the freedom to choose the educational path that best suits their needs, beliefs, and values. Homeschool families are being asked to shoulder the full cost of our children's current education and contribute to public school children's college education, while being denied access to the same. We are already paying taxes that contribute to the funding of public school and have to purchase our own curriculum. Homeschool families should be recognized and supported, not penalized by an unfair tax system. This bill represents a crucial step towards leveling the playing field for homeschool families who have long been overlooked and marginalized in our educational system. It's about recognizing the rights of parents to choose the best path for our children, free from unnecessary government interference. My family and many others choose to provide a God-centered education. We do so to instill traditional values and provide a faith-based education. We seek to preserve our Christian conservative principles and values. The current inequity not only undermines the principles of freedom and choice, but also perpetuates a system that unfairly discriminates against Christian families.
By passing SB 749, you are sending a clear message that you value every child's education, regardless of where they receive it.
In passing SB 49, you will also confirm your commitment to fairness and equality in our education system.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, sir, why don't you tell us who you are?
Thank you so much, Chair and Vice Chair. My name is Will Estrada. I'm Senior Counsel at the Homeschool Legal Defense Association. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of this bill. There are 45,000 homeschool students in the state of Maryland. We have 3,500 HSLDA member families. And as you've heard already, this bill will support homeschool students. It'll help the state of Maryland as well, and we stand strongly in support of it. Thank you.
Okay. Well, good, sir.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Jonathan Alexander. I'm an attorney and legislative counsel for the Maryland Family Institute. And you'll like this line, Senator Brooks, we represent all families here in the state of Maryland with a particular focus on homeschool families today. We are in support of this bill because college education is a good thing for students in our state. And a great stepping stone is this already enacted dual enrollment program that is open to Maryland's public school students, but that door has been closed to Maryland's homeschool students. And this needs to be corrected, as Maryland homeschool families ought to be treated equally. And they ought to receive the same educational benefits and opportunities as families that have decided to use public schools. Every penny that is required from Maryland public school parents is also required from Maryland homeschool parents. Every tax-paying dollar that the parents of Maryland public school children pay towards the public school, homeschool parents do the same. So homeschool families just want the same benefits that they have already paid into. The good skills, the time management, the pacing, and the confidence from completing college courses, as well as the lightening of the course load that comes with this dual enrollment program as a college freshman, benefits Maryland students in this program, once again with an exception for homeschool families. Homeschool families in our state cover the gamut of race and religion and political persuasion in our state. They contribute in a unique, consistent, and powerful way to our state's future. But without the fix in this law, they will be excluded from the benefits that they have paid into and that they otherwise qualify for, because they've decided, maybe because of an individualized education program, or they have a super smart teacher at home, they've decided to teach their child at home. And so we ask that you give this bill a favorable report to ensure that Maryland families are treated equal when it comes to this specific opportunity for education.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Madison Marino, and I'm a visiting fellow in education policy at the Maryland Family Institute. And I'm here today to also request your favorable consideration of Senate Bill 749. In Maryland, non-public school students are currently gated from accessing tuition assistance for dual enrollment programs offered by the state. 48 states and the District of Columbia have state-level dual enrollment policies, which simultaneously allow students to earn high school and college credit. Of those states, 35 provide assistance via state-funded appropriations to students enrolled in dual credit or dual enrollment programs. In several states, all students, not just public school students, can access grant programs that can help them pay for such opportunities. Acquiring a post-secondary degree or credential enhances individuals' earning capacity and economic security, expanding their career prospects and opportunities. Enrollment in dual credit programs improves student likelihoods of starting and finishing a degree. A 2017 study of more than 200,000 high school students showed that 88% of dual enrollment students went on to college and completed degrees at higher rates and in less time than their non-participating peers. Students can also reduce the total cost of college by participating in dual enrollment programs. MLDS reported that for the 2021 academic year, there were 19,782 dually enrolled students in the state of Maryland, which represents about 7.28% of the total high school population. Since 2010 through 2011, there has been continuous growth in dual enrollment participation. Nationally, we see about 34% of high school students are taking college courses in high school, which is up from 10% in 2010. As demand for these dual enrollment programs continue, Maryland should provide all students access to resources funded by state taxpayers, such as the part-time grant and early college access grant programs. Access to grant programs such as these would provide a much-needed benefit for non-public school students and their families, as they are already paying taxes that are funding these programs, and this would enable Maryland to meet the long-term needs of an educated workforce. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marino. Colleagues, there was supposed to be one virtual witness, Chris McKenna, Protect Young Eyes, but Chris McKenna does not seem to be in the Zoom room. So we will take questions for this panel. Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank you, Senator Porter, for this legislation. And my question is to Mr. Alexander, and I also want to your daughter's names. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. This is Flora and Anna White.
Flora
Flora
and Anna.
Yes.
Well, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And my question is linked to Flora and Anna, but it's going to Mr. Alexander. I heard consistently in the testimony across the board the issue of fairness.
Sure.
And, you know, that, which is so basic. And I'd like to, I guess I'd like you to expound a little bit on the message that we're sending to the Annas and Floras on fairness when it comes to this issue and this bill.
Yeah, I think it's really, really important when you talk about fairness, and it's the reasons why homeschool families choose to homeschool. It runs a gamut of different reasons and opportunities. It covers every race in our state, every religion. Certain parents decide that they want their children are taught best at home. And so for the young girls here, telling them that despite their parents paying property taxes like everyone else does, 40% of those taxes go directly to the local school. Despite there being opportunities for these young girls to play on the sports teams or to have their SATs be proctored at the local schools, because they're homeschooled, they're excluded from this dual enrollment program. So there are many opportunities in Maryland that homeschool families can participate in if they choose to. This is one where they're just outright excluded. And to talk about the equity gap between an individual that just has a high school education or has a college education, it is a gap that is really often never closed in terms of the financial prosperity that comes with attending college. Homeschool students would be able to complete some as high as 75% of their freshman and sophomore course load just by that dual enrollment program that their neighbors can attend, but that they've been excluded from.
Thank you. And I encourage Flora and Anna stay involved.
Thank you. Okay. I see no other questions. That completes the hearing on Senate Bill 749. Thank you, Senator Quarterman. The next bill is going to be another Quarterman, Senate Bill 851. And it appears, Senator Quarterman, that you are the sole witness, so you may begin your testimony.
851.
Yes, sir.
All righty, thank you.
Why don't you, Senator, could you pull the microphone over?
That would help.
That would help. We want to hear you.
Thank you. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
that.
Sure.
Thank you, members of the committee. For the record, Senator Paul Quarterman, District 2, representing Washington and Frederick counties. Thank you for this opportunity to present Senate Bill 851, student eligibility waiver and school classification. So basically what this bill would do, it would authorize, and I repeat, authorize, it's not a mandate. There's some concerns in here with some of the testimony you'll see, some of the unfavorables that it's a mandate. It would authorize a local board of education to waive the eligibility requirement for high school interscholastic athletics that the student be enrolled at and attend a member school if one, the student attends a public school in the county that is not in the student's zone or home school, or two, the public school the student attends does not have an interscholastic athletics program, and three, the student meets all other eligibility requirements established by the local board of education and the Maryland Public Secondary Schools Athletic Association. So basically what the legislature simply affords the opportunity to play sports for all public high school students, including those who attend a non-traditional school, such as a magnet or a technical high school where sports are offered. So basically, where does this come from? So in Washington County, we are home to Barbara Ingram School for the Arts, which is a very well-known art school, not only in our state, but also across the country. And school was opened probably about 11 to 12 years ago. And for the first 10, 11 years, what we always have done there traditionally, and it had been common practice in our county, if a student who attended Barbara Ingram wanted to play a sport, say soccer or tennis or whatever the sport was, they were eligible to play that sport at their home school because the art school was just an arts program. So, for example, if you had a student at Boonesboro who traditionally would go to Boonesboro, but they went to the art school and they wanted to play a sport, after the art school, they would come back to Boonesboro and they would play their sport there. A year ago, ironically, it was a page that we had here, was a student at Barbara Ingram School, and the state superintendent was visiting, and she was explaining how great it is that the art school is so fantastic, and she has this ability to also go back to Smithsburg, which is the community she lives in, and play tennis. And so she was like, whoa, what do you mean, what are you doing? And so we've been doing this practice for over 10, 11 years, and apparently it was not, what we were supposed to be doing. And what has happened here now is denying the opportunity for these students who go to art schools to play athletics in their traditional communities. So what came down, they said, well, if you want to play sports, you can only play them at one school. It'll be South Hagerstown High School, which is in the same zone that the art school is in. And so this has created some friction in our part of the state, because as most rural areas, small communities, the local school is the focal point of the community. So we have kids who have grown up in the Boonesboro community, the Smithsburg community, Hancock, Cushing, all these local little small communities. They're fortunate to then go to the art school for high school, but now they're no longer able to play with their friends and teams that they grew up with. Compound that with what happened most recently, we had kids that played for some of their traditional home schools for 3 years, were seniors in high school, and 2 weeks for the school year this year, they were told, nope, you can't play your senior year at that high school anymore. If you want to play, you got to go play for the other team, which was your rival, or don't play at all. And so we're just trying to fix this process here. I spoke with the MPSSA over the summer, was advised this was going to be taken care of, not an issue. We're going to take care of it. Everything's going to be fine. They took it through their board. 16 member schools abstained from it. So it was not resolved. And if there's not an appetite for it statewide, that's fine. We can turn it into a local bill because it's probably a unique, maybe local situation that brought this up. But I think, again, there is misunderstanding with the bill itself. One, it is not a mandate. You know, Cecil County, Baltimore City's other folks that weighed in, they don't want to do it. They don't have to do it. That's fine. And you know, the other thing I think Cecil said was about the report. Well, the report just to show how many students actually go to the magnet school and then still participate in sports. Basically, I think there's some massive general misunderstanding of the legislation by some of the opponents. So we're just trying to fix an issue here where we have been done or have been doing for the last 10 years in our community. Hasn't been an issue. But now we basically created an issue when it shouldn't have been. So that's the bill. We appreciate support and look for a favorable outcome.
Thank you, Senator. You used an acronym that I didn't know. You said MPSSA. Did you mean PSAM?
No, it's the Maryland Public Secondary Schools Athletic Association, MPSSAA.
Got it.
They are like the
New acronym
they do
for the
thing
day.
for all the high school sports. So
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you
ma'am.
for that. I see no questions from colleagues. So Senator Quarterman, I think you're off the hook, and that completes the hearing for Senate Bill 851. Thank you.
Yep.
Back to the chair.
Okay, we're going to go to Washington County Senate delegation, piece of legislation, Senate Bill 852, and Senator, you are the presenter.
Yeah, and I have
I've got Peter Bickford.
Peter Bickford is a
Okay.
member of our local school board that's
Excellent.
here to speak on
Welcome,
this
sir.
bill.
Okay, Senator Quarterman, on behalf of your Washington County Senator, Senate Bill 852.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Again, for the record, Senator Paul Quarterman, District 2, representing Washington and Frederick counties. Thank you for the opportunity to present Senate Bill 852, Washington County Board of Education residency requirement. So this is a local bill. We have a local letter of support from not only the school system, obviously Mr. Bickford's here to testify, as well as we have a letter of support from our delegation, which passed unanimously. The letter might not got uploaded in time, but we can make sure you guys have that. Basically, it was brought to our delegation by the local school system, and it would require a member of the Washington County Board of Education to be a resident of Washington County for at least 6 months and a resident of the state for at least 12 months immediately preceding the date that the member takes office. It's basically this requirement matches what we all have here in the same room as members of the General Assembly. So it would also require, though, that the Board of Education member maintain a primary residence in Washington County during their term. So again, we have letter of support from our local school board and our delegation, and we would request a favorable report.
Okay, we're going to go to your witness, Mr. Bickford.
All right, and I promise no acronyms. Good afternoon, esteemed members of the committee. My name is Peter Bickford, and I serve as a member of the Washington County Board of Education. Today, I come before you to advocate for the passage of Senate Bill 852 on behalf of our full board. This bill proposes a reasonable requirement that a member of the Washington County Board of Education must have been a resident of Washington County for at least 6 months and a resident of the state for at least 12 months prior to assuming office. This mirrors the residency criteria established for members of the General Assembly. Additionally, the bill stipulates that board members must maintain their primary residence within Washington County throughout their term. It's worth noting that Washington County currently stands as the sole county in Maryland without such residency requirements for Board of Education members. Rectifying this gap through the approval of this bill is crucial to ensuring that all residents of our county have representation on the board by individuals deeply rooted in our community and state. As you know, the responsibilities entrusted to local boards of education are weighty. They encompass a broad array of educational matters, from implementing state laws and regulations to setting educational policies, crafting budgets, and hiring essential staff, mainly our superintendent. These duties are best discharged by individuals who not only reside within the community, but also possess a vested interest in its welfare and the success of its schools. One note, I think some questions came up in committee, that all 7 board members support this and all 7 current board members are abiding by this policy. They are all residents of Washington County. So thank you very much, and I urge you to issue a favorable report on Senate Bill 852.
Okay, thank you, sir. Questions for Senator Quarterman or our witness? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 852, and we're going to next go to Senator King. And we've got Senator King's Chief of Staff here to present Senate Bill 883, as Senator King is taking votes on the state budget right now.
She is.
And so you're going to tell us who you are, and you're going to take the time you need. And we're on Senate Bill 883. And if I could, I'll call up, we've got a sponsor panel of 3 witnesses. Do you want me to? I'm going to bring them up.
Yes, please.
Jason Battelle, Stephen Broadhead, and Sarah Marr. Those are the 3 witnesses on this bill, and they're all signed up favorable, part of your sponsor panel. So why don't you proceed with Senate Bill 883?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Patty Horton for Senator King. The legislation before you today is about 2 things: helping kids who have experienced learning loss excel and keeping them safe while they work to improve their skills. One component of the blueprint plan to improve outcomes and increase equity is access to high-impact tutoring. And many of our local schools have contracted with companies to provide virtual tutoring for their students. Virtual tutoring has many benefits, as students can attend from home rather than travel to another location. And the pool of tutors is expanded from local to tutors from across the country. But even though these tutors only meet with students online and not in person, we know that online predators exist. And we want to make sure that virtual tutors are fully vetted before having any interaction with students. Unfortunately, the current process to onboard tutors can take months due to regulations around fingerprinting requirements, which vary for each local school district, and the requirement that they be fingerprinted in person in the county that they will be teaching. This has, in many cases, made it too difficult for the virtual tutoring services to provide tutors in the numbers needed to meet the demands of our county schools. Senate Bill 883 is amended, will update the process for background checks of virtual tutors and clarify that virtual tutoring services must provide screening for all of their contractors who do not provide services on school grounds. Providers of virtual tutoring services must be background checked in the exact same way as other individuals who work with children, whether in a school or in a daycare setting. These changes will ensure that Maryland students who receive virtual tutoring services receive the same level of protection as they do for in-classroom learning, while allowing virtual tutoring services who are contracted with the counties to deploy their services at scale to help more students across the state. Mr. Chair, the amendments that Senator King is offering with this legislation are technical in nature to ensure that the virtual tutor background checks are correctly defined in all the appropriate sections of the law. On behalf of Senator King, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 883 with amendments.
Okay, let's go through the 3 witnesses, then we'll take questions.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Jason Botel. I'm Head of Government Relations for Varsity Tutors for Schools. I've been a Baltimore City public school teacher, Baltimore City public school principal. I've lived in Baltimore City in Howard County, and I now live in Silver Spring, Montgomery County. We have an opportunity, and I would say a need, to scale up a virtual tutoring force to meet the enormous needs that our students have across the state. I know you are all well aware that we've had disparities in student access and outcomes for many years predating the pandemic. Of course, the pandemic unfortunately only exacerbated those disparities. And so we have this opportunity to scale up a virtual tutor workforce. But the challenge is, currently, we are requiring the same kind of fingerprinting that we were requiring when I was a principal in 2002. And it is inefficient. There are ways to be even more thorough with the background checks themselves, but to allow the fingerprinting to happen across the state and the country, and then having those fingerprints submitted to, again, undergo very rigorous, constant, continuous background checking. And that's what we need to do to meet the enormous needs that our students have. And so we hope that you will support the bill so that we can start quickly scaling up this virtual tutor force in line with the goals of the blueprint and all the things we want to accomplish for Maryland students. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And each of you are on a 2-minute clock. I should have mentioned this, okay?
Mr. Chairman and committee members, I'm Sarah Marr. I'm here today to fully endorse Maryland Senate Bill 883. This legislation is not just about streamlining background check processes for virtual tutoring. It's about ensuring equal opportunities for every child, especially those in vulnerable situations. So let me tell you a story that exemplifies why this bill is crucial. Varsity Tutors for Schools, a reputable virtual tutoring company, was awarded a request for proposal or an RFP for Baltimore County Public Schools to provide one-to-one dedicated tutoring to over 2,500 students in the McKinney-Vento program, students who are facing housing instability. Among these students, there is a pressing need for middle school math tutoring, which is a crucial subject for their academic success. Despite Varsity Tutors having over 40,000 highly qualified US-based tutors eager to support, a significant barrier exists: local fingerprinting requirements. Because only a single fingerprinting location in Hunt Valley, Maryland exists today, only 12 tutors from Varsity Tutors have been able to complete Baltimore County's fingerprint clearance process. As a result, thousands of students are left without one-to-one support that they desperately need. Sadly, this is not an isolated story to Baltimore County Public Schools. Numerous other Maryland school districts have gone to RFP for virtual tutoring services to help scale the support of their community schools, college and career readiness programs, and special education services, to name a few. I urge you to support Senator King's Bill 883, which offers a solution to remove unnecessary obstacles to ensure that every child receives the personalized attention that they deserve. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sir, why don't you be the final witness?
Hello, I'm here today representing Varsity Tutors for Schools, and I'm honored to present my testimony in full support of Senate Bill 883. This bill provides a common sense approach to increase the availability of tutoring to students in Maryland, while also ensuring that current safety measures remain in place to protect students. As we have heard the Department of Education say time and time again, high dosage tutoring is one of the best tools we have for addressing learning loss arising as a result of the pandemic. Tutoring also allows schools to offer tailored support to each student as a means of leveling the playing field for all students. However, the current uncertainties surrounding regulatory requirements have resulted in varied and unique school-specific background check processes that create barriers for tutors and hinder our ability to provide essential services at scale in Maryland. This bill offers a much-needed clarity and solutions by proposing specific changes that will streamline the background check process, removing administrative burdens from schools, and creating scalable solutions without compromising student safety. Although I'm here today representing Varsity Tutors for Schools, I'm also a proud parent of a Maryland elementary school student, and I wholeheartedly support this bill, recognizing its potential to greatly benefit our children. We urge you to consider this bill favorably, as it represents a vital investment in the future of our students. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go to Senator Hester with a question.
Thank you. And I guess it would probably be for, well, whoever's best placed to answer this. And I'm not trying to be flippant, but like, are all the virtual tutors human?
Yes, the high dosage tutoring that Varsity Tutors for Schools offers, all are humans. It is live video face to face. So there's actually a relationship being built.
So I am aware, though, that there are, artificial intelligence like programs that do tutoring that are actually very successful. They're currently being used, in other countries. Each child has a virtual tutor, that is an artificial intelligence, and they may look human because they might be a deep fake. And so, are we seeing that at all right now in the US?
My sense is in the US, there is some artificial intelligence being used for chat-based tutoring. Where a student can go on and ask for support in something. We actually offer that as well. We offer that at no cost, but that is also, in terms of what we're currently delivering, not AI. We are a technology company. We are doing research and considering other approaches, but at this point, it is all the tutoring is delivered by human beings.
Right. So I think, it doesn't say that in the bill. So while that's your current practice, I think maybe I'd like to have a conversation offline with Senator King and just make sure that we truly are talking about, because it says a virtual tutoring service, which could be done by AI, in which case there's a whole nother set of guardrails that we need in addition to the fingerprints. You can't do fingerprints on something that doesn't exist. So if you could just arrange a conversation with me and Senator King, that'd be great. Thanks.
Okay, additional questions for the panel? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill here on Senate Bill 883. Going to go next to Senator Guile, who is here in the room on Senate Bill 1043. And Senator, why don't you come up to the table? I'm going to bring up your sponsor panel, Martin Diggs, Christy Anderson, Christian Goebel, Sally Murick, Benjamin Schmidt.
All right.
And actually, okay, how many seats we got here? We're good?
Yep.
We missing anybody? I called 5 names and only 4 people. Okay.
All right.
Good.
Thank
Senator,
you.
it's all yours. 1043.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Senator Dawn Guile, District 33. This bill, Senate Bill 1043, would set up parameters on schools engaging in subcontracting of certain employee roles. Across the state, school systems subcontract out work or services that are often performed by public school employees. The scope of work subcontracted out varies from school system to school system, but routinely encompasses a wide array of essential school services from related service providers, transportation services, custodial work, and even instructional services such as classroom teachers. Bus drivers, food and nutrition workers, custodians, classroom teachers, paraeducators, and other public school employees all work together to promote a quality learning environment and deliver the best education possible for our students. However, employers disregard the concerns of those essential public school employees when they subcontract out the work or services they perform with little to no input from the employees currently doing the work. Subcontracting out work may cause differing working standards and conditions between a public school employee and an employee of a subcontractor performing the same or similar work, or create more workload and burden on public school employees when contracted out workers are used to provide services. Senate Bill 1043 establishes guardrails when public school employers attempt to subcontract out work or services performed by public school employees. With this bill, our goal is not to eliminate a school system's ability to subcontract for services, but rather create processes and procedures that promote the public interest with transparency, accountability, and respect for our public school employees. This legislation would ensure public school employees, families, and communities have the opportunity to share their concerns and review important information before an employer subcontracts out essential school services performed by public school employees. Additionally, this legislation will make certain that strong labor standards are preserved when employers subcontract out work. Our state needs to recruit and retain more people into the education workforce, and subcontracting should not be used to diminish existing labor standards. And for these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 1043. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Guile, who would you prefer? You get to pick who goes next.
Go ahead.
Thank
Okay.
you. Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Christian Goebel with the Maryland State Education Association. Our union represents 75,000 public school employees across the state of Maryland and testifying in strong support of Senate Bill 1043. This legislation promotes 2 policy goals. First, establishing protections for public school employees from the negative impacts of subcontracting. And second, to promote more transparency and accountability when our employers attempt to subcontract out the work and services performed by our employees. SB 1043 furthers these policy goals by prohibiting employers from subcontracting work or services performed by public school employees during the term of a collective bargaining agreement, subject to certain exceptions in the bill. Following the expiration of a collective bargaining agreement, the bill permits an employer to subcontract out work if they provide advance written notice to an impacted exclusive representative, meet and discuss the employer's decision to subcontract, and negotiate the effects of the decision. The bill also authorizes an employer to subcontract out work during the term of a collective bargaining agreement if the agreement is for services that are not available from the employer or cannot be provided by utilizing existing public school employees, provided that the employer adheres to certain standards in the bill. The legislation promotes more open and transparent decision-making processes by requiring an employer to notify the public and the exclusive representative as soon as practicable that the employer is considering or exploring subcontracting, reviewing subcontracting proposals in open board meetings, and inviting public comment on these proposals. Finally, I do want to note we do not believe the language of the bill is so broad that schools could not contract out for services such as capital projects or legal support, as noted in the fiscal and policy note. The bill is intended to address work performed by our public school employees that are represented in collective bargaining units. However, we are more than willing to work on amendments of the bill to clarify the scope exceptions to match the intent with this legislation. With that, we ask for your favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, who's next?
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm President Martin Diggs of ACE ASME Local 2250 in Prince George's County. I represent the dedicated educational support personnel in Prince George's County. I'm here in support of Bill 1043. Having served as a bus driver for 2 decades and my mom for 30 years experience before me, I have seen the challenges faced in by the community and the employees firsthand. Contractor threats have been a long, significant concern. We have proposed continuous solutions through committees with the school system, yet many of our recommendations are routinely ignored, especially during negotiations. Our focus should not be on saving money, but to invest in improvements. Improving the system that accommodates for a proper system in order to make sure that it implements and eliminates problematic issues that we've been facing for years. Many of our employees undergo rigorous training to ensure the safe care of our children every day. They participate in multiple safety courses, maintain proper credentials, undergo physicals, yearly physicals, and attend monthly safety meetings covering topics like the use of Narcan. Also, many safe school trainings, which is required by COMAR and the federal government in order to make sure that we're taking care of our students. The solution does not lie in hiring contractors. When the new transportation director took office, he had a conversation with us and said that he was going to make sure that before anything is implemented about contractors, that he would talk to the unions. That was overlooked, ignored, and they moved forward. In recent meetings, officials said that they would implement certain things, or would have a conversation with us, and still, a third time, they did it for a third time. We need to invest in our bus drivers and attendants with the necessary funds and training that yield a positive outcome as we expect them, as expected. In conclusion, my testimony highlights the failure to uphold negotiated agreements, and I ask you for a favorable vote on this bill. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to the other end of the table.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Benjamin Schmidt, and I'm the president of the Howard County Education Association. Before serving in this role this year, I was an elementary art teacher for 25 years. I'm here today to lend our union strong support for SB 1043 and urge a favorable report on the bill. Several years ago, Howard County Public School System outsourced positions called student assistants covered by our union contract. These essential support staff provide close, direct adult supervision of the children with a range of disabilities. HCPSS has a panoply of companies who provide temporary services to kids with disabilities. The largest such group are universally known as TEs, or temporary employees, who are paid lower wages, receive no benefits, receive very little training, and are not paid at all if their student is absent. There are more than 300 of them currently in our system. If those positions were converted to HCPSS student assistants, they would immediately receive better benefits, higher wages, more job protections, more training to support these students, and the students would likely receive better services. SB 1043 levels the playing field for public school employees by requiring subcontractors to pay the same wage to their employees as Howard County Public School System. If school systems can contract out the work of our support staff, what stops them from contracting out the work of our teachers? They already do. Howard County Public School System also subcontracts speech services, which creates enormous challenges for our speech pathologists. While the subcontracted SLPs may work remotely, they are often not serving the neediest students. That leaves our members faced with serving the children with the most profound disabilities. Not only that, when parents have concerns or complaints, it is our members, not the subcontracted workers, who deal with those concerns, which creates extra work for our members. This year, Howard County Schools hired a contractor which will handle all of our bus routes within the next 3 years, a California company that receives private investment funding from venture capitalists all over the world. What happened when Zoom took over was widely documented in local media. The driver Zoom promised to deliver and never showed, and they ended up flying people in from as far away as Seattle. Routes they promised would be smooth were anything but. The people left holding the bag were scared students, frustrated parents, and in many cases, educators who were made to stay at school long after their day ended because the scheduled buses never arrived. Taxpayers were promised smooth and efficient services. We got chaos and confusion instead. As Zoom's profits from taxpayers go up, that necessarily comes with, oh, sorry.
Lost a little track of the clock there. Okay, why don't you just finish up?
Yeah, it's only a little bit.
My apologies.
So, no, it's okay. My apologies. As Zoom's profits from taxpayers go up, that necessarily comes with the expense of state and local funds that we should be using to implement the blueprint. Please don't let these contractors undermine the hard work this Senate has done to pass and fund the blueprint. For these and many other reasons, I urge a favorable report on SB 1043. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to watch the clock for the other witnesses. So Sally, my constituent right there, I'm gonna keep you to the 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll be quick. Good afternoon, Chair and Vice Chair and committee members. Again, I'm Sally Murick. I'm from Montgomery County, speaking on behalf of SEIU Local 500 right now. We at Local 500 represent over 20,000 hardworking union members who serve the people in various roles from cradle to career. Many of our members come from educational support staff backgrounds in Montgomery County Public Schools. These hardworking union members have recently seen their jobs being outsourced to contractors rather than filled as the full-time positions they are. In some cases, such as American Sign Language interpreters, we have seen contractors paid more than those staff employed by the school system, almost twice as much. In other cases, such as building service workers, due to contract restraints, we've seen janitorial services contracted for mopping and sweeping because they're not allowed to operate the heavy machinery, which would be in violation of the contract, which makes more work for our building service workers when they come to report for their duty, because they now have double the work to do. All these issues are raised to address one key question. Should good union jobs that need to be filled by the normal hiring process be circumvented by filling them with paid contractors who are costing us more taxpayer dollars than merely hiring someone for the open position? The answer is no. Contractors should not be fulfilling public sector union jobs in our school system. The school systems in this state should be filling open positions through the normal hiring process, and this bill will put to rest any attempts to circumvent this. A legislative solution to protecting good jobs in the public sector from outsourcing is needed. We at Local 500 support Senate Bill 1043 and ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to our, we missed, get the mic and tell us who you are, and then you've got 2 minutes.
I'm Christy Anderson. I'm the general counsel with the Maryland State Education Association, and I am merely here to answer questions.
Okay, any questions for this panel? We've got Senator Watson.
Thank you. Thank you for this bill. On page 11, line 7. Page 11, line 7, it says the cost projection provided under the subsection of this section may not be increased if the subcontractor's bid is accepted by the public school employer. Does that imply that any work done by a subcontractor is a firm fixed price and whatever they bid can never be changed?
Yes, Senator. So in the initial bid, the price that they're offering for the cost comparison that's required under that section would be fixed. So any price increases that they're seeking later, we're trying to keep them at that original proposal.
Now, certainly this doesn't include building a new school, right?
No, this legislation is designed to cover public school employees who are represented by collective bargaining agreements. So we don't have public school employees who are doing school construction projects or legal services or anything like that.
Got it. So in Prince George's County, we had this project called, what's it called? Something Max. It was designed to take all the students' data, put it online to ensure that those kids who were home, they and their parents could stay up to speed with everything. And it took a lot longer than they anticipated to roll it out because of unforeseen things and those types of things. And if they were under a firm fixed price contract, they would have lost money trying to implement this system. Furthermore, down on page 12, line 1, it seems you state that whatever service is subcontracted has to be completed within 1 year. Is that the intent of the bill? So no, there will be no subcontract with a period of performance greater than a year. Is that, am I fair?
Sure. So the 1 year period would be, again, for services that public school employees are performing, represented by a collective bargaining agreement. Oh, sure. So for example, speech language pathologists, many schools directly employ speech language pathologists, but they also do contract out speech language pathologists. Many times they're virtual as well. So in those situations, we were saying those agreements would be valid for one academic school year. And then they could be renewed, but there would be a process applicable for the renewal as well.
Is there any provision within this bill that if there is I think you mentioned it, but just let me ask the question. There's a service that needs to be formed that is currently being performed by a public school employee, but what we're asking them to do is outside of their realm of expertise. Is that covered through this?
Yes, the exception does state that if the employer, the County Board of Education, does not provide the service, or if the current public school employees being utilized cannot provide the service, then the exception would apply as well.
Okay, thank you. And it's good to finally meet you, Mr. Diggs. All right, thank you.
Okay, additional questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I only have one additional witness, unfavorable, John Willams, or did I miss somebody? Back? Okay, sir, you're, yes, okay, one more favorable. Wait, John, why don't you hold off? Is it Nathan Farrell? Yes, Mr. Farrell, why don't you come up favorable, and then we'll take Mr. Willams next. We didn't have enough seats at the table, so. Okay, you've got 2 minutes and you're signed up favorable.
Good afternoon, senators. Appreciate you taking the time. Nathan Farrell, Baltimore Teachers Union. We represent 8,280 educators. We're 4 out of 5 employees in Baltimore City Public Schools. I will not reiterate what my folks said prior to this. I just want to share how subcontracting plays out in Baltimore City Public Schools. First of all, the cleaning services, as folks mentioned. Right now, almost every school's nighttime custodial staff are fully contracted out. These crews are changed by the day. The contractors are fly by night. There is no transparency. There are cost overruns in their RFPs. There are safety issues and exploitation issues in terms of the age of the, I'm going to say it, children cleaning our buildings at night with these companies. There needs to be transparency, and this bill brings some transparency to these processes. Second of all, student support staff, hall monitors, the folks, and just how it works in Baltimore City Public Schools, a lot of kids come in through full metal detectors. So the staffing at the metal detectors at the beginning of the school are contracted out. You do not want the first iteration that a child has in school to be somebody who's a new face every few weeks through a contractor, going through their bag, wanding them down. If a child's having a bad morning, it's someone they're not familiar with, okay? Having folks who are familiar with our students is what we need. It brings continuity, it brings safety, it improves the education that we're offering to our students. Lastly, one of the most egregious examples of this was in Baltimore City. The city so far has spent over $12 million on fuel education. It's a virtual substitute program. We spend about $150,000 per virtual substitute per year to sit on a live feed and teach the students in the classroom. Now, it's a virtual educator, so there has to be another paraprofessional in the room to supervise the subcontracted educator. This bill brings systems in place that allow for both management and labor to have advance notice on the contract language and support. We hope you will offer a positive report on this bill. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Farrell? Seeing none, we're going to now go to Mr. Willams. The unfavorable side of things, he is the lone witness on that front. And Mr. Willams, you've got up to 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, John Willams, representing the Maryland Association of Boards of Education. MABE strongly opposes Senate Bill 1043 to establish strict limitations on school systems benefiting from the services of persons working as subcontractors rather than as school system employees. MABE believes that the recognition in the bill that the consortium provided community-based mental health services and the mixed delivery of pre-kindergarten are excluded from the bill indicates how massive an undertaking this bill is going to be with regard to the review of, and I want to emphasize, not only the replacement of school employees with non-school employees to do the same work, but the supplementing of the work of school employees by outside contract employees, which is something of great value to the school systems when we have critical shortages, not only, and we talk a lot about classroom teachers and administrators, but we have critical shortages of what we inartfully refer to as our non-certificated staff, not an acronym, but something that a lot of people are not going to understand. The vital support staff, our bus drivers, our food service workers, our custodial and building maintenance staff. Everyone without a teaching certificate basically is a non-certificated employee. They are vitally important to us, but they need support. And I would also emphasize that in the bill, there are really onerous requirements that we provide the opportunity not only to discuss, which is emphasized, and discussion, meet and confer is great, but also the opportunity to negotiate decisions by the school system to, again, not only replace, but also supplement the work of our school employees. And then you have the right to essentially grieve that process to the Public Employee Relations Board. So you have a 90-day, you have a 3-month process built into this bill for review of any decision before it can be made by the school system, and then ultimately litigation, if you will, before the Public Employee Relations Board. So again, we strongly oppose this bill. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Willams? Senator Watson.
I was intrigued by what you said there. So with respect to contracting, when I think of something you would contract for where we don't have the requisite number of school employees to do it, say temporary use of contract school bus drivers, is that covered under this bill? I mean, will the school system be able to enter into one of those arrangements if the typical bus driver is typically a employee?
So this bill would absolutely cover that situation, Senator, because that would be the contracting out for services supplemental to services already provided by school employees.
Supplemental, not replacing.
Not replacing.
Okay, I got the distinction. Thanks.
Yep.
Okay, any additional questions? Okay, seeing none, that concludes.
Thank you.
Billing on 1043, and we're going to next go to Senator Lewis Young on Senate Bill 984. And Senator, bring up Mary Pat Fannon. I see her in the audience, and Jordan Hayes. It's handwritten. I'm having a little. Okay, I guess we've got our two witnesses. So
Jordan is the young woman who's shadowing me today. She is the Calvert County member of Board of Ed. You may recall that I introduced her.
Okay, so those are the two witnesses on the bill.
She has a special interest in the blueprint.
Okay, Senate Bill 984. It's all yours.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and members of our committee. When we are back in our home territory, we have our ears to the ground trying to learn what are some of the most pressing issues that our constituents, our stakeholders, our fellow policymakers are talking about. And one of the things I heard about most frequently, obviously from the education community, as well as my colleagues in my delegation, was the need to make some adjustments, although I'll say tweaking, to the blueprint. So I went about doing a series of conversations and interviews just to try to ascertain where we were struggling, where we were challenged. Now, originally, I had 9 issues that I was going to pursue. And then I heard our chair of budget and tax talk about our financial challenges. And those 9 issues quickly became 4. And it's those 4 that I'm going to be presenting to you today. There are 2 schools of thought, pun intended, about tweaking the blueprint at this point. There are some that would say, give it a chance, let it roll out, too early to make adjustments. But whenever you implement a strategic plan, and typically a strategic plan has a lifetime value of 10 to 15 years, on an annual basis, you go back and you look at it and you make some minor adjustments, or as I said, tweaks. And so the 4 items that I'm going to present to you today and give a bit of background on are what I would call tweaks. So let's start out with the apprenticeship program. I think we all love the apprenticeship program, critical element of the career and college readiness ladder. The challenge is getting participation. We have a statewide goal of 45% of our high school students being able to complete apprenticeships by the school year 2030-31, but we don't have enough participants. Now, every time I go to a Chamber of Commerce meeting or I meet with leaders of the business community, I encourage the program, but that's not going to get us to 45%. So what this bill does is request that the Department of Labor play a very active role in communicating, marketing this particular program, because really we need much stronger communication and marketing of the benefits and the easiness of participating in this program. Those that have participated really enjoy it. I mean, most people like to mentor young people. And something I've found, which is why I always participate in the student intern program, and this was repeated by members of our business community, is that you end up hiring many of the people that participated as interns and apprenticeships, and you've trained them while they were in that apprenticeship role. So let's go to item number 2. Item number 2 deals with dual enrollment. And what this bill looks to do is put some guardrails on dual enrollment. Now, I know this is somewhat controversial. You'll see some opposition to this, but this comes in large part from budgetary restrictions. And I'll give you the example of my county. Fastest growing county in the state, you've heard that. Where that really hurts us is in our education budget, because as you know, that the budget is allocated at a point in time in September for the prior budget year. So halfway through the year, our recent history has been by mid-year, we already have 1,100 more students than what was actually budgeted for. Now, that was originally in the bill, but we'll be addressing that at another time. But so they're pressed for funds. And what was recommended is that they have a greater role in approving courses that are relevant to their course of study, their future career goals, and not have total flexibility to take electives that may not be relevant. There were some comments I heard that also motivated me to feel that this was a legitimate area to pursue. I was speaking to a physician in the community who said, I love that program. My daughter is having part of her college paid for by the public schools. I don't think that was the intent of the program. I don't think that that's quite the audience that we were trying to assist. So my point is, we need some direction, some guardrails. Item number 3. This bill requires the State Board of Education, rather than the Accountability and Implementation Board, which I will now refer to as AIB, to approve when the career ladder phase-in becomes effective. Furthermore, it empowers county boards of education to approve specifications for teachers spending time outside of the classroom. We talk about local inputs all the time. I think this is an example where local control and input will help county boards of education implement the requirements in a way that makes sense for their jurisdiction. And the final component of this legislation is to require the AIB, in consultation with the State Department of Education, to conduct 2 feasibility studies. One deals with pre-K, another area that's challenging. Many of the private providers just do not see the program or participation as economically viable. And even our public partners don't necessarily have the facilities to accommodate it. So the will's there, but not the way. We don't have a funding source. We need to study the logistics of providing funding or an alternative approach. And that is one element of the study that's recommended in this legislation. The second component is to create a study of the teacher career ladder, considering aspects such as what I mentioned previously: working time outside of the school year, school resources for educators to progress their career, and other regulations that would understand what might be impeding the professional advancement of educators. Retention of our teachers, well, both attraction and retention, are critical. I've always believed that retention is somewhat more cost effective from a resource allocation than attraction, although we need a mix of both. And I found both in the public and the private sector, if people don't believe they have a career path, they don't have a long-term commitment. So we really need to look at a methodology that would better accomplish that. Now, the only aspect of this bill that has a fiscal note relates to this study. And the reason is that the bill asks for a completion date of January 2025. That in retrospect, that's probably too short. They would need to hire an outside consultant in order to do this study. So my recommendation would be that we expand the timeline, and perhaps we would be able to use existing resources and minimize the fiscal note. So with that, I would like to pass on the rest to my panel.
Okay, who wants to go first? And then we'll take questions. Yes? Okay. Vice Chair Kagan has a question before we.
I don't, if I'm just going to be a little bit rude, but I'm about to step out and I'm so sorry, I'm going to miss your testimony. I just want to introduce the mayor of Rockville who just stepped in, Monique Ashton, and council member Barry Jackson, Linda Moran, a senior city hall staff. So I'm going to step out for a minute, but hopefully I'll be able to catch part of it. And thank you, Senator Lewis Young, for your bill. Thank you.
Okay.
Chair.
Okay, so tell us who you are, and each of you is going to have 2 minutes, okay?
Do you want me to begin? Go ahead. Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Jordan Hayes. I'm the student member on the Calvert County Board of Education. I would just like to note that while I am the student member, I'm not speaking on behalf of the Calvert County Board of Ed today. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my experiences. Throughout my term, I've had the opportunity and just the great experience of dedicating time and effort to educating CCPS students about how this blueprint for Maryland's future is really serving them, largely focusing on the college and career readiness and the new CTE opportunities that we've been able to experience through the Blueprints programs. Throughout this, I've been able to discover in my county and across Maryland all a high school student and middle school student level of burnout in the AP, IP, and especially dually enrolled students who, like me, have full schedules of these classes, not all which are relevant to our interests, but do give us a GPA boost. Part of the student support we work so incredibly hard to develop includes aiding the highly preventable development of burnout. If someone had told me to relax and step back for a moment and look at the courses that I chose to take when I was a sophomore going into my junior year, I would have been able to evaluate and understand that these aren't all what's going to help me pursue my passions in my career. And all they're going to do is tire me out and take effort and time away from things that I care about, such as serving my peers. So in all, this does reign true for a large portion of Maryland students who I've had the opportunity to talk to, not just in Calvert County. And I strongly urge you to look favorably upon this bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go to our final witness.
Good afternoon, Mary Pat Fannon, Executive Director for the Public School Superintendents Association of Maryland. Thank Senator Lewis Young for the legislation. And I think that we all are of two minds of whether we're making changes now or we're waiting to see how things shake out. So I really appreciate you taking a look in the community and asking folks where there are some changes that are needed. So I'm just going to speak to the portion of the bill that has to do with dual enrollment. And we were very lucky for the first 2 years of the Blueprint implementation. We were able to use a proxy for college and career readiness because of COVID and test scores and so forth. So we were able to really have a very robust offerings to students, those that were CCR and sort of non-CCR. And then this year, unfortunately, our funding has been cut in half because we are now using an interim CCR standard that was based on MCAP scores. So we have seen a very, like I said, robust and exciting opportunity for kids to try their hand at many different subjects, maybe not necessarily the path that they're gonna choose ultimately, but that really has been cut short. So, you know, from an equity standpoint, we do support the ability to limit the number of courses and the types of courses. And this really is to use the money most effectively. And so if a student, for instance, wants to pick a pre-law pathway, we're going to say, you know, stay focused on that pathway. You might want to take an earth science dual enrollment class, but for purposes of using our money with fidelity, we do think that it makes sense to limit those types of courses. So thank you for the opportunity to weigh in.
Okay, any questions for Senator Lewis Young or the panel? We're going to go to Senator Gallion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for bringing this bill forward. I know from my local superintendent's been hearing about different issues, and this is looking to target many of the main issues I hear. So first of all, thank you for doing that because I know it's not easy. It seems there's been some rigidity as far as wanting to make changes here. So I appreciate the courage to bring this forward. So this is probably for Ms. Fannon. The one thing about the flexibility that we hear a lot that's needed with the 75-25, is that addressed in this? So that's the only thing really I haven't seen addressed. So could you just briefly say how maybe if I wanted to offer amendment, how that could be addressed in this legislation?
I think well, there's a lot of uncodified language in this, and it talks sort of about the pre-K and the career letter. I think if you were going to do an amendment, maybe you would ask as part of studies and those two in particular that you could identify maybe a longer ramp for some of the 75-25 implementation. That would be a way to tie that in. And you know, the financial management system that we talked a little bit about earlier today, not to harken back. I think, you know, one of the things that we're having a hard time coming into compliance with that 75-25 is that system doesn't exist yet and it's not up and running. So if we could sort of tie our reporting to when that system gets up and running, that'd be hugely helpful.
Thank you.
Senator Carozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Lewis Young, thank you for this bill. And it took a lot of work. We talked during the interim, and you and I were doing a lot of talking to our local school superintendents to see really from the front lines, what type of flexibility did they need? And I see that, you know, you kind of have an assortment here and other issues have been raised. You know, I was looking at this from the standpoint of we had an earlier bill that talked about some flexibility in extending timelines for pre-K. And that, that's something that I was hearing from the front line. So, and I know with Senator Washington kind of, heading up our education subgroup here, I'm just wondering, if some of us, whether it's through amendments or maybe just a comparison of what were those top issues that we were hearing about, to see if they could maybe be considered. I mean, to me, we're the policymakers, and this isn't like, we're now into implementation of the blueprint. So I believe we have an obligation to start looking at some, whether you call them tweaks or, well, I call them just the reality with the timeline. So I guess I would want to ask, on my question would be to Ms. Fannon on, I know that the superintendents have, kind of a list of priorities, and I know we're trying to be realistic and we can't do it all, but going beyond what's in this bill, are there other, I would say measured proposals that we should include? Because I think we have an obligation, this committee, to look at this overall.
Yeah, I think, and I didn't touch on the pre-K study, but I would say that is ripe for some careful look and consideration over the interim. And I think the idea of the mixed delivery system is a fantastic in concept. I think the reality is difficult. I think we as a public education entities are struggling with sort of bolstering our own programs for pre-K while also trying to support the private pre-K market, and that it's a little bit of a stretch right now. So I think that would be looking at that, maybe taking a little bit of a step back in the interim would be really, really helpful. I think that we are really experiencing success in those pre-K classrooms and in the CCR, but from a sustainability model, there's only so much that we can take without extending into that private market. But there are barriers that to the private providers coming in that the LEAs, we can't do anything about, that those have to come from MSDE and certification issues. So I think it's an important piece of the blueprint, but one that we need to take.
Right, and I guess I think we might be having a little disconnect because we have a piece of legislation in front of us that we can move this session and not wait for the interim to take on some of these issues. And whether it's a reasonable extension on some timelines or some other, measures. I think that we have a responsibility to act this session to at least consider some of that, and which is what I think was what you were trying to do with your bill. Do you want to comment on what I've thrown out there?
That's exactly what I was trying to do. I was trying to take a couple of issues that seem to be fairly universal challenges and just focus on them, particularly those that wouldn't incur greater financial resources.
Okay, are there any other questions for the panel? Okay, hearing none, that concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 984. We'll turn it over to Vice Chair Kagan for the next bill.
Senator Augustine. Next up, Senate Bill 917, Senator Brooks. Restorative Practices, Schools, Establishment. And could Todd Wade, Zeke Cohen, Councilmember Zeke Cohen is here. Edward Lee. Oh, Z Cohen is virtual. Okay, sorry. Edward Lee, and then we have a bunch of virtuals on this one. Nancy Schertzing. If Ms. Schertzing is here, you can come on up. David Hornbeck. Dr. Hornbeck and Thornell Jones. Until the chairs are filled, we can.
Okay.
Yes, we will have, there are more witnesses. This is the first panel. Is that, was that going to be your question, sir? Okay, absolutely. This is a popular bill, so we're going to have, we'll have a bunch of test witnesses. Senator Brooks, welcome. You may begin your testimony.
Thanks, Vice Chair Kagan, members of my committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you on SB 917, that's Public Schools Restorative Practices School Establishment. For the record, I'm Senator Ben Brooks, representing the 10th Legislative District in Baltimore County. But this bill aims to adopt restorative practices in all Maryland public schools. A restorative school program is a school-wide effort to create a positive, relationship-focused learning environment which promotes respect, community, responsibility, accountability, and empowerment among students and staff. It is not a mental health, discipline, attendance, human resource, instructional, or curriculum program. Instead, restorative practices are a proactive approach to conflict, I should say, resolution, which have been shown to improve school climate and narrow disparities between students of all backgrounds. Currently, Maryland public schools are afflicted with a variety of problems, from rising truancy to falling graduation rates to conflicts between students and teachers. Improving students' well-being and student-teachers relationship has been the priority for the state since the Blueprint for Maryland's Future was enacted in 2021. In this legislation, the blueprint established the Maryland Consortium of Coordinated Communities Support to focus on meeting students' behavioral health needs in a holistic, non-stigmatized, and coordinated manner. The consortium was tasked with developing the best practices for the creation of a positive classroom for all students. Moreover, funds were set aside for student behavioral health services, as well as training staff to recognize student behavior issues. Additionally, schools were also required to appoint mental health services coordinators within each school to provide these services and to ensure the competence of trained staff. SB 917 plans to take what was already established and funded within the blueprint for a restorative practice program. This is because restorative practices have been proven to improve the students' outcome, address teachers' retention issues, and uplift school climate in a number of Baltimore schools. A Johns Hopkins analysis of the 15 Baltimore City schools using restorative practices found suspensions were reduced by 44% in the program first year. After 5 years of restorative practices, schools arrests were reduced by 81%, indicating a reduction in violent behavior and a major step towards closing the school to prison pipeline. A nationwide study by the RAND Corporation corroborated these results, finding that students in restorative schools were suspended less frequently, suspended for shorter durations, less likely to be suspended multiple times, and referred fewer students to alternative schools compared to the non-restorative schools. RAND also found that restorative schools narrowed the disparity in suspension of Blacks, Latino, low incomes, and students with disabilities, who are suspended at more than twice the rate of their peers in non-restorative schools. These findings are indicative of the impact restorative school restorative practices have on students' conduct and their learning environment. Restorative school reduces the likelihood of dysfunctional behavior and in turn improves students and teachers' perception of schools, safety, and learning. Restorative practices do not just improve conduct, they also foster a positive classroom culture and strengthens education's connections with the students. Baltimore City Public Schools found that restorative practices improve the educators' perception of teaching, improve the classroom climate, and increase the respect students gave to all members of the classroom community. And in Baltimore City, 72% of school staff reported an improvement in school climate and 69% reported an improvement in students' respect for one another after integrating restorative practices. SB 917 will integrate these restorative practices into public schools, starting with 50 schools by June 30, 2026. The Division of Student Support, Academic Enrichment, and Educational Policies within the MDSE will develop and oversee the comprehensive restorative plan for Maryland Public Schools. The plan will establish standards a school must meet to be considered restorative. There will be outcomes and performance metrics, as well as data collection and reporting protocols to measure performances. This bill mandates a restorative practice coach in every school and restorative practice training for school staff. In operational restorative schools, restorative coaches are often an existing staff member who has received a restorative training. Restorative practices has already been shown to teach students how to positively engage with their education, peers, and instructors. It holds school-wide level approach, builds not just a more supportive school community, but also kinder, safer, and more empathetic one. This practice has proven to raise attendance rates, build positive relationships, boost teachers' sentiments, and improve school climate. SB 917 leverages existing resources to weave restorative practices into a school day with minimal disruption, fulfilling the vision that was set out in the blueprint 3 years ago. For that reason, Mr. Chair, I'm requesting a favorable report on SB 917.
Panel, don't know what order you want to go. Senator Brooks, do you have a preference as to where to start? These folks are in mighty fine red t-shirts.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, before we start, if you are here on this bill and if you are a proponent of the bill and you're not on the panel, but you would like to stand so the committee sees that you are here. Excellent. Great t-shirts. Okay. Thank you all. Thank you for taking the time to come to Annapolis and joining us today.
You want to start?
Senator Brooks, how would you like to conduct your panel?
I'll start with Dr. Hornbeck.
Excellent. The
Okay.
famous Dr. David Hornbeck. Yes, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I appreciate members of the committee the opportunity to present to you this afternoon, and also want to thank Senator Brooks for your leadership in introducing Senate Bill 917. I represent Voices for Restorative Schools, and happy that you acknowledged our red-shirted colleagues from all over the state of Maryland. I also appear as the former Maryland State Superintendent of Schools for 12 years, whose children and grandchildren graduated from Maryland Public Schools. My sons have 40 years of being principals in Baltimore City between them. I have now a grandchild, difficult to believe, 28 years old, in her 5th year of teaching math in a Baltimore City public school. My family has been deeply invested in Maryland public education for a very long time, in fact, 48 years. The culture of an institution significantly determines its success. I find the strategies laid out in the blueprint and thus its promise to be outstanding. As the founder of Strong Schools Maryland, which has worked tirelessly in support of the blueprint, I applaud the General Assembly for your vision. Unfortunately, Maryland's school culture undermines the promise you created. Our suspensions, chronic absenteeism, teacher turnover, student mental health challenges, and the shameful, persistent opportunity and achievement gaps between Black and white students make the case. I've provided details of our serious school culture flaws in my longer written testimony, which I submitted, which I ask, where I also ask for your consideration of making racial justice and equity issues more explicit in the bill, and urge your favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hornbeck. And I just looked up, somehow the photo in here on Google doesn't quite look like you anymore, but you signed my high school graduation diploma, my diploma, so a few years ago now.
You were a very good student.
I'm sure. Next witness, please.
Okay.
Any order, you guys, and you get up to 2 minutes, but please, please do watch the clock and make sure the microphone is right in front of you. And be sure to identify yourself. Thank you. Welcome.
Madam Chairman and Committee, I'm Edward Lee, President Teach Them to Fish Financial Literacy. I'm here in support of Senate Bill 917. The institutionalization of restorative practices in all Maryland public schools will dramatically change the culture and behavior of everyone engaged in the learning and teaching process. Snow Hill High School experienced a racial incident involving media posts, ninjas, Black hoods, and the N-word. This resulted in Black students walking out of school. The students took the matter to their principal, who investigated the incident and suspended the white students for half a day. The parents of the white students contacted the superintendent of schools. Afterwards, a misdirected meeting was called without the school principal being invited to participate. The superintendent overrode the principal's half-day suspension. The Black students walked out. During a meeting supporting restorative schools in Ocean City, the mother of one of the students who was involved in the Snow Hill incident, and she was white, by the way, said that if restorative practices had been functioning properly in Snow Hill, the incident would have been resolved at the school. I have started several circles of support restorative practice on the Eastern Shore. The belief of the participating circle leaders are that the passages of 517 is a game changer. It is acknowledged that from a cultural perspective, values are learned in the home and the community. These values cannot be controlled by the school. However, where schools create culture of respect, empathy, love, that every voice matters, model from the principal's office to the teachers, staff, maintenance, cafeteria workers, bus drivers, and students who will make them feel important. Senate Bill 917 provides that mechanism.
Thank you, Mr.
I
Slade.
urge your consideration.
Thank you so much. Next witness, please.
Yeah, we'll go with Mr. Jones.
All right, Mr. Jones.
Thank you for this opportunity, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Thornell Jones, President of World Class Graduates, Maryland. We're totally focused on the success of the blueprint for Maryland's future. The bill before you is an effort to change the culture in our schools. The current and long-term culture that precedes the blueprint is still one of the differentiations that ignores the essential fact that if our children do not learn to work together, our society will continue to be fractured, not productive, and exhibit uncivilized behavior in many of the ways that we continue to make laws to overcome. The restorative practices schools being proposed is not a remedy for particular bad behavior. They're a process to develop respect and admiration for the qualities each and every child and each and every adult brings to the process of schooling each and every day. This is so important because our society has been structured in such a way that there are whole communities, Black and white, where children do not feel they belong and see no reason to strive to excel. Schools is one area in which we all come together, and thus must be where we develop the habits of good interrelationships necessary for us to survive in the 21st century. Outside of school, our technology has provided us with the capability to avoid direct contact with one another, and in the process, think that people are only about thought. But through the circle processes practiced throughout the restorative practices schools, youth and adults each reach a higher level of feeling and understanding. I ask you to have a favorable solution.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Next witness, please. Yes, sir.
Hi, this is kind of cool and exciting. Thank you, senators, for having me. I am Todd Wade, the Director of Restorative Practices at City Springs Elementary Middle in Baltimore City. I'm gonna tell a quick story. 2 weeks ago, I got a message to go to the music room where the 8th graders are located. As I arrive, Jay storms out sobbing. I follow Jay. She is inconsolable. She won't tell me what happened. I provide her with a quiet, safe place. I head back to the music room to investigate. It seems that Jay's clothes smell like urine. Jay's home situation is loving, but not ideal. Most of her classmates know this and usually support this. So students have been picking on her, and Jay is in a very precarious situation. A 14-year-old girl has just exited her class smelling like pee. It is a critical moment for Jay, her homeroom, and the whole 8th grade. Here's what happens at a restorative school. I am furious, but quietly call the main participants outside, one at a time. I run them through a set of restorative questions with a focus on an empathetic mindset. Classmates are asked in a one-on-one situation with a trusted adult to put themselves in Jay's shoes. Students pulled aside are teary and remorseful. They will make it right. We will circle up when Jay is ready. Jackpot. Problem solved? No, sorry, wrong. 8th graders. Jay had called her mom to pick her up. Upon arrival, mom learns what happened and rushes out to the field where the 8th graders are at recess, and then calls the kids that bullied her child every name in the book and threatens them. We have lots of adults out there. Cooler heads prevail. We de-escalate the mom, but the 8th graders are now not happy, and they are not ready to apologize. They are not going to de-escalate the situation at all. So I need to call a whole class circle. I call for a whole class circle with Jay and their teacher. Circles are part of the culture of restorative school. They are used every day. It is built into the schedule and used for community building and problem solving. The 8th graders have just been threatened. 8th graders have just been threatened and insulted by adult. They are not in a forgiving mood. Jay has been picked on relentlessly for issues that are beyond their control. There are few circles harder than this one. Long story short.
Yes. Long story short, really short. Go.
No. Long the students that were laughing and mocking apologized profusely to Jay's friends who did not partake, and the whole thing went away. This cannot happen if they do not have a restorative practice director and a restorative practice systemic structure.
Thank you, Mr. Wade. Appreciate the story. Next witness, please.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I'm Matt Hornbeck, and Dad signed my diploma as well. I'm here with you to express my strong support for Senate Bill 917, which focuses on restorative practices in schools. As the leader for more than 2 decades of the educational community at Hampstead Hill Academy, I've witnessed firsthand the transformative impact of implementing restorative practices on our students and school culture. When the principal buys in and there's a restorative coach to oversee and operationalize restorative practices, teacher and staff attendance and retention go up, special education referrals, office referrals, detentions, suspensions, and expulsions go down, and student achievement soars. HHA is among the highest performing schools in the state. Our middle school's in the 97th percentile, and our elementary grades perform at the 89th percentile. We're a neighborhood zone school with no cap on enrollment. Our student body is 42% Latino, 34% white, and 23% Black. About 7% of our students receive special education services, and about 19% are multi-language learners. We're a large school with more than 900 students. Class size is too large, often 35 or more, but the job satisfaction, parent satisfaction, student performance very nearly can't be beat. At HHA, we have integrated restorative practices into our daily routines, creating a supportive and inclusive environment where students feel valued and empowered to succeed. Some of the specific restorative practices we utilize include community building circles led by homeroom teachers, effective statements and questions to foster empathy, and informal social groups like breakfast clubs and lunch bunches aimed at enhancing peer interactions and building self-confidence. I urge you to support Senate Bill 917 as it represents a crucial step towards promoting positive school climates and fostering the holistic development of our students. And I welcome anyone on the committee who would like to see restorative practices in person, as Senator Brooks recently did, to do so. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You introduced yourself as Matt, but I have a Jonathan Hornbeck who had signed
Middle
up.
name Matt.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kagan, and Senator Brooks for inviting me for this. My name is Nancy Schertzing. I'm the Director of Restorative Approaches in Education for the Center for Dispute Resolution at the University of Maryland Francis King Carey School of Law. We call ourselves CDRUM. I'm here to speak in favor of SB 917 to establish restorative practices schools across Maryland. I believe that its ambitious and optimistic approach could help realize the promise and the vision developed over a decade of school discipline reform, which has not quite lived up to the vision of the Maryland Commission of the School to Prison Pipeline and Restorative Practices. In 2018, the Commission's final report advocated for schools to create safe, equitable, and positive learning environments for all students. And it called for funding and training to support school systems in that effort. Based on the Commission's recommendations in 2019, the General Assembly updated Section 306 of the Maryland Code. They focused primarily on restorative discipline, however, largely overlooking the call to create positive learning environments. Further, the Code of Maryland Regulations, COMAR, mentions restorative practices exclusively as a discipline option, with no mention of using it for safe, equitable, and positive learning environments. SB 917 offers a pathway to establish restorative learning environments for all, more like those envisioned by the Commission, in which all students can succeed. To do this will require collaboration across various interests to shift the paradigm from doing restorative discipline to being a restorative community, which is very much like what you've heard here in the other testimony. We are clear-eyed in recognizing that this will require significant additional resources, but we look forward to supporting these efforts with research, advocacy, training, and coaching as we're able.
Thank you, Ms. Schertzing. Appreciate it. We have one more witness that we'll take virtually first, and then we'll take questions for the whole panel. Okay, Council Member Zeke Cohen, nice to have you here. You've got your video on. You get up to 2 minutes. Welcome. Glad to have you.
Thank you. Honored to be here with you. Thank you for having me. I'm here to testify in support of this legislation. And I want to just provide 3 reasons. Really proud that in Baltimore, we have implemented trauma-informed care, the first city in the country to do that. And I think as we all head out of this mental health crisis brought on by the pandemic, by escalating violence and substance use, it is really important that we embrace a trauma-responsive and restorative approach. Just a quick statistic, a 2020 Johns Hopkins analysis of 15 schools in Baltimore that implemented restorative practices found a 44% decline in school suspensions in the first year of implementation. Another analysis of Baltimore City's school resource officers found an 81% reduction in school arrests over a 5-year period. And I think that as a state, certainly as a city, we're all struggling with what to do with our young people who are having challenges, whether it's challenges with the law, challenges in school, challenges with mental health. And I think this framework, this restorative approach really lends itself to being able to both support our young people and hold them accountable. And I want to be clear, this is not in any kind of conflict with accountability. And the last thing I want to say, and I see Principal Hornbeck is here on the panel, and in his wonderful school where my daughter goes, my daughter's experience, she started at Hampstead Hill at age 4. She was embraced by her teacher. She found this incredible restorative environment. My daughter went from being a shy pandemic kid to an absolute diva who is taking over the world. And I think that's possible for all of our kids when we embrace restorative practices.
Thank you, council member. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Colleagues, questions for the council member or Senator Brooks or any of our panelists? I have one actually, and I don't know whether, I'm not sure where to address it, but if one of you that feels most able to answer can speak up. There's an organization that I support in Montgomery County, a great nonprofit called CRCMIC, the Conflict Resolution Center of Montgomery County, and they do circles and they do a lot of this. And I wonder whether you've ever heard of it. And if you haven't, I just wanted to encourage, I wanted to give them a shout out because they do really great work. And just want to encourage you to check it out. And I'm happy to make a connection if that's ever useful. So.
Good.
Seeing no takers, I'm thinking that that's new information, but I encourage you to check them out.
Let me just
Yeah.
say, Senator Kagan, that there are a number of conflict resolution mediation initiatives in the state, and they do fantastic work. I'm not familiar with the particular work in the group you mentioned, but what all the good work they're doing in what is too often a kind of an episodic way. What we're proposing is, as Mr. Lee suggests, is the institutionalizing of that approach. And in fact, I envision those kinds of resources to become partners with the schools in the implementation of 917. But I will follow up on that particular
That'd be great.
program.
Yeah, they work in schools, and I don't know that it's an everyday situation, but I think it's pretty regular. But I'm can't say I'm the expert. So I saw no other. Oh, I was going to say I had no other. But Senator Washington has a question, brief one.
For Senator Brooks. So you mentioned that. Yeah, sure. You mentioned that restorative practices are highlighted or mentioned in the blueprint. Correct. And so and that there's funding already directed towards it. And I'm trying to understand how we're bringing this out, and is it part of any reforms in the blueprint you're wanting to do? Anybody can answer that, because yes. I know that there is mention of restorative practices, but it seems like you're suggesting that there should be something else.
Yeah, you want to handle that, Dr. Hornbeck? Yeah,
sure. Let me take a crack at it. The only place that I know of that is explicit with the words restorative practices is in the certification area. But I do think that there was an intent from a strategy or a program point of view, I guess I would say, to recognize the importance of a safe, trusting place that all of us have spoken to. The problem with the blueprint is that it was never explicit about creating a restorative school. And to see this not as a program, just another one along the way, but rather as a difference in mindset, a different attitude, a way of thinking. And I think that's what 917 brings to the conversation, is an intentionality about it that is missing in the blueprint.
And Madam Chair, I just want to make sure I understand. So very similar to the community school strategy that we've applied, where we mandated and required that in community schools there needed to be someone whose job it was and they're funded to actually implement this strategy. You're asking for something similar for our schools in the restorative practice space.
Yeah, yes, let me
just nod. I mean, I think I just wanted to
Dr. Hornbeck, I see you nodding.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And thank you for community schools. You started it in the legislature.
So colleagues, we have a lot more witnesses on this bill. We have 2 more bills, and then we have a voting session. So we're going to try to speed this up a little bit, but you guys were great witnesses. We appreciate your being here. Senator Brooks, there are more of your witnesses. So I'm gonna suggest that when I call your name, please come up to the table really quickly. And Me Too, we love Me Too. You will be our best friend if you start with a Me Too or take less than 30 seconds. Okay, William Fluke is virtual. We will take him in a little bit. Sharon Blake, if you are here. Adam, I cannot read that, sorry. Adam Rosenberg, is that close? If Adam Rosenberg or anyone who has a name that kind of looks like that, you're welcome to come up. Corey Witherspoon, Ann Coy, Kobe Little. Logan Endow. Let's stop there. How many do we have? We are close to full house here. Sure, why don't you put it, well, let's see, you're gonna want it to be seen. Yeah, putting it down there. Do you have any recommendations, Lemuria? Maybe one of your partners can, on the panel can hold it up when it's your turn. Okay, but we want to get started here. Ma'am, welcome. Thank you for being here. If you could identify yourself, you have up to 2 minutes and just make sure the mic's in front of you as we work our way down the line. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Kagan, honorable members of the Senate Education, Energy, and Environment Committee. My name is Sharon Blake. I served the Baltimore City Public School System for 43 years in a variety of capacities, including but not limited to President of the Baltimore Teachers Union, New Teacher Mentor, Educational Associate, and of course, a classroom practitioner and/or teacher. I come before you today to urge this committee to give a favorable vote on Senate Bill 917, the Restorative Schools Act. Before retiring in 2017, I taught young people who face some of the most difficult circumstances, such as murders, rape, shootings, stabbing, and robbery. To that end, one of my students was stabbed in our school and later died at University Hospital shock trauma. Because of this traumatic incident, the staff received professional development in the implementation and value of restorative practice. As a staff, we were required to use restorative practice in the classroom on a daily basis. As a classroom practitioner, I began to use restorative practice to de-escalate conflicts between students, problems seen by students in and outside of the classroom. Restorative practice became an excellent tool to help students think about their thinking, thus developing metacognition skills. It also allows students to reflect on and analyze how to make decisions that would improve their lives and the lives of people around them. The use of restorative practice reduced arguments, fights, and violence in our school. Moreover, restorative practice transformed the culture and the teaching and learning process within the school. Restorative practice helped to create a healing environment where students felt empowered, respected, and treasured by the staff, each other, thus elevating their self-esteem. To that end, restorative practice is an excellent opportunity to not only improve the success of young people in Maryland's public school systems, but also for the attraction and retention of teachers. In closing, once again, I urge you to support Senate Bill 917 by voting in favor of the Restorative Schools Act.
Testimony and for your career in our schools.
Can I go next?
Sure.
Yeah, we
All
the
right.
same school.
Could one of the other panelists hold that up while or Dr. Horn, there you go.
Thank you so much. That was my mentee who got stabbed in the school and died. He died in my arms.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
When you were young, have you ever been bullied? My time. I think I'm Corey Witherspoon. That was my mentee, Ananias, that died. He got stabbed inside of Renaissance Academy. He died in my arms. Restorative practice was implemented in Renaissance Academy 6 years ago as a result of what happened. Changed the whole community. It changed the whole school. I was going to read for this paper. I ain't reading from no paper no more. From there, I've gone to several schools and I've done the restorative practice work. I've seen it work. We stopped suspensions from Renaissance Academy. Young people were feeling whole. They felt like supported. The school board tried to go with offer support after the murder occurred, but what really hit home is that the staff, everybody were restorative. Since then, I went on to Booker T. Washington Middle School, Pimlico Elementary Middle School, 800 students. I received a Fox 45 Champion of Carriage award for all the work that I've done. But the key thing is that, you know, restorative practice can be implemented in all schools. It's not just a Baltimore thing. From Eastern Tech in Baltimore County, one of the greatest schools, the Academy of Health Sciences in Prince George's County, to Ashley Ridge High School in Dorchester County, to you know, even the more underserved schools and Dundalk High School that's struggling right now, and other schools in Maryland like Suitland who's struggling. So which means is that the higher level schools can go ahead and get support, as well as the lower function can get support from restorative practice. Right, what we all see is just the different restorative practices that I've done in school, from parent conferences to student conferences to one-on-one conferences to, you know, the many different conferences. I know we have a lot of people, but I just wanted to go and stop, and I'm totally in support of Senate Bill 0917. Thank you.
Mr. Witherspoon, thank you for your testimony, and I'm so sorry for your friend's loss.
Yes, indeed.
Yes,
Thank
yes, ma'am. For the loss of your friend. That wasn't stated very well. Yes, please. You can stay at the table in case there are questions for you.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Ann Quay, and I come before you in support of Senate Bill 0917 as a dedicated educator and proud parent of 3 Baltimore City public school students, and express my strong support for the Restorative Schools Act. I've been an educator in various capacities in Baltimore for nearly 20 years. In my 3rd year of teaching, I unexpectedly became the only teacher of 37 9-year-olds. I had 37 4th graders by myself all day. This many students felt absolutely overwhelming, and I had 2 very recent refugee students who had experienced terrible trauma and hardly spoke English. I had a student who was recently orphaned, 2 students who had parents who were both deployed. Like many neighborhoods in Baltimore, there were incredible challenges that came with poverty, but there were also many, many students who were engaged and wanted to have space to participate and be heard among the many voices in our classroom. I was introduced to restorative practices and the concept of hosting circles every day. These circles fundamentally changed the culture of my classroom that year and in subsequent years to come. In my time as faculty with Johns Hopkins University, I came to know literally hundreds of educators, most of them very new to the profession and very dedicated to the work they were embarking on. While I can say with a surety that nearly all of them came to the field of teaching truly hoping to impact students and build community, the vast majority of them have left the classroom. If you ask them why they left, you will likely hear a variety of reasons, but I would argue that nearly every single one of them would mention the struggle with classroom management and student behavior. There simply isn't support in schools for most teachers to successfully build relationships and manage their classrooms with the emphasis that is placed on increasing student achievement. Restorative practices truly isn't adding another thing for teachers to do in their already heavy load. It is giving them the tools that so many of them desperately want and need, with permission to spend time on this important component of education. I urge you to support Senate Bill 0917, the Restorative Schools Act. Thank you for your time.
Next witness, please.
Good evening. My name is Nashana Kess. I stand in for Reverend Kobe Little, the president of the NAACP. I am the executive director of the NAACP of Maryland, and we stand in support of Senate Bill 917. It is not merely about introducing restorative practices into our educational institutions. It's about recognizing the urgent need to address systemic issues that plague our communities, particularly our youth of color. Restorative practices offer a paradigm shift, focusing on building relationship, fostering accountability and repairing harm rather than restoring to punitive measures that disproportionately affect marginalized students. One of the most significant impacts of implementing restorative practices in schools is the dismantling of the school to prison pipeline. Our educational system has been complicit in funneling students, particularly Black and Brown youth, into the criminal justice system instead of providing them with support and resources they need to thrive. By prioritizing restorative practices, we can disrupt this harmful cycle and create pathways to success for all students. Secondly, it teaches invaluable skills in positive conflict mediation and resolution. Instead of perpetuating a culture of punishment and exclusion, students learn how to communicate effectively, empathize with others, and take responsibility for their actions. These are the essential life skills that will not only benefit them within the school environment, but also prepare them for success in the future endeavors. However, it's essential to recognize the implementation of restorative practices must be accompanied with robust racial justice and equity safeguards. We cannot afford to overlook the systemic disparities. Restorative practices must be implemented in a manner that addresses the unique needs and experiences of students of color, ensuring that they are not disproportionately targeted or harmed by these initiatives. We hope to work with the bill sponsor and committee to ensure that the bill addresses racial justice and equity. Thank you.
Nice to have you here. Sir, wrap up this panel if you would, please.
Yes. Hello, esteemed panel. I'm Logan Endow. I'm here to support strongly the Restorative Schools Act. I first was introduced to restorative practices through my mother, who was a teacher in Baltimore City schools, who integrated restorative practices into her classroom through both mediation and nonviolence, but also integrating it into her curriculum. So they wrote a memoir about the lives that they've lived, the various traumas that they've faced, the various joys that they've faced. And it really unearthed to her the depth of trauma that students face in our schools. She later became a principal and integrated restorative practices into her school there and really turned the school around to make it one of the top 6 performing schools in the city. Whereas before there were fires every week, kids brought guns into school. So I became interested at that point. Then I worked in the school system, the re-engagement center, seeing kids who basically fell through the cracks, the kids who were dealing with homelessness and domestic violence, mental health issues, and asking myself, why couldn't we have intervened sooner, before they'd already been institutionalized, before they'd already gone to prison, and now we're trying to integrate them there. These symptoms often show themselves in the kids that are in elementary school. Like, why did no kid ask, why are you coming to school in the same shirt every single day? Why did no teacher ask, why are you acting out? Why are you not talking to other kids? If we have that early intervention, it'll be much easier to prevent the school prison pipeline that we have in our city and everywhere else. And just to mention as well, it's like the kids that we are dealing with today, they've all faced COVID. They didn't face the same, peaceful environment that we had growing up. They're still trying to take SATs and pass all their tests while wearing masks and doing Zoom school. So like we have universal cases of trauma that our kids have faced. And if you're parents in the room, the stories that you hear from this generation is completely different. So I strongly urge you to support this bill and do something to help our kids with this difficulty.
If you panelists wouldn't mind sticking around, I'd like to take some virtual witnesses and then we'll see if there are questions for any of you. So with us online, Mario, William Fluke. Yep, let's start with William Fluke, then we'll go to a couple more. Moshe Berry after that, and then Nikomar Mosley. Mr. Fluke, welcome back.
Good evening, Vice Chair Kagan and Senators. My name is Dr. Bill Fluke. I'm a retired psychologist. Over the past 50 years, I've devoted my career to addressing the learning and mental health needs of children in school, including service at the State Department of Education and the Baltimore County Public Schools. I'm speaking today for the Maryland Psychological Association, which represents over 1,000 doctoral level psychologists throughout the state in support of Senate Bill 917. I'm also speaking for the many members of the Eastern Shore Behavioral Health Coalition in support of this bill, and I'll be brief. As you've heard, the restorative practices approach deals holistically with student behavior by handling behavioral incidents as they arise while seeking to increase social, and emotional skills in students and staff. Implemented properly, this approach has been shown to reduce conflict and disruption, enabling marginalized students to be more successful in school. It's a good idea and it works. We request a favorable report on Senate Bill 917. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fluke. Next, Moshe Berry.
Hi, good evening.
You would make sure that you hear from you.
Sorry. Okay.
So, Mr. Berry, I think you need to turn on your video. There we go. Welcome.
Thank you.
Up to 2 minutes.
Yes. All right. Good afternoon, esteemed members of the committee. My name is Moshe Berry, and I'm honored to stand before you today as a school social worker dedicated to the well-being of students in Maryland schools. I'm here to share my insights and experiences regarding the transformative impact of restorative practices on the social and emotional fabric of our educational communities. I express my strong support of Senate Bill 917 and House Bill 1257, the Restorative Schools Act. As a school social worker, my primary responsibility is to support the holistic development of students addressing their social and emotional needs. I've supported students in at least 5 different schools across Baltimore City, and restorative practices has emerged as an invaluable tool in achieving these goals, fostering a positive and inclusive environment that is conducive to the overall well-being of our students. Since the integration of restorative practices into Marie G. Faring's approach, we have witnessed positive changes in social dynamics. These practices emphasize building and repairing relationships, creating a sense of belonging, and encouraging empathy among students. The result has been stronger social connections, reduced instances of isolation, and an overall improvement in the school's social climate. Restorative practices play a crucial role in addressing the emotional well-being of our students. The emphasis on open communication and conflict resolution not only reduces stressors, but also equips students with essential coping skills. As a school social worker, I've seen firsthand how these practices contribute to a more emotionally resilient student body. For example, a few weeks ago, we had a conflict among students that originated outside of school from a social media post. As soon as we were made aware of the conflict, we circled up with the students to discuss what happened. Students were not only able to share their perspective, but it also forced students to consider their own actions, how it made others feel, and what can be done to move forward. This conflict could have easily turned into a physical fight at school, which would have likely resulted in suspensions. Instead, students were able to engage in a meaningful discussion and learn from what happened. One of the most powerful aspects of restorative practices is their impact on conflict resolution. Rather than relying solely on punitive measures, these practices provide a structured framework for addressing conflicts through facilitated conversations. This not only resolves immediate issues, but it also empowers students with essential conflict resolution skills that they carry with them into adulthood. Our experiences with restorative practices align with the goals outlined in the Blueprint for Maryland's Future.
There, you got through a lot of it, but thank you, Mr. Berry. Next up, Nikomar Mosley. If Nikomar Mosley is available, if you could please turn on your video camera. Excellent. Welcome. You have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, and good evening, esteemed committee members. My name is Nikomar Mosley, and I've had the privilege of serving as the principal at Gwynns Falls Elementary School in Baltimore City, and I'm currently the Associate Director of the Positive School Center in the University of Maryland School of Social Work. Today, I come to you not just as an educational leader, but as the witness to the transformative impact of restorative practices within my school community and the schools that I work with across the district. I am also here to advocate for the continued support and expansion of the restorative practices across Maryland. We at the Positive School Center support Senate Bill 917, the Restorative Schools Act. Restorative practices has become an anchoring part of my school's culture, and these practices foster positive relationships, create a sense of community, and address conflicts through open communication and understanding. As a result, my school and the schools that I work with experience a notable positive shift in culture and more holistic approach to education. Since introducing restorative practices, our schools have observed a profound change in their culture. There is an enhanced sense of community and inclusivity that is highly accountable and supportive. Students, teachers, staff, and families actively and cooperatively create an environment that values empathy, respect, and personal responsibility. This cultural shift has a ripple effect positively impacting not only the school, but the community as well. One of the most significant impacts has been the management of disciplinary actions. Rather than prioritizing punitive measures such as suspension, restorative practices provide a structured framework for addressing conflicts. Through facilitated restorative conversations, students and community members learn to understand the consequences of their actions and work toward a resolution. This approach has reduced disciplinary incidents, creating a more conducive atmosphere for teaching and learning. The positive effects of restorative practices extend beyond disciplinary matters. We have witnessed improved academic performance among our students as emphasis on emotional well-being and contributes to engaged learning environment. Thank you. And we appreciate your consideration for the passing of this bill.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mosley. I think you need to have a conversation with Mr. Witherspoon and see if you guys can partner or hire him. There's a thing going right there that I can totally see. Jennifer Penn Feliciano signed up, but I understand she's not here. So I just want to say her name out loud since she did take the time to sign up. We now shift to favorable with amendments. Nathan Farrell. But I'm sorry, were there any questions for the panel, which I see none. So we have one person, Mr. Farrell. If I could bring up Dr. Carrie Wright, our interim state superintendent.
Sarah Brooks, did you have something?
No, he was okay. Yep. Dr. Wright, we're delighted to have you with us as well. That's informational. And Kelly Quinn, the Coalition to Reform School Discipline. And those will be our final three witnesses. So Nathan, where'd you go? Okay. Let's take the favorable with amendment first. Is it Farrell or Farrell?
Farrell, thank you.
All right. Welcome. And each of the three of you have up to 2 minutes.
Nathan Farrell speaking on behalf of the Baltimore Teachers Union. We support with amendment Senate Bill 917. I'll keep it really brief. First, I want to lift up the written comments submitted to this committee on behalf of this bill with amendments from the Alliance to Reclaim Our Schools Baltimore. These are parents of Baltimore City school children or students. And I hope that this committee will read those written comments from the Alliance to Reclaim Our Schools Baltimore. Our amendments stand as follows, just also as a career educator, I cannot emphasize the importance of restorative practices from a school culture capacity, from classroom management capacity. So we strongly endorse restorative practices, but there are some concerns we have with the bill. The fiscal note on this bill is inadequate. The restorative practice coach position needs to be an additional state-funded position in schools, not a duty that is added to someone else's already full plate. An unfunded mandate passed on to LEAs. This needs to be funded adequately. For restorative practices to be implemented correctly, there must be a parent and a restorative practice practitioner. My brother, Mr. Witherspoon, would be a wonderful person on the consortium on coordinated community supports. The directly impacted and the expertise of a professional who has done transformative work in schools must be included. Lastly, accountability measures should focus on ensuring fidelity to the work and not just accountability around discipline. The measures should be related to how many, for example, direct opportunities for restorative practices are conducted, circles, for example, how many conflicts are resolved, rather than just solely the data on suspensions. Far too often, schools are pressured to just not suspend without embracing the actual tools to ensure that conflict can be an opportunity for learning and repairing harm. I also want to be clear that if this is not adequately done, the public, educators, and communities will sour on restorative practices. We appreciate your consideration.
Dr. Wright.
Yes, hi, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Feldman and Vice Chair Kagan and committee members. I am Carrie Wright, Interim State Superintendent of Schools at the Maryland State Department of Education. However, I come to you today as a parent, grandparent, and former teacher and school principal to speak on the power and importance of restorative practices. First and foremost, restorative schools are safer schools. They're schools where students are seen and celebrated. When implemented effectively by all of the adults in a child's life, restorative practices teach our next generation how to learn from mistakes, repair harm, and make better choices. To be clear, a truly restorative approach does not replace discipline. It actually strengthens the way we hold our young people accountable by calling upon each of us to teach students how to repair harm. It leverages teachable moments, highlights our impact on others, and centers the community. It emphasizes clear expectations and strong relationships over exclusionary practices. Across Maryland, we are seeing the shift. Fully restorative schools are reporting improved climates, stronger student relationships, and a greater sense of connection to their learning communities. Many Maryland districts are already moving toward this approach. By teaching and modeling the use of restorative practices, our school leaders, teachers, support staff, and families can show our young people a better way and cultivate learning communities where everyone's voice is heard and everyone's story is understood. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kelly Quinn. I'm delighted to be here today. I'm here in two capacities. One is as the chairperson of the Maryland Coalition to Reform School Discipline, and then I also am the managing director of the Choice Program at UMBC. It is exhilarating to be in this chamber with so many people who are committed to restorative justice and restorative practices. I know firsthand, as the managing director of the Choice Program, a diversion program. We work with about 400 children annually who are under the supervision of the Department of Juvenile Services. I know the acute need for restorative practices and rehabilitation. It is not lost on me that we are here to discuss this at the same time that we have been advancing more punitive and more policing policies in the state. All Maryland children deserve social and emotional well-being in their schools. And I'm delighted to hear that so many of us are eager to have this happen in the K through 12 environment successfully. And it's that we among the coalition are so committed to this success that we have 7 concerns and 6 recommendations that I want to point you to in our testimony. Generally, I would say in some, we want to go slow and steady. The fiscal note that Nathan points to and that Senator Washington, you raised questions about is a concern of ours. We want a longer implementation window. We need additional resources for training and evaluation and increased resources within MSDE and LEA to support school principals, communities, and restorative coaches. As proposed, we're concerned that, as Nathan says, the communities may sour if we don't have appropriate buy-in and a commitment to change the culture and mindsets of educators.
Ms. Quinn, okay, look at that. If I just whine a little bit, the lights go off. Senator Hester, is it a really, really needed question? Okay, well then, I think I'm going to say that completes the hearing on Senate Bill 917. We still have 2 more bills left and then a voting session. So thank you to all you red t-shirted people with good hearts and patience to be here. Best of luck to every one of you. Thank you. Back to the chair.
Okay, we're going to now go to Senator Hester. Senator Hester. Okay. Senator Hester. Okay. Why don't we take the 979, which is you're the only witness. Let's do that one first. What do you mean? Do we have one? On 979, she didn't sign up. Okay. We're down to the 2 Hester bills. So Senator Hester, Senate Bill 979. Tell us what it does.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I feel like there's nobody here. But okay. For the record, Senator Katie Fry Hester here to ask for your favorable report of Senate Bill 979. This is a fascinating bill, which you won't want to miss. It's a significant step towards supporting our public school systems and keeping pace with the changing technology around artificial intelligence. Pull the mic closer. Okay. So as you know, During the interim, the Joint Committee on Cybersecurity, IT, and Biotechnology met several times, including one 6-hour massive hearing, which many of you attended, to talk about artificial intelligence. When you're talking about this technology, it's really helpful to take a sector by sector approach. And so this bill is about what artificial intelligence means in the world of education. In your testimony, you will see our 2-pager, which was developed by the Morgan State Center for Equitable AI and Machine Learning Systems. It's really good. They did this for us on a number of different sector-specific ones. But in terms of education, and in all of the different sectors, there are opportunities and there are risks. So some of the opportunities in education include tailoring educational content to individual students and accommodating different learning styles, paces, and abilities, not to mention languages. AI can also automate administrative tasks, provide 24/7 tutoring, and support remote or disadvantaged students. AI can also analyze large data sets to identify trends and areas for improvements in education. And it can help our teachers in creating customized lesson plans, grading, and identifying students who may need a little extra help. So there's huge promise here in terms of using artificial intelligence to support our teachers and our students. There are also risks. AI algorithms can inherit biases from the data that they are trained on, leading to discrimination or reinforcing existing inequalities. The use of AI in education involves collecting and analyzing sensitive student data. How do we keep that data safe? And over-reliance on artificial intelligence might reduce teacher-student interactions and limit critical thinking. The adoption of AI in education may raise concerns about potential job displacement for teachers. So we've got opportunities and risks on both sides. So what this bill does is it provides a framework for the state to begin to address these opportunities and risks, and it's an important first step in addressing the use of AI in education. Broadly, the bill does 3 things. First, it includes a lot of definitions, and definitions in this space matter. So there's definitions of artificial intelligence and definition of personal information. Second, it establishes a collaboration. This is a collaboration between the Maryland State Department of Education and the newly formed Governor's Executive Council on Artificial Intelligence Subcabinet and the local boards of education. So we've got everybody at the table together. What they will do in consultation with this group is to develop state guidelines, standards, and best practices on artificial intelligence, which will then be used by the State Department of Education and asked to be adopted at the local level. Each county board at the local level would designate a point of contact for artificial intelligence. It also requires the department to coordinate with the CTE committee of the Career and Technology, I can't do it, Cheryl. The Skills Standards Advisory Committee on the integration of AI into our college and career readiness standards. Because if, in a few years, everybody's going to be using this and we need to start teaching our kids how to do AI prompts. Finally, it requires the department to include artificial intelligence in the professional development of teachers where appropriate. So that's the second thing that it does. The third thing, it deals with procurement. And it basically says, okay, we're going to establish development, procurement, and implementation of AI systems at the local level that will ensure that anything that a school buys or uses, 1, may not result in any unlawful discrimination. 2, may not have an unlawful disparate impact on an individual or a group. 3, have a negative impact on the health, safety, or well-being of an individual or group. And 4, it will not collect personally identifiable information and use it in an artificial intelligence algorithm without the written approval of the Secretary of Do It. So those are the 3 things the bill does. I am submitting an amendment that makes a few technical changes to the bill, including making sure that we've got the perfect definition of artificial intelligence and striking a definition related to impact assessment. In summary, colleagues, I think this bill embodies a forward-thinking and thorough strategy for incorporating artificial intelligence and guardrails associated therewith into our school system. By welcoming, the various stakeholders and setting these explicit standards and promoting cooperation and communication among the stakeholders mentioned, it will really set Maryland school system as a pioneer into harnessing AI to improve our educational achievements and, not having any of the risks that could come with it. And so for these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 979. We do have a lot of favorable testimony, which I could point you through. And my Chief of Staff, Damian Lang, is here to help answer any questions. He's a former school teacher himself. And so he's an expert in a way.
Hey, well, thank you for all your work in this space. Okay, questions for Senator Hester or her expert panelists? Okay, seeing none. That concludes bill hearing on 979. It was too strong. Nobody was going to mess with you on
Can we just vote this one now?
Okay. Well, take a look at it.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Final bill of the day is Senate Bill 980, and we're going to await Senator Hester to come back to the table on the final bill. And you've got a couple of witnesses, Kathy Benson, sponsor panelist, Janet Schufer Fofang, is that they here, and Maggie Glennon. Those are three sponsor panelists, chief designated. And then we do have a slew of other witnesses on this bill, which I'll call up after this panel, okay? So whoever wants to take, Senator Hester, you'll take the lead, and then we'll take witnesses, and then we'll go through the list of basically mainly pretty much favorables.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, for your consideration of Senate Bill 980. For the record, Senator Katie Fry Hester. This bill seeks to bolster and provide equitable access to computer science education for all students in Maryland's K through 12 schools.
Senator Hester, you'll take the lead, and then we'll take.
So just to refresh your memory, because I actually wasn't here in 2018, but in 2018, this committee passed HB 281, which required public high schools to offer at least one high quality computer science course beginning in 2021, 2022. And I've uploaded alongside my testimony or floor system, you'll find a presentation that kind of highlights some of the key data points that we've gathered since we passed that bill. And it went into effect in the 2021-2022 school year. What we're finding is that currently 95% of high schools are offering computer science courses, but less than 14% of high school students are enrolling in these courses before they graduate. The fact that the course is listed in the school catalog does not mean the course was actually offered. Courses are canceled due to low enrollment, which happens most often with elective courses. Course offerings for electives are dependent upon student interest, teacher availability, and scheduling, hence the likelihood of over-reporting. This poor enrollment rate can be attributed to low computer science engagement in the earlier years, in kindergarten through 8th grade. According to MSDE self-reported survey of schools, says only 23% of our elementary students receive more than 1 hour of computer science instruction a month. And that's computer science at an age-appropriate age. So HB 281, which also established the Maryland Center for Computing Education with the goal of identifying methods to increase access to high quality computer science education and close the digital divide. Today, the bill we're talking about, Senate Bill 980, incorporates the recommendations from the Maryland Center for Computing Education and a number of key stakeholders. This bill will improve and expand our state's current computer science education efforts by doing three things. First, it requires each public high school, elementary, and middle school to offer at least one developmentally appropriate, high-quality computer science course, meeting or exceeding our K-12 computer science standards, which we have already. It also encourages diversifying enrollment in middle and high school computer sciences and college and career-ready pathways, including female students, students with disabilities, students of ethnic and racial minorities, and other demographic groups that are underrepresented in the computer science field, as identified by the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. Third, it requires the state board to update the computer science framework every 3 years to ensure that instruction is consistent with recent advances in computer science, particularly in the areas of fast-moving technology such as artificial intelligence and cybersecurity. These investments in computer science, colleagues, will yield economic and societal benefits for us in the state of Maryland. Computer science is the fastest growing, best paying, and largest source of new wages in the United States, with an estimated 377,000 new jobs opening every year. Second, early exposure to computer science has a significant and long-term impact on executive functioning skills, problem solving, creativity, emotional intelligence, mathematical abilities, and metacognition. Underrepresented students who experience computer science early in their education are more likely to enroll in subsequent computer science courses, promoting diversity in the field. And students who take computer science at a young age are 17% more likely to pursue a college degree, although you don't need one in the field of cybersecurity. By introducing computer science early in childhood education, Maryland takes a proactive stance towards building a skilled workforce and fostering diversity in the computer science field. And for these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 980.
Okay, thank you, Senator Hester. Who would you like to go next?
My name is Kathy Benson. Thank you, Vice Chair Kagan and Chair Feldman. This is my life's passion. I have had 3 chapters in my life. First, I was a software developer. Then I was an elementary school teacher. And now I work with other teachers learning how to teach computer science. We are so lucky that the legislature put through House 281. Great things have been happening. Most of the funding went towards secondary, and that's where our biggest successes are. My lane is elementary, and in the time we have had a Maryland Elementary School Computer Science Ambassadors Program. And that program has trained over 100 teachers across Maryland in elementary schools and almost every school system. The make efforts too in K through 8, we feel that we have, with very little money, made a lot of progress. But at this point, to continue that work, we need funding. And the CS supervisors in the states are saying they need a mandate. There's many reasons for doing computer science education. The prominent one is for economic reasons. They're well-paying jobs and they're in demand. But that's not really the whole reason. As Senator Hester said, there are great educational reasons to do this. You don't have to do computer science instead of content instruction. I urge you to have a favorable report on this bill.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Benson. Who would like to go next?
Okay.
There you go.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee, for the opportunity to support Senate Bill 980. My name is Janet B. I'm from Cameroon, and I have been an electronics teacher for more than 20 years. And during my time as an electronics teacher, we used to participate in a lot of programs that involve the use of computers and robots in classrooms nationally and internationally in Cameroon, in Europe, and most of Africa. But then most of this work did not translate into anything that had to do with classrooms. And on my research, I found out United States actually offers programs where they can train people to understand what it means to bring devices into classrooms. So I was accepted into the University of Maryland, and I just recently defended my PhD, where I learned computational thinking in early grade classrooms. I spent 4 years in Maryland learning how to integrate computational thinking in District of Columbia public school systems. And I can tell you for sure, there are so many generative impacts when robots are brought into elementary grade classrooms. I urge you to support this bill because we have firsthand research and data to prove that when robots are brought into mathematics classrooms, there are so many generative things that happen even at the elementary levels. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions for, and assume you're here just for expertise. Any questions for this panel or the sponsor, Senator Hester? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to a list. I'll just reel off names. I don't know how many of the folks are here. We'll start with in-person. These are all favorables. And folks, you're good to go. You don't have to sit at the table. Jennifer Manley, David Childs, Timothy Dixon, Tobias Nance, Eric Davis, Damian Lang, Maya Younga, Leah Younga, okay, Subhan Hayes. Okay, I think that's filled, we filled up. Okay, well, let's stop there. And sir, why don't we, we'll just start at the left and we'll go down the, or here, who's got a mic in front of them? Why don't we, sir, you got the mic in front of you, you get to start. And each of you is gonna be on a 2-minute clock, okay? And tell us who you are. Yep.
Hello?
Yep, you're ready to go.
Okay, so thank you, Senator Chair Fieldman, Vice Chair Senator Keegan, and members of the Education, Energy, and Environment Committee for the opportunity to support Senate Bill 980. My name is Tobias Nance. I am an information science student at the University of Maryland College Park. It's truly been it's an honor to be here today to just, be surrounded by people that are interested in STEM and also being able to support something that I believe in. Reflecting on my journey, I can't help but feel a sense of gratitude for the opportunities that an earlier exposure to a STEM education has afforded me throughout my life. I have an experience with robotics, and that began early in my education around 5th grade. And it was fueled by natural curiosity for building and tinkering with gadgets. However, it wasn't until I participated in VEX robotics during a summer camp that I truly discovered my passion for STEM outside of the confines of what little was offered at my school at the time. And through VEX robotics, I learned invaluable skills in problem solving, teamwork, critical thinking, and from designing and building robots to compete in tournaments, every aspect of the program challenged me to push my boundaries and think innovatively. The impact of robotics on my career trajectory has been profound. It was through my involvement in VEX robotics that I developed a keen interest in coding, which ultimately led to me to pursue a major in information science as a direct catalyst for my success within the major. The skills and knowledge I gained from years of participating in robotics tournaments have prepared me for academic success. And I would also say to aspiring students considering STEM, I recommend it, specifically robotics, because it offers a dynamic and hands-on approach to STEM. And then, one at a time.
I think we got the gist of where you're going with this. Okay, who wants to go next? Whoever grabs a mic is the winner. The girls. Okay. Okay, why don't we? Okay. Why don't you start right? I'm looking at you. Right. Let's go at that, and we'll go down the table. So why don't you tell us who you are?
Yes. Hi, I'm Siobhan Hayes. I'm Director of Tech Lab at Digital Harbor Foundation. I'm here to speak in favor of SB 980. Digital Harbor Foundation is a nonprofit focused on disrupting the root cause of the digital divide. Our work focuses on promoting digital inclusion through developing innovative, equity-based STEM for youth, educators, and communities. We empower youth to be creators of technology rather than consumers of technology. The COVID pandemic spotlighted the great disparities in digital access in our communities. The digital divide has been recognized by the UN Secretary General as a human rights issue. As opportunities in the tech sector grow, it is imperative that those opportunities are within reach to all of our young people. As one of our rec center partners shared, we had a big tech company moving in and they were promising to hire local talent. So I gathered the community at the rec center and I asked the youth, what do you know about code? They didn't know what code was. They had never heard of it. This is where we are. We need to do better for these kids. Lagging investment in STEM education disproportionately impacts youth of color, females, and low-income youth who are already underrepresented in STEM fields. As Baltimore's tech sector continues to grow, ignoring or leaving behind these populations will result in even greater disparities in Baltimore's workforce. The bill mandates that computer science standards reflect recent advances, such as artificial intelligence and cybersecurity. As a federally designated tech hub, it is estimated that between 30 to 50,000 new jobs in AI and biotech could be coming to Baltimore in the coming years. This bill ensures that students are receiving instruction that is not only relevant, but also provides them with skills needed to access those jobs. Early exposure to developmentally appropriate computer science can help bridge the gap in technology skills and prepare students for future success. Senate Bill 980 is a critical step towards equity, and it has the potential to open doors to new opportunities, empower our students, and create a more inclusive future for our community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're next.
Thank you. My name is Tim Dixon. I'm a consultant for Maryland Center for Computer Education and a former elementary school teacher in Prince George's County for 28 years. I've worked with diverse groups of students, including English language learners, special needs students, alongside general educational students during my teaching career. Ensuring all students are prepared for the 21st century workplace in a society is of utmost importance. This includes our English language learners. By incorporating computational thinking and computer science into their curriculum, we equip these students with critical skills for success, regardless of their future professions. With almost 60,000 ELL identified students in our state, we need to seriously address this population to be equitable to them. Computer science develops virtual computer computational and critical thinking abilities that translate across all disciplines. It not only helps students with computer science, but it helps them with language acquisition skills. Students learn to break down complex problems, analyze data logically, and create solutions, competencies coveted by employees. This fundamental knowledge about how technology works empowers students to become creators and innovators, not just consumers of tech. Moreover, the practices of computational thinking parallel those required for English language development. Both emphasize problem solving, logical thinking, collaboration, and communication. This is also true for students with IEPs, but we must train teachers on how to best use these skills or acquire those to share with their students. As students program the code programs and debug errors, they apply many of the same cognitive skills needed to analyze text and express ideas clearly. And I've included in my paper research that can be read to prove this or support. Thank you.
Okay, sir, tell us who you are.
Thank you, Chair Senator Feldman and Vice Chair Senator Kagan and members of the committee for the opportunity to speak in support of Bill 980. My name is Eric Davis. I was born and raised in Baltimore City and currently reside in Reisterstown, Maryland. I am a U.S. Army veteran and a retired IT manager from UPS and currently serve as the Vice Executive Director of a nonprofit STEM Center of Excellence, whose goal is to create what we call STEM gyms across Maryland. We provide robotics and other STEM-related programming for students in grades 2 through 12. I started college at 16 on a partial scholarship in mechanical engineering. My education was far behind that of my peers who were also pursuing engineering degrees. In my senior year, I gave up. I was not prepared, and it took me 19 years later before I actually went back to school, earned my degree in marketing, and that opened up the door for pathways for me to enter a job at UPS. Had I not done my self-learning and taught myself how to do computer programming, I would not have had this option. But that's not the normal way. That's not the normal pathway to open doors for folks. In 2014, I began volunteering at robotics competitions where I shared my story of failure and triumph despite my lack of formal education. I have seen transformations take place when a third grade student selects a code block, says drive 20 millimeters, they add another code, says turn right for 90 degrees, and then they hit the start button. Their eyes light up, their smiles break across this young girl's face. She is smiling and doesn't realize that she's just become a software developer. She's a computer scientist. Learning computer science at elementary school and continuing through high school opens countless pathways for our students. Requiring computer science in elementary and middle school is a proactive and preventive approach to crime reduction. By empowering third graders with computational thinking and critical thinking skills, we are diverting our youth from potential criminal behavior to stimulating, rewarding, and fun STEM learning opportunities. Computer science is altering life trajectories. The sooner we give the options to Marylanders, the better. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Let's, we've got a couple of young witnesses. We're gonna hear from them next. Tell us your name.
My name is Ria Guppa, and I'm here. Well, good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Ria Guppa, and I'm a fourth grader. I'm here to tell you about SB 980. I think that SB 980 is great because it is making science on mobile fun for kids like me. And I'm currently doing coding classes at CoSTEM, and it's going great. There's a lot of ideas like nothing I've known. My mind has been opened from all the coding I had done for the past 2 years, and I have noticed little changes like me comparing how I started in the beginning and to now. I've grew to now know that coding can be difficult in the start, but then you notice the change, and it's not hard for you anymore. And that shows that coding isn't always easy and it takes time. And I would like other kids like me to do the same thing, and that's why I would like your help for little kids and older kids than me to have the courage to do science on mobile apps. And that's why I gave you this important speech. Thanks for your attention.
That was excellent testimony. Okay, we're gonna pass it to.
The other one is better.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Mia, and I'm currently in the fourth grade. And I'm here to tell you that I think SB 9 is good because it's all about making science fun for kids like me in public schools. I like playing games on computers, coding, and I think it would be awesome to learn more about it. SB 980 says that school will help more kids like me join computer science classes, and that's great because everyone should have a chance to learn and have fun. I also like that SB 980 wants schools to teach computer science to younger kids like me in elementary and middle school. That's amazing because it means we can start learning early, maybe even become super smart when we grow up. So I hope you really, really, really support SB 980 because it's about making sure all kids get to have fun learning about computers. Thanks for helping us learn cool stuff. Best wishes.
Okay, also excellent testimony.
Can I just say?
What?
You got one thing in your testimony wrong. You said when you grow up that you hope you're going to be really, really smart. And I think you guys are both probably really, really smart already.
Okay, we're gonna go, sir, can pick you up last.
All right. Thank you, Chair Senator Feldman, Vice Chair Senator Kagan, and members of the Education, Energy, and Environment Committee for the opportunity to support Senate Bill 0980. I am David Childs, the CEO of Let's Go Boys and Girls, Inc. We focus on helping students from underserved communities establish a path to generational wealth. As a nonprofit, we do this through STEM education, essential skills development, and financial literacy. Computer science skills have become essential and universal in our daily lives. Technology that relies on computers surround us, from our watches to appliances to even light bulbs. Even for students not pursuing computer science careers, the adaptable problem-solving skills learned are invaluable in every industry. And the rapid pace of technology, the advancement shows no signs of slowing down. It has become absolutely critical that we enable the next generation to become active technology creators rather than just consumers. Computer science literacy is vital for innovation that must extend into communities that have been historically underserved. My goal is digital equity for all students, where young people are empowered as computer science innovators, entrepreneurs, and leaders. Exposure to this bill will provide the critical foundation for opening up lucrative career opportunities and avenues to establish generational wealth, and that applies to underserved students. I was gifted early exposure to computer science, which fueled my own rewarding career. Instilling creative and technical aptitude in all students, especially those unfairly left behind, will strengthen our economy and democracy for decades. Now is the time to solidify computer science as a core literacy for Maryland students. I applaud your due diligence and urge you to favorably support Senate Bill 0980 today. Thank you again for allowing me to testify for this crucial legislation.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you again. I'm going to call two other names in person who signed up. Eric Brockman here and Tasha Cornish. Okay, those are the final two in-person witnesses, and then we have two virtual witnesses, then we'll be done. So we'll just want you two come up here. Mr. Brockman, why don't you lead off, and then we'll go to Ms. Cornish. And each of you is going to have 2 minutes, okay?
Okay, thank you. Chairman Feldman, Vice Chairman Kagan, and esteemed members of the Education, Energy, and Environment Committee. I recognize Senator Hester for her diligence in putting this bill, sponsoring this bill. My name is Minister Eric Brockman. I am the founder and chairman of Focus on Communities United for Success, where we do IT workforce development for 18 to 36-year-olds in Baltimore City. I stand before you today in fervent support of Senate Bill 980. I believe this critical piece of legislation goes beyond simple expanding computer science education in our school. It is a necessary step towards safeguarding our national security. While I applaud the existing requirement for all high schools to offer computer science courses, we must acknowledge the ever-evolving threat landscape. Cyber attacks are no longer the sole domain of mischievous teenagers, script kiddies. Our adversaries, including state actors, possess sophisticated capabilities, consistently seeking to infiltrate critical infrastructure, steal sensitive data, and disrupt essential services. The lack of skills in cybersecurity workforce leaves us dangerously exposed. A recent report by the Cyber Maryland program headed by TechCo, the Daily Record, September 25th, 2023, highlights Maryland's 30,000 unfilled jobs in the field of cybersecurity, jeopardizing our national ability to defend itself in cyberspace. With over 38 years of experience in the IT field, including 15 years as a cybersecurity subject matter expert, degrees in computer science and mathematics, I witnessed the growing demand for skills professionals firsthand. I urge you to support Bill 980 as favorable report.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Cornish.
Great. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, entire committee. I know it's been a long day and I know I am holding you up, so I will only take a few moments here. You've definitely heard from, so I am the Executive Director of the Cybersecurity Association of Maryland. We are a 600+ member organization.
Yeah, why don't you, just for the record, your
Sure.
name.
Tasha Cornish, Executive Director, Cybersecurity Association of Maryland. 600 members representing anyone from a sole proprietor to a Fortune 200 company. So we cover about 100,000 employees in Maryland. And that's why I could not leave all this wonderful testimony to our educators and our students, although that was inspiring. We urgently need this bill. We heard that 20 to 30,000 jobs might come to Maryland in addition to the 30,000 jobs we already have open. We cannot afford to not have this bill. We need to build this pipeline. We've heard some really inspiring stories that really show us this cannot be just in schools that have the resources to have them. It really needs to be in schools across Maryland. That is why we support this bill. you cannot have economic development without workforce and without the workforce.
Okay,
Thank you.
makes sense. Any questions for the two witnesses? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Which brings us to our final two witnesses who are both virtual, Amber Matthew and Melissa Dark. Let's pull them up. Okay, Miss Matthew, we see you and got to unmute yourself. Okay, 2 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Chair Senator Feldman, Vice Chair Senator Kagan, and members of the Education, Energy, and Environment Committee for the opportunity to support Senate Bill 980. My name is Amber Matthew, founder of Star Learning Lab. I am a software engineer working in robotics process automation, and I support various STEM-based programs where I coordinate competitions, events, fundraisers, and train Baltimore City School teachers and volunteers to coach elementary, middle, and high school robotics teams. I am a product of a Baltimore-based STEM program, more specifically a product of competitive robotics. I'm a 2012 graduate of Western High School and a proud RoboDove. My freshman year of high school, I stumbled into the robotics team. Fast forwarding 4 years, I achieved the role of the team's driver, builder, programmer, and team captain, and qualified and participated in the World Championship 4 times. Because of my involvement in robotics, I discovered a new passion in programming, which led me to pursue a degree in software engineering. However, because I was fairly new to the tech world, in college I often fell behind and felt like I had to catch up to my peers, most of whom had already 6, 8, plus many years of experience in the tech world. Despite that, I took my experiences and propelled forward. Where am I now? I have traveled near and far to work on projects for top banks, insurance companies, and government agencies. Not only did robotics teach me the technical skills involved with building a robot, but it also taught me soft skills in leadership, problem solving, teamwork, critical thinking, and it helped me find my voice. How could this experience have been changed? Offering such programs and classes at an earlier age to put our next generation at a competitive edge in this ever-changing world, and for a chance to give our students an opportunity to discover and explore their passions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Matthew? Okay, seeing none, which brings us to our final witness, Melissa Dark. Melissa?
Yeah, I'm not able to start my video. Can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you. Why don't you proceed? You're on the 2-minute clock and we can hear you.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Dr. Melissa Dark. I founded a nonprofit called Dark Enterprises. We work in developing, supporting, and stewarding excellent cybersecurity education at the secondary level. I used to work at the collegiate level. And I did want to note that while Senator Hester is right, some cybersecurity jobs do not require a college degree. Many of them do. And many of them require deep computer science knowledge, which is why I am in favor of Senate Bill 980. I've worked in this field for 25 years. One of the biggest challenges we face is producing a cybersecurity workforce. I think we heard that just a minute ago. The United States needs 1 in every 32 eligible workers to work in cybersecurity, but Maryland is in a different situation. Maryland needs 1 in every 12 just to fill its current cybersecurity workforce gap. And so one way to fill this gap is by starting to grow your talent pool earlier in Maryland. I live in Indiana, not in Maryland. And I believe that this is what Senate Bill 980 will do. Currently, only 18% of your public high schools in Maryland are positioned to offer a cybersecurity course, meaning that they have a qualified teacher to teach the course, they have curriculum, they have labs, they know what to teach because they have the correct standards. In comparison, let's look at Virginia, another state that has a high cybersecurity workforce demand. 61% of their public schools have cybersecurity courses available. And so when you look at Maryland's 18% of the public schools and Virginia's 61% of the public schools, it makes a big difference on the access that students have. So I urge support of Senate Bill 980.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for that final witness? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 980. That concludes our bill hearings for today. So folks, you got a list earlier. There's a couple bills we want to vote.